we are going to speak about the origins of Easter. The origins of Easter. Why does so many Christians celebrate Easter? And for that matter, why does the heathens, the non-believers, the pagans worship and celebrate Easter, aka Ishtar, aka Ashtoreth, aka Astarte? These are all the same deity. And behind all those names of those masks is Hashatan, the adversary. And so we're going to talk about Easter today. Hope you'll find it fascinating. For those of you who've never done the study, we're going to do some of it this day. It is a very interesting study, none to say the least. We're going to wait for our brothers and sisters to come in, our Akis and Akodis, and then we're going to get into it. I'd like to thank all of you for being here. I hope you have shared this live, and if you haven't, please do so and tap that screen so we can get the algorithms going. We want to bring in our brothers and sisters of the Christian faith so that they can hear this, so that their eyes may be open, so that Yahuwah may touch their heart and open their eyes to his truth and doctrines of men. This is the day that Yahuwah has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. How many of you love Yahuwah? Give me a 1 or a yes. Or a yes. How many of you love Yahuwah? Give me a 1 or a yes. There we go. Making sure you guys are participating and not just listening to me. Hallelujah. Yes, yes, yes. Nice to see all of you. How many of you believe in the Mashiach, Yahusha? Give me a 1 or a yes. Give me a 1 or a yes if you believe in the Mashiach, Yahusha. Hallelujah. Nice to see you here, Aki Aaron. Yes, I see my Aki Al, Danielle, Lizzie, nice to see you. Amadora, always nice to see you. DJ, nice to see you. Ak. Oh yes, I see all of you saying yes and ones. Cheryl Lewis, nice to see you. Trudy, nice to see you. Victoria, nice to see you. My Akodi Natzareth, the one and only. Hallelujah. I want to thank my Cody publicly for all that she does. She works so hard so that you all may have the opportunity to go back and look into the link tree for all of our videos and our cache of information. We're not talking about cash as in money. Let me say cachet. Is that better? How many of you are looking forward to the kingdom of Elohim? Give me a 7. How many of you looking forward to the kingdom, the reign of Elohim? Give me a 7. Hallelujah. Yes, look at that. Wow. Ooh, I'm getting chickadee bumps. I don't know if you guys can see it in the camera, but I'm getting chickadees. Hallelujah. So marvelous. So marvelous. Well, I want to let you guys know today is Rosh Kadash, the first day of the second month. So for those of you who have your calendar beats, and there is more calendar beats going out, this end day coming up. So your calendar bead should look like this today. For those of you, the second month, the second strand, this one here, tying off the first bead at the bottom. And we count up. Once we get to the top, we go back down to the next one and we count back up. So you should be here. The second strand from the left, you'll have these two next to each other. This is the week of Passover, the first month, with the 7 days of unleavened bread. And then this is the makeup Passover, the second Passover, and the 7 days of unleavened bread. So here we are. First day, every first day of the month is Rosh Chodesh. It's celebrated as a rest day. So we have 2 rest days back to back. Rest day, and then we have our weekly Shabbat tomorrow. Okay? All right. So let's palal and let's get into this study. Hallelujah. Heavenly Abba, we come before you in the mighty name of Yahushua HaMashiach, the name that is above all names. Abba, who is like you? Who has fashioned the earth and the Shamayim as you? For you say that no one else has done it. You've done it all by yourself. Abba, you have created everything. It is by you and for you. You sustain all things by your word. Nothing exists unless you created it through your Son, Yahushua HaMashiach. It is because of you, O Yah, that we have life. We have breath in our lungs, and so we give you thanks. It is because of you, O Yah, we have physical eyes to be able to see. It is because of you, O Yah, that we have ears that we're able to hear. It is because of you, O Yah, that you've given us a mouth so that we may be able to take in delicious food. We thank you, O Abba. We thank you for the shelter that you've given each and every last one of us. We thank you for the clothing that we have to be able to clothe these temples that you've given us to dwell in. We thank you, O Abba, for even the water. Those that we are friends with and that we love, and those that hate us as enemies, and yet we ask that you help us to love them as well. Abba, we ask that you would send in those who need to hear your message this day, on this Yom of this new month. For you say on the Shabbats in a new month, your gate into your Hakal, into your temple, is open. And so, Abba, we ask that you would hear our collective palal, our collective prayer this Yom. As we come before you, asking that you would prepare your people, as you have done all throughout the past, O Abba. We believe in your promises, for you said that you would never leave us nor forsake us. Teach us and guide us by your Ruach HaKodesh, as only you can, O Yah. Remove the traditions of our elders, the lies of the enemy, the wicked evil spirit doctrines of the demons. May you remove this from our mind. May you deprogram us and reprogram us by your Ruach. We give you all the praise. We give you all the thanks and honor and esteem that truly belongs to only you, O Yah. By the fruit of our lips, we give you all the praise. Hallelujah, Hua. Hallelujah, Hua. And hallelujah, Hua. So be it. Again, I want to thank all of you, Mishpachah, for being here. Family. I'm not saying Miss Parker. I'm saying Mishpachah, which in the Ibrit language, in the Hebrew language, it means family. So we're going to get into Easter, the origins of Easter, and why it is that the world, Christians and those that are not Christians, those that are heathens, those that are pagans, celebrate this day that's coming up tomorrow. There are so many who do not know why they worship what they worship. They just follow the crowd. I was one that used to be that way. It's like, oh, tomorrow's Easter Sunday or Resurrection Sunday. No matter how you want to term it or title it, it's still the same. Now, for those of you who believe that the King James Version is inspired, down a little bit so you guys can hear me a little better without the distraction of the music. I like to have music in the background because it kind of sets the tone in my mind as I listen to the Ruach, as I ask Yahuwah to use me as a vessel. Let's go to the Brit HaKadash, also known as the New Testament or the Renewed Agreement. And in Acts chapter 12, let me see if I can find it. I know it's here in chapter 12 somewhere. Oh, where is that word? Oh, where could it be? Give me a second, everyone. There it is. It's right in front of me. Let me show you guys this. And I am even going to underline it. So it says, Acts chapter 12, verse 4. And when he had apprehended him, he put him in prison and delivered him to 4 quaternions of soldiers to keep him, intending after, you see that word right there? Easter, to bring him forth to the people. Let me underline that word, Easter. In fact, I'm going to do it with the red ink. Because you see, if the King James Version was inspired by Yah, this word would not exist. You won't find this in any other translation that I'm aware of. That's not to say that there isn't. I got a few in front of me. Let's see how the New King James says it. Let's see. Let me bring out the New King Jimmy. Let's see how it says it there. It isn't purpling? Okay, so you've already told us that it's not. Well, let's show it to the others purpling. Let's show it to the others. Acts 12, verse 4. Acts 12, verse 4. So when he had arrested him, he put him in prison and delivered him to the 4 squads of soldiers to keep him, that is Peter, Kapha, intending to bring him before the people after, what? Passover. But yet we're supposed to believe that the King James Version, the 1611, is inspired, right? How can that be inspired text if we see a pagan word that even Yahuwah says that we're not supposed to use? How could that be inspired? In fact, how can we say that the King James Version is even expired when it has Baal written all over it and erased the name of our Creator Yahuwah almost 7,000 times and has substituted the word Lord in all capital letters? How can we believe that the King James Version is inspired text as if it came down from the heavens with this glorious as it descended from the heavens into the hands of King Jimmy and then was distributed to the 4 corners of the earth when it has a title like God in there? This can't be true. there's something wrong. Are we going to continue to follow the dictates of man and what they say from the pulpit? And they tell you to raise up your King James Version and say, this is my Bible. I believe what my Bible says. I believe I get what the Bible says I get. I believe what this Bible says that I am. We used to say that like a mantra in this non-denominational assembly that I used to go to. And so we're going to talk about the origins of Easter today. We're going to find out where this thing called Easter came from. Let me set up my little tripod that my Akodi Mayra got me. Akodi Roxy. I don't know if she's here today. I didn't see her yet. She might be here. I just didn't notice. If she is, thank you, Akodi Roxy, for this tripod that you got me. So let me take this off of here. We're going to be reading from the Fossilized Customs. Some of you know the document or the book. All right. Let's bring this down here. I hope you guys can see this well. Let's start off with Easter, shall we? What does it say here? Easter. This word has been adopted from pagans as an attempt to enculturate by syncretism, a behavior to the that is absolutely an abomination. If you recognize Halloween for what it is, then this will be no different after you learn the truth. Easter was already one of the two biggest celebrations observed by pagans. Notice that. Pagans. Long before Christianity came along. This is my belief. This is what Lou White is saying, by the way. This is my belief. That is, when it is exposed, it will fulfill prophecies of Revelation 18. Go read it, he says. Let me bring you up to the top here. Babylon. Hold on one second. I think I might have somehow erased all of the... How did I do that? I know I didn't do this. Hold on, you guys. I can't see none of your comments. Wow, they just turned it off on me. Isn't that crazy? Boy, I tell you, TT be doing some of the craziest things. Sorry about that, you guys. I did not turn off the comments. It was TT who did that. Yeah, I didn't do that. That was TT. I didn't even touch the screen. That's the craziest thing. Okay, let's continue. Babylon is still with us, but it is going to fall. Easter was celebrated by the Assyrians, the Phoenicians, the Philistines. Lou White likes to do a lot of joking and kiddings in his writing, so I'm not going to really pay attention to a lot of his stuff here. He's talking about how Goliath no doubt had an Easter basket, but let's continue on with the message. You should look up Easter in a Webster's dictionary and do further research in other sources. This festival involved the rites of spring near the equinox of Venus, when pagans believed that the Mother Earth was impregnated by the sun. They engaged in ritual sex acts and used symbols of fertility like eggs and rabbits and hot cross buns. The Babylonian symbol for a female was and is a circle with a crux beneath, like this one here. All of you know that this is the female symbol, right? Doesn't that look kind of familiar, like the Egyptian Ankh? Well, let's continue. The round cakes were baked for the Queen of Shammah, Regina Coeli, and the Great Mother, Magna Mater, with the cross symbol indicating the female. You see that? The cross was also indicated for the equinox, when the Earth's orbit, which we know that the Earth doesn't have an orbit, crossed the celestial equator. This must sound so wild, and you may think I'm a heretic. This is what, again, Lou White is saying. But by the end of this book, you will be very glad that you have acquired the truth. This book will only shatter myths, not the rock of truth. Let's continue. To ensure a prosperous growing season, pagans rolled eggs decorated with bright colors of spring on their fields, hoping to imbue fertility. These eggs were then hidden from evil spirits in the rabbit's nest, another symbol of fertility. Easter is the name of a Babylonian mother of harlots, Revelation 17, and her image stands as a sun goddess, Lady Liberty, in the New York Harbor. You know her very well. There she is. This Colossus statue even has the tower headpiece, as seen worn by Artemis. You see this one here? Yeah. The 7 horns or sun rays should be a strong indication of her true identity. Her emblem is the flower of the lily, seen illustrated with her on this page. This is the flower lily right here. Okay? In American society, Easter Seal Society uses Fleur de Lis, French for flower of the lily, as their logo, and they have no religious affiliations whatsoever. Most, in quotation, churches decorate with the lilies of the lilies on Easter morning. Instead of inheriting the truth, they inherited Babylon. If we only study history as people, places, and dates without comprehending why things occurred as they did, then everything is unorganized. It's a junk pile. When you assemble it correctly, it all fits together perfectly, clarifying the path we walk on. Satan, Shaitan, disguises himself. He is quite often female. We know he was behind Nimrod as Malak, Baal, Mithras, and so on, but he is also Ishtar. Sunday is his diversion. It's a lie. I refer to the Easter Sunday as Beaster Sunday. We don't have to wait for a beast. It is already here right now. The patterns and the appointments found in the writings are the ones that are snubbed, excused, ignored, and you will notice. Okay, so let's go to the next page here. But you say the word Easter is in my King James Version. Translations are not inspired, and errors exist by tens of thousands in many translations. The word in the Greek that underlies the word Easter in the King James Version is Pesach, or Passover. It means Passover, from the Hebrew word Pesach. All scholars admit that this is an error in translation, and it only appears once at Acts 12:4. Okay, there it is. Luke, who wrote almost 40% of the Messianic writings, the New Testament, didn't put it there as Easter. King James Version is the only one, let me say that again, the King James Version is the only one with this error, since translators corrected it in all others, or all other translations. There was a previous English translation made by the Catholic priest John Wycliffe. I'm sure some of you have heard of John Wycliffe, one of the forefathers of Protestantism. During the 14th century, he lived from 1320 to 1384, and his bones were burned in effigy for this unauthorized English work. He never used the word church, but the word congregation for the word ecclesia. Before the King James Version, no one had ever used the word church, and soon you'll learn why. Notice that. No other translation before the King James Version ever used the word church before. King James Version, again, this so-called inspired text, is the first one to do so. Interesting, huh? Pagan religions, through the time, paralleled each other, carrying the sun, Earth Mother, and child model from Babylon to Media Persia, Phoenicia, Egypt, Greece, Rome, Celts. The Medes cooked the mythology into Zoroastrianism, producing the magician priests called Magi's. That's where we get the word magic from. They worship Ara, Homa, or Mazd as their trinity. We'll survey them all under trinities later. So there's a passage in this book where he talks about these different cultures and their trinities, where the Trinity doctrine comes from that so many Christians believe today. The Greeks' Zeus was their sun deity, whose mother was Lydia, shown here riding a swan. You see that over there? That's Lydia riding a swan. Notice her headpiece, very much like Lady Liberty, talking about the Statue of Liberty. Take another look at Athena and Ishtar on the previous page. Those heads are indications that we are seeing the same person. Remember, we was looking at it here earlier. There's Ishtar. You see the Easter lilies to the left and right of her head. And there's Athena. You see the crown on her head, those horns, just like the Statue of Liberty. Okay, let's continue. The Britannica Encyclopedia 1934 states Easter, or Esther, Ostara, or Aster, was the goddess of spring in the religion of the ancient Angles and Saxons. You've heard of the Anglo-Saxons. Well, those are the two types of people over there in Europe, which most of Great Britain, their lineage is Anglo-Saxon. Every April, a festival was celebrated in her honor. Notice what month we're in right now. With the beginnings of Christianity, the old gods, the mighty ones, were put aside. From then on, the festival was celebrated in honor of the resurrection of the Christ, aka Jesus, but was still known as Easter after the old goddess. In contrast, the Creator says, break down their altars, smash their sacred stones, burn their Asherah, that's where we get the word Easter, poles, in the fire, cut down the idols of their mighty ones, and wipe out their names from those places. You must not worship Yahuwah, your Elohim, in their way. That's found in Deuteronomy chapter 12. Let's stop there for a second. I want to show you guys something. Do any of you remember doing this when you were kids? And I don't know if they still do this practice, but they had me doing this when I was little. Do you guys remember doing something like this? Any of you? Any of you ever remember doing something like this in elementary school? Yes, the maypole. Exactly. Look at that. Look how many of you were all indoctrinated like I was. Oh, so Kylie, they don't do that anymore, do they? Because Kylie is 14 years old, and so Kylie, they don't do that anymore, huh? Yep, it's called a maypole. They would do this right around the time of Easter. Let's read this a little bit. Let me share this with you all. Mystery, I said, not in the hood. That's funny. Okay, let me read this. Every year, you can celebrate the first day of May by watching dancers weave ribbons around a maypole. This tradition dates back centuries and is woven in the origins of theories as the ribbons themselves. So what is the history of the maypole? And why do we still celebrate this festive holiday by dancing around it? Brief history. The tradition spans multiple regions with historical evidence tracing it to Rome. Wow, Rome, right there. Nothing new under the sun. And also in Western Europe, also in India, also in Latin America and Northern Africa. Historians may disagree on where and when it was first introduced, but there's an ample amount of proof that it links back to pagan rituals in Germany around the 13th century. Over time, the tradition likely spread and served either as a celebration of spring or midsummer in the Scandinavia countries, or fertility for the season to come. What better way to celebrate the changing season? What better way? And the good fortune it would bring, listen to that, good fortune, than by dancing and singing and feasting underneath a colorful maypole. Plus, what is a May basket and why do people hang them on doors? That's a whole nother thing. I wonder why. Originally, the maypole was a living tree. Over time, it usually became a tree trunk of the correct height, age, and type, usually a pine or a birch tree. Some say that the tree represented masculine energy. Notice it says that the tree represented the masculine energy, and the ribbons and floral garlands that adorned it represented the feminine energy. Those ribbon weaving dancers are either pairs of boys and girls, with girls taking one color of the ribbons and the boys the other, or a group of multiple ages where the younger dancers take the inside of the circle and the older dancers the outside. Either way, the maypole itself is a splendid reminder that spring has sprung and rebirth has begun. Will you listen to this mess? And you wonder why subliminally the kids are just infatuated with sex. It's subliminally put into their mind at such a young age, and you're wondering why they're going around acting like nymphos. Come on now. It's the same thing with everything. With Easter, it's all fertility. It's insane what we have done to our children. That's what they did to us. Yes, the same thing. So I wanted to read that before we continue on. And again, Yahuwah says, we are not to do as the heathens do. We do not worship Yahuwah, your Elohim, your mighty one, in their way. Deuteronomy 12. Let's go and look at that real quick. Isn't that amazing? How is it that we just been indoctrinated like this? And this is why these customs and traditions continue on even into our time. Deuteronomy, also known as Dabarim, chapter 12, verse 1. These are the laws and the right rulings which you guard or you keep to do in the land which Yahuwah, Elohim, the mighty one of your fathers, is giving you to possess all the days that you live on the soil. Let's stop right there. Do you believe, Christians? Let me turn off my notification sound. Sorry about that, you guys. Do you believe, Christians, that when the kingdom of Yah comes, that he is just going to allow us to partake of any kind of tradition and celebration that we want, whatever we enjoy, because the Messiah completed everything. He fulfilled the law. So the law has been done away with. We don't have to worry about doing these things. So when he lets us into the promised land, we're still going to be able to celebrate Easter and Christmas and Halloween and all of that. You think he's going to allow that to happen? I dare not think so. But some of you do believe that for some reason. Verse 2, completely destroy all the places where the nations, that is the heathens, the Gentiles, which you are dispossessing, served their mighty ones on the high mountains and on the hills and under every green tree. And you shall break down their slaughter places and smash their pillars like the maypole, and burn their asherim with fire like their Christmas tree. And you shall cut down the carved images of their mighty ones like Buddha and Krishna, and shall destroy their name out of that place. This is a foreshadow of what's going to happen in those days. Do not do so to Yahuwah your Elohim, but seek the place which Yahuwah your Elohim, your mighty one, chooses out of all your tribes to put his name there for his dwelling place, and there you shall enter. There you shall enter. Let us remember, we serve a jealous mind to anything else. I see that we've lost some people because they don't like the message. Directly from the Catholic organization itself. The Catholic Cardinal John Henry Newman's book, The Essay on the Development of Christian Doctrine, published in 1878, that is the year 1878, we're in 2025 now on the Catholic calendar, states this in the 8th chapter, quoted, The rulers of the church from early times were prepared, should the occasion arise, to adopt, to imitate, or to sanctify the exiting rites and customs of the population, as well as the philosophy of the educated class. Notice what they were going to accept, what they were going to bring in. They're going to bring in the philosophy of the educated class, all their customs of the population, of the peoples, the use of temples and those dedicated to particular saints, and the ornamented and the occasion with the branches of trees, the wreaths, the incense, the lamps, the candles, votive offerings, on recovering from illnesses, holy water. How many of you that used to practice Catholicism remember dipping your finger as you walk in to the cathedral, to the right or to the left of the doors? As you enter in, you would dip your finger and then you would put and make a sign on your forehead or on your body in the sign of the pagan cross. The holy days, their holy days, not Yah's holy days. They're going to use the pagan holy days and their seasons, the entire church calendar, use of the calendars, their calendars, processions, the blessings of the field, sacerdotal vestments, the ring in marriage. There it is. We were talking about this a few weeks ago, about the ring in marriage. Where it comes from? It comes from Egypt. The chants, like the Gregorian chants, yeah, that kind of stuff, right? And I don't know what Kyrie Elsin is, are all of pagan origin and sanctified by the adoption into church. There you have it. But you may ask, if Easter was a pagan festival celebrating the impregnation of Mother Church, how did it get mixed up with Christianity? Yeah, how did that happen? Christianity's pagan connection started with one man more than any other. In 325 CE, that is the current era, the Roman Emperor Constantine, there goes that name again, convened what is now called the Nicene Council, gathering of 220 elders, also known as bishops, together in order to unify basic doctrines and teachings and establish common practices. This universalizing produced the Roman Catholic Church, also known as RCC. The Latin word Catholic means universal. In case any of you never noticed that, that's what the word Catholic means in Latin. It means universal. There was no Catholic or universal on planet Earth prior to this council. The only council mentioned in the writings conducted by the first Nazarenes, which is what we are, those of you who are here that are Christians, that's what you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be a Nazarene. Is mentioned in Acts 15, the purpose of which was to determine how to accommodate the Gentile converts who were turning to the true Creator. The only topic was circumcision. And since immersion in the name and receiving of the Spirit, the Ruach, into your heart is our circumcision, it was decided that physical circumcision was not necessary. This is very important in the beginning of the text to be understood by all you Gentiles, might I add. So let's go there for a second. Let's look at Acts 15, because there's a lot of contention what Gentiles are supposed to believe in today. Let's look at this. Let's let the word speak for itself. Let's go down memory lane. Let's read this. Acts 15. Let's go here. Verse 19. Therefore, I judge that we should not trouble those from among the nations, among the Gentiles, who are turning to Elohim, the Mighty One, but that we write to them to abstain from the defilements of idols. Yes, like all their idols of Zeus and their idols of Buddhism and whatever else idols that many of you may have in your closet or even in your home. Maybe it's your car, maybe it's your motorcycle, maybe it's your clothes, maybe it's your eyelashes, maybe it's your mascara. I don't know. Whatever it is that you love so dearly, that is your idols. More than one. And from whoring, fornicating, and from what is strangled and from blood. It's talking about food. For from ancient generations, Masha, aka Moses, has in every city those proclaiming him being read in the congregations, notice this, Christians, every Sabbath. So what was Jacob, also known as James, what was he saying here to the whole council there in Jerusalem? He was saying, look, there are Gentiles who are coming into this truth who don't know what we know. They weren't raised Yahudi. They don't know the law. They don't know the Torah like we know it. We were raised in it. So we don't want to, put a burden on them so fast. Let them learn little by little, but let's start off here. This will be the foundation. Tell them to abstain from idols, okay? Tell them to stop going around doing what they're doing, sleeping with everybody out of wedlock. Tell them to watch what they're eating. Let's have them start off with those three things, because in every city, there's a place for them called a synagogue where they can go every Sabbath to hear the writings of Moses. What is the writings of Moses? You may know it as the laws of Moses. There's people right here on TT, and I can't believe that they're saying it, but they're saying it because they are teaching from a mindset of Christianity, saying that the laws of Moses have been done away with. Wait a minute. First of all, the laws don't belong to Moses, okay? Moses is the one who gave us the law, hence why it's called the laws of Moses. But it's not Moses' law. The laws came from the Creator. Those same laws are still enacted today. And this is what they were saying at the true first council in Jerusalem with the apostles. And Paul and Barnabas came back to get some answers from those who walked with Yahusha, how they should conduct these new Gentiles who are now coming into this truth. How do we deal with them? What do we say to them? Do they need to get physically circumcised? That's what they were talking about. But here it is today. You have people, Christianity, who's saying, oh no, the laws is for the Jews. It's not for us. This is why they have inherited stuff like these paganistic rituals like Easter and Christmas and Halloween and Thanksgiving and all of their traditions of the pagans. Because actually in heart, they're still pagans. They haven't came out. And so when you see this here, where it talks about where they can hear in the congregations, that is in the synagogues every Sabbath, that right there lets you know there is no such thing as Sunday worship. It's letting you know that you're supposed to go and hear the word, converts. Those of you who used to be Gentiles, who now became Israel. You go to these synagogues, and we're not talking about the synagogues like today, because those synagogues are lost places. They're just as bad as they were back in the day. You need to find people like us on these digital platforms who are speaking this truth now in these last days, because he is coming back for a bride, not a church. As I said last night, he's coming back for a bride without spot or blemish, not a church without spot or blemish, but a bride without spot or blemish. Hallelujah. Let's continue. And so we see here, as we were talking about, the Gentile converts who were turning to the true Creator, they were to get that information from the synagogues of those who would be reading the words and the writings of Moses. The only topic, circumcision, was what was spoken of here. So let's go down here to where it talks about Constantine's council sought to institute new tolerances for pagan patterns. You see that? Constantine's council sought to institute new tolerances for pagan patterns, an outlaw of the patterns that the Savior lived by and taught. And he had already proclaimed Sunday as the day of rest. This is what Constantine did. Dedicated to, let's go here, to the sun, the S-U-N. And now it came time to syncretize, that is to merge belief systems together into paganism. By not repenting and turning away from the elementary foolishness, it was simpler to just absorb the behavior. Political and religious control is a slippery slope, or a slippery thing. So by keeping the pagan rituals in place, control was maintained with the minimum of effort. This is why we have all these practices in Christianity today. Truth was twisted by the spin doctors, so the opposite of truth became our custom. Rather than make 99% of the people conform to the totally new behavior, it was easier to just exterminate the 1%, those that were following the true way, and put a scriptural spin on the pagan customs. What is the scriptural spin? They call Passover Easter. They gave us Christmas and say that this was the day that the Savior was born. They gave us a new calendar and say that this is the beginning of the year, after the deity Janus, which is where we get January. This is what overwhelmed all our ancestors, being taught these things as young children. Isn't that what happened to us? Isn't that what we was just showing about this maypole? How we were taught that stuff in kindergarten and first grade? How many of us, even our parents, used to say, oh, but we do it for the children. I want my children to have a Christmas like I remember when I was growing up, how my parents gave me Christmas and how we celebrated Christmas. Oh, Christmas was such a wonderful time of the year for our family. It was a time when everybody would come together and we would drink eggnog and everybody would put their presents underneath the green evergreen tree. We'll hang up our stockings over the fireplace, and we would sing all these Christmas carols. We're doing all these chants and all these pagan rituals, and then we say Jesus is the reason for the season. Where do we break this curse? When do we say no more? Enough is enough. I am not going to keep teaching the next generation these rituals. But we don't, because we're all being bombarded with pressures of society telling us, oh, it's Easter. It's all in your face. It's on the commercials on TV. You go into the grocery store, they got it everywhere. You go into the mall, they have it everywhere. It's like soon as one season is done and that holiday is over, they're already putting up the next stuff for the next holiday. They are keeping you in line. And yet all these things are practiced by the Christians. Forget what the heathens are doing and the atheists are doing. They're serving it too. And you still don't see anything wrong with this? Can we not understand that it is that they are also the ones who are perpetuating these pagan practices, the heathens, the atheists? And this is why many of us seem and realize that the church is no different than the world, because you both celebrate the same exact holidays, holy days. Paganism has always been highly skilled at wrapping dissimilar things together, making things appear one way on the surface and making the loosely understood things shrouded in what they call the mysteries of the faith. In order to blend practices into universal Catholic behavior, the real Shabbat, Sabbath, was outlawed, along with Passover and other annual Jewish observances. This was a prophecy revealed to Daniel. In the prophecy, 4 beasts or kingdoms would arise, which are clearly the first one being Babylon, the second one being Media-Persia, the third one being Greece, and the last of the 4 beasts, Rome. We are still in Rome today. This is why I show you guys all the stuff when we talk about in Revelation chapter 17. I show you side by side how she is the mother harlot and how she is riding the beast. And we know who the beast is. The beast is Satan. Satan is the one who propped up the Catholic Church. And the Catholic Church is the one who gave birth to Protestantism, all the different denominations of Christianity. Catholics was the ones that first termed the word Christians. They are Christians. And all of you who don't think you're Catholic, you are also Catholic. You're part of the universal, which is Catholic Church. That's your mother if you don't come out of her. This is the danger of not understanding history. Daniel chapter 7 verse 25, the fourth beast is clearly described. The fourth beast is a fourth kingdom that will appear on earth, aka Rome. It will be different from all the other kingdoms and will devour the whole earth, trampling it down and crushing it. The 10 horns are the 10 kings who will come from this kingdom. The Caesars, the Khazars, the Tsars of Russia, Julius Caesar up to Constantine. After them, another king will arise, different from the earlier ones, Constantine, who fused the sun worshippers with the Nazarene writings, the Hebrew writings, and was not of the family named Caesar. He will subdue 3 kings. He will speak against the Most High and oppress his saints. Oppress the saints of the Most High, the Kadashim, the set apart ones, especially the Hebrew people, especially the melanated people, and try to change and set times and law. Scripture is a pattern for our living in peace, guiding us with its law, the Torah. Many people don't like to hear the Torah. They don't like to read the law. They want to say that that's all legalism. The changing of the set times or seasonal appointments decreed in Deuteronomy chapter 16 and also in Leviticus chapter 23. Those of you who are Nazarene, you know what those are. Those are the 7 feast days. One isn't actually considered a feast, which is the Day of Atonement, but nonetheless, those are the appointed days or the appointed times. Those were wiped out and replaced with pagan observances imposed by Constantine. This is how we got Easter. This is why the world to this very day is celebrating Easter tomorrow. Instead of peace, we have war. The coveting, desiring of power, land, and wealth is ravaging the whole world, and this picture illustrates one of the tiny victims of war. That's what it was here. Let me show you. Did you see this picture here? Little baby sitting in all that debris of war. Doesn't that look kind of familiar to what we see going on in places like Gaza and Damascus and Syria, and places like Beirut in Lebanon, and I'm sure all over Ukraine right now, and in parts of Russia, and in Afghanistan, and in Iraq. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And you don't think that Yahuwah doesn't look upon these little babies and their blood being shed all over this earth? Oh, he's going to deal with this world here very soon. Just like we were talking about last night, the day of forgiveness is going to come to an end. It's going to come to an end. And he's going to deal with all these nations. And when he deals with all these nations, guess who he's going to allow to do it? That's you and me. As it says in the book of Jude, Yehuda. And he shall come with 10,000s of his saints to judge those who do wickedly. Yes, he's going to put it in our hands to destroy all these kingdoms, just like it was in the days when Yahusha, who you know as Joshua, took the children of Israel over the Jordan, and they destroyed Jericho, and they destroyed the other kings in the promised land, and then they set up and erected the kingdom of Israel. The same thing is going to happen again, but on a grander scale. We, his children of the Most High, shall inherit the kingdoms of the earth, and we will subdue it and rule it with a rod of iron. Let us continue. The coveting desire of power of the land and its wealth is ravaging the whole world, the whole earth, and this picture illustrates one of the tiny victims of war. The fruit of the Spirit, when the Torah is lived by, produces love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Aggression produces poverty and death. At Constantine's Nicene Council, he put such fear in some of the visiting elders that the encyclopedia state that many ran for their lives. When they heard the things being discussed, the Edict of Milan, had already outlawed synagogues. It outlawed synagogues. That is the place where the law of Moses was read. But Constantine's council boldly outlawed the Torah, the law, fulfilling the prophecy of Daniel chapter 7, verse 25. Everything that we know went wrong long ago and became a powerful institutionalized beast, and I would add system, just as the writings called it. If there were just a few little traces that were pagan, that would be error. But let's investigate further so we can decide whether or not the steel framework on which we stand has any rivets in any of its girders. There is not one encyclopedia article that does not bring Constantine's picture here, so-called conversion to Christianity, into question. This is supposed to be what Constantine looked like. A sculpture of him. Yet a couple of billion people today are following his edicts, his writings, what he's deemed to be Christian law. He founded Catholicism. Let me say that again. He, Constantine, founded Catholicism, aka Christianity. And there is no dispute about that. No one disputes that Constantine was the one who founded Catholicism or Christianity. The 95 issues that Martin Luther nailed to the door put Reformation into full-blown splendor, beginning with the indulgences being sold to shorten one's stay in purgatory, meaning after a person dies, they would not be in purgatory that long, this land of the either world, neither world. And yet this is what they believed. This is a belief of the pagans, the heathens. You see this in a lot of movies in Hollywood. The seeds of this Reformation began with John Wycliffe's unauthorized translation of the Messianic writings, the New Testament, into English. This is not intended to make Catholicism into a whipping boy, but let's just stop and think for a moment. Does the Creator's religion, or the one that everyone believes was founded by our Good Shepherd, have any popes? No. How about monks? Is there any monks in what the Messiah taught? Or nuns? No. The answer is no. Well, pagans have all these things and always have. The Dalai Lama means highest monk. Has someone monked around with a few things? Nuns were pagan temple prostitutes or virgins who kept watch over sacred fire. That would be strange fire as we know it today. The Zoroastrian ritual, men did this. They wore black, being called dark ones, because their robes became soiled into easily with the soot and ashes of keeping the sacred fires going. These fires were used to sacrifice human lives. Monks also wear red ceremonial robes, symbolic of the fire of the sun. Israel had no one dressed in black or red. Yasharal had no one dressed in black or red. The priests wore white linen. White linen. Try to picture Rabbi Yahusha wearing black. Imagine our Messiah wearing black, family. There were no shaven head monks because such trimmings was specifically forbidden by the Creator in Leviticus chapter 19, most likely because the pagans did it. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out, but people wear black today to funerals because the pagans often burn their dead on raised platforms. You hear that, people? The smoke and ashes soiled their garments, so ashes became a symbol of mourning. You see corpses burning occasionally in movies. The new Star Wars movie ends with the scene where they burn one of their fallen compadres, and Luke Skywalker burned his dead father in the previous episode. You see this in, what's the movie called? Troy. Remember the movie Troy? They would do that. The dead were burned because pagans believed that burying them would defile the earth. Fire, water, winds, and earth were sacred to the pagans. Cremation is very popular still. Holy water is an echo of the pagan belief that the water is sacred. Since the Roman Papa, which is Pope, monks, nuns wearing black, shaving heads into tonsure cuts, burning the dead, playing with holy water, Sunday, and Easter are not in the writings. You hear that? From here, Pope, the monks, the nuns, wearing black, shaving heads, the tonsure cuts, burning the dead, playing with holy water, Sunday, and Easter are not in the writings. Thank you, Jorah. I will do just that. Then it's pretty obvious that we don't need them. We don't need any of the stuff that I have highlighted in the blue. However, if they originated in pagan worship, then what creature can you think of who masquerades as a messenger of righteousness caused mankind to embrace them? Who did this? The definition of science is interesting when you consider what we're exposing here. Science. Learning or study concerned with demonstrable truth. Science is the search for truth based on the Latin scire, to know. To ignore the truth and continue to follow lies would be unthinkable, but even if people never find out the truth, they still participate in pseudoscience, that is false knowledge, untruth. If they stay in error, pretty much the lower floors supporting Christianity as practiced today have been taken away. But now we are going to pause and deal with the real name of the Creator. This is foundational material in a better building. It is not guile, so you will not be beguiled. Don't overlook his name. Now, many of us know, here it is, Proverbs chapter 18, verse 10, the name of Yahuwah is a strong tower. The righteous run to it and are safe. How many of us coming out of Christianity was because of knowing his name? Let me see ones or yes. How many of you came out of Christianity once you knew the name? How many of you came out of Christianity once you knew the name? Look at all of that. Look at that. His name is the strong tower. There is safety in his name. This is why he says, anyone who calls upon the name of Yahuwah shall be delivered or shall be saved. He is the strong tower. And now we have people, because Christians can't see it, and they only cannot see it because Yahuwah hasn't revealed it to them, and they want to get mad at us because we see it. Instead of them humbling themselves and seeking for the truth, they want to fight against the truth, just as they fight against everything else that the Messiah taught. The Messiah says, if you love me, keep my commandments. And the Christians say, well, we don't have to keep the commandments anymore. They've been done away with. And they want to twist Paul's writings and say, look, if you try to live by the law, then the Messiah is useless to you. They're not understanding what Shaul or Paul is stating in that passage. And so they don't want to seek any further, because for them, the convenience of Christianity removes them from the law. And as many of you know what it says in Matthew chapter 7, I believe it's verses 21 and 22, On that day, he shall say to those people who say to him, Lord, Lord, haven't we prophesied in your name? Haven't we cast out demons in your name? Haven't we done many mighty miracles in your name? And he says that he will say, get away from me, you workers of lawlessness. I never knew you. Those who don't want to keep the law, they are lawless, which is where they hide the word lawless with the word iniquity. There's a reason why all of this is coming out right now. As I always share, and as I shared last night, the awakening has already begun. Christianity is still looking for a revival. Christianity has their revival. They've been in their so-called revival. It's the largest religion on the earth. And it all started from Constantine, 325 AD. It's him that gave you Easter, that many of you are going to celebrate tomorrow. We can show you all the proofs where Easter comes from. Ishtar, the Phoenician deity, a fertility goddess nonetheless. You ask any Christian, what does Easter eggs and the Easter bunny have to do with each other? What does that have to do with the messianic belief? And they'll say, oh, it's for the kids. Well, what about the coloring of the eggs? Where did that come from? If you look into it, you'll find out that it has to do with taking the blood of little ones, of babies, and painting the eggs for fertility. How monstrous is that? Why don't you want to look into these things? Why do you run away when someone shows you evidence of the truth and you want to stay in Christianity? The Messiah says, my sheep hear my voice. They will not listen to another. But many of you Christians are listening to another. You're not listening to your Messiah. You think you're listening to your Messiah, but if you were listening to your Messiah, then you would do what your Messiah is telling you to do. And then you give yourself excuses like, well, no one can keep the 613 laws. You're right. None of us do. None of us keep 613 laws. There isn't 613 laws to begin with for any one person to follow. We do like what our Messiah did. That's why he came, not only to be unalive for our transgressions, but also to show us the way. How many times did he tell all these people that was around him? Deny yourself, pick up your stake, not your pagan cross, pick up your walking stick, and follow me. Follow after me. Walk as I am walking. That's what he was telling us. But many of us don't want to walk like the Messiah walked. We want to walk like Constantine. We want to walk after our pastors and our preachers and our teachers. We want to do what they're doing. We want the best seats and everybody to know us in these places called churches. So we click up with other people that believe like we believe. And so we have a form of righteousness that is not righteous. It's sad. But I can show you this over and over again, read it over and over again. And many of you Christians will not, for the life of your own life, look into these things. You would rather just continue to follow because you need a place to come together. And you want to do these things with the Easter bunny. You want to sing your praise and worship. And the Creator says you are not to worship me in this way as the heathens do. harsh reality is that Christianity is not what the Messiah taught. He did not bring us a new religion. He did not bring us a new religion. And you have all these people, 2 billion of them tomorrow, and that's just the ones that call themselves Christians. We're not even talking about the rest of the people who's celebrating this day as pagans and as heathens and as atheists, those who don't believe in anything, but they enjoy the holiday. They're all going to be in agreement tomorrow. You may drive down your street like my neighbor next door. She's got all kinds of little things in her yard about Easter. Her and I have had discussions about all these pagan practices. She's like, oh, yeah, oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I know it. Yeah, I know it's pagan. And yet she says she believes in the Messiah. No, she doesn't. Because if you believe in the Messiah, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't promote that stuff on your lawn. And then when the next holiday comes up, you're promoting some other stuff from the Catholic Church, and you say you're against the Catholic Church, but you're doing all the things that the Catholic Church has told you to do. You're following its calendar. You're following its high days. You're following its holy days, its holidays. And you're teaching it to your children and to your grandchildren. These things ought not be, but yet that's what we find. And so Easter has given us some more traditions of men that Yahuwah did not give us. So let me take you now, after showing you that. Let's go back here to the Word. And again, for those of you who know what today is the first day of the second month, Rosh Chodesh, a new month, a type of Sabbath, a rest day, but you can cook. Still not supposed to go out and buy anything. You're supposed to rest today. Deuteronomy chapter 12. Verse 8. Do not do as we are doing here today, each one doing whatever is right in his own eyes. Notice that. Yes, TLC, you can eat spicy food. We cannot do what we are doing here today, meaning those of us who do not follow the dictates of the laws and the commandments and instructions of Yahuwah. Let us not do that. Because you have not yet entered the rest and in the inheritance which Yahuwah your Elohim is giving you. Are we in the kingdom of Yah yet? No, we're not. We are not in the kingdom of Yah yet. Again, because you have not entered the rest. You have not entered the rest and the inheritance which Yahuwah your Elohim is giving you. We're still waiting to get in. But you shall pass over the Jordan. You shall pass over that portal door and shall dwell in the land which Yahuwah your Elohim is going to give you to inherit. And he shall give you rest from all your enemies round about, and you shall dwell safely. You shall dwell in it safety. So, let's go and read something in Hebrews that says something very similar to this. Chapter 4 of Hebrew, Abrit. Verse 1, therefore, since a promise remains of entering into his rest, Let us fear lest any of you seem to have come short of it. You see that, Christians? Come short of it. It doesn't mean that you have, what is the terminology that they like to use in Christianity? That you have this salvation. I forget, it's not an eternal salvation. It's another word that they use. Somebody probably knows it. For indeed, the great news, that is the Basora, was brought to us as well as to them. But the word which they heard, meaning our ancestors, yes, Manuel, nice to see you here, Aki, once saved, always saved, OSAS, which they have heard did not profit them, not having been mixed with belief in those who heard it. For we who have believed do enter into that rest, as he has said, as I swore in my wrath, if they shall enter into my rest. And yet his works have come into being from the foundation of the world. For somewhere he, meaning Yahuwah, has said thus about the seventh day, that is the Sabbath day. And Elohim rested on the seventh day from all his works. And in this again he said, if they shall enter into my rest. Since then, listen to this, Christians, verse 6, since then it remains for some to enter into it. Into what? Into his rest. And those who formerly received the great news did not enter into it because of disobedience. Disobedience from what? Let me ask you, what did they disobey from? Anyone want to take a gander of that? What did they disobey? What did our ancestors disobey that is speaking of here in the New Testament? Exactly, Kind Conflict. Exactly, Yasun. Exactly, Natzareth, Quentin. Yes, all of you are right. The law, the Torah. They were disobedient to the law. He again defines a certain day, today, saying through Dawid, so much later, as it has been said, today, if you hear his voice. Christians, are you listening? Today, right now, if you are hearing his voice, what I'm sharing with you, and do not harden your hearts, Christians. For if Yahushua, which is Joshua, aka Yahusha, had given them rest, he would not have spoken of another day after that, meaning that they didn't enter, they did not get into the promised land as we know the true promised land that is to come at his second coming. There still is a day of another day after that. So now verse 9, notice this, Christians. Notice this very, very, very much in your heart. Notice this. So there remains a Sabbath keeping for the people of Elohim. How do Christians twist this? How do Christians twist this? Let me show you how they do it in translations. This is why translations are so dangerous, because they get you to see what they want you to see, because they're going to show you from a Gentile's perspective and not from a Hebraic perspective, not from the actual translation of those who spoke Hebrew, who were Hebrew, and who followed the Hebraic way. Notice what it says here in verse 9. The same passage which we just read, where it says, so there remains a Sabbath keeping for the people of Elohim in verse 9, chapter 4. Notice how it remains here. Verse 9, therefore remains a rest for the people of Elohim. Where's the word Sabbath? Where's the word Sabbath? They took it out purposely. The New King James Version took it out purposely. You have to look for it. That word rest there is Shabbat. But you don't see it when you're reading the regular English text. So they removed it from your eyes and from your understanding so that you would not see that you're supposed to keep the Sabbath, which shows you that you are one that is lawless. Yahuwah clearly etched it into stone with his own finger, the fourth commandment, to remember the Sabbath, because in 6 days he created the heavens and the earth, and on the seventh day he rested. And so we are to do the same. That doesn't change. You cannot change what is written in stone. In fact, he says in the new agreement, the new covenant, which the Messiah came to give us, he says, no longer shall you see it that has been written on stone, because he is going to write the law. Where is he going to write the law? Anyone? Where is he going to write the law? What was the new covenant? What did he say he was going to do in the new covenant? Where was he going to write the law? Exactly. How was it that Christianity don't know this? Because we have been blinded by our teachers, and our teachers have been blinded by their teachers. We can go to Hebrews chapter 8, verse 8, and we'll see it right there. Or is it verse 10? Let's go there and look at it. Some of you need to physically see it with your eyes, and I'm going to even show you it here in the New King James Version. Now, you just saw how they erased the word Sabbath there in verse 9 so that you don't even see it with your own eyes. So they're telling you through their translation, you don't have to keep the Sabbath. This is why they can continue to perpetuate the lie, because Jesus is the Lord of the Sabbath. We can make any day the Sabbath. Any day can be Sabbath. The Messiah never taught that. It's your false teachers and preachers that are teaching that. The Messiah never taught that you can make any day Sabbath. He did not teach us that. And that's the danger of having blind guides, which he warned us about. The Messiah warned us about. Notice what it says here. Verse 10. This is chapter 8 of Hebrews. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, says the Lord. Which we know that's not the word. This is how they also blaspheme the Creator, by changing his name and giving us Baal, which is what L-O-R-D means. Notice here, it says nothing about the church. Notice here, it doesn't say anything about the Christians. Notice what it does say. For this is the agreement, the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. You see that, Gentiles? You must become Israel. After those days, says Yahuwah, I will put my laws in their mind and write them on their hearts. That's the same laws that was given to Moses on top of Mount Sinai, that was written on stone. He has now written it in our hearts and in our minds. And I will be their Elohim, their mighty one, and they shall be my people. That's the only way you become his people and he becomes your mighty one, is that you're following his laws from the heart. You can't say you're his people and you're not keeping his commandments. You can't do that. He will not accept you. This is why he's going to say to many of you on that day, Christians, I never knew you. You can say it all you want out of your mouth, saying, oh yeah, I'm not going to say that you're not supposed to follow the laws. I'm not going to say that we're not supposed to be lawless, but you are, because you're not keeping anything that he told you to do. And then the only thing you want to say is, well, you're thinking it's a work-based salvation, that you have to do some work. Hello? What did James, who you call James, Yaqub, what did he say in his letter? What did he say about faith without what? Faith without what? Can someone finish that phrase for me? Faith without Exactly, Victoria. Exactly, Donald. Nice to see you here, Aki. Yes, Mystery Eyes, faith without works is dead. You can't just nitpick and choose what you want to believe because Christianity has taught you a lie. You got to accept it. You must accept it, because if you don't, you're in trouble. We need to destroy the traditions that has been given to us by our ancestors. This is why we're talking about Easter today. This wasn't given to us by the Messiah, and yet look at the Christian church. You're going to have all you women wearing these big old brim hats tomorrow, in your Easter's finest tomorrow, wearing your best suits. Some of you don't go to church until Easter. More people go to services on Easter than any other day throughout the year into these pagan churches called Christianity. And no wonder, because deep down inside, we're all pagans, right? We must come out of it. Come out of her, my people. Do not share in her sins. What sins is she committing? What sins is Christianity committing? By not following the law, because they think the law has been done away with. The law has not been done away with. If there's anyone here right now, if you're sincerely confused, just give me anything that it is that you believe from Christianity that tells you that the law has been done away with. Just give me one. I'll wait and I'll listen, honestly, and we'll look it up together. Just give me one. Where does it say in the New Testament that the law has been done away with, or that we're not to follow the law, or that even gives you an inkling of any notion that we're not supposed to follow the law? Please share it with us. And this is why translations are so important. Because as I showed you here in Hebrews chapter 4, verse 9, notice what it says again. And I need you to see this as we wait for somebody to give us a rebuttal why the law has been done away with. There remains therefore a rest for the people of Elohim. When it should have said, like it says here, Hebrews chapter 4, verse 9. So there remains a Sabbath keeping for the people of Elohim. You see that? That makes a huge difference. To see the word Sabbath instead of the word rest makes a huge difference. This is what's got our people so confused in what the truth is. Let's see what it says in Yah's scriptures. Let me bring up that big old book. I guarantee it's going to say the same thing. Let me move these other scriptures out the way. Let me show you. And I want to thank my Cody Stella for sending me this beautiful book. Let's go to Abraham. I still gotta put some tabs on this bad boy. They don't have this in the same order, so give me a second. Let's see here. They even separate. Okay, here we go. Verse 9. Look at that right there. So there remains a Shabbat keeping for the people of Elohim. Isn't that amazing? But not in the King James Version, not in the New King James Version. Let's see what the King James Version says, because what I showed you earlier where it says there remains a rest for the people of God. Let's see how it says it in the King James Version, in the King Jimmy. Let's see what it says there. Let's see how it says it here. Same thing. Verse 9. There remaineth therefore a rest to the people of Elohim. And you wonder why people don't want to keep the Sabbath. You wonder why they have Sunday as their so-called Sabbath. Andrea, you say, how do I get it as my heart hurts? Can you explain what you say, Andrea, there? You say your heart is hurting because you're getting it? Can you explain, sis? I'd like to understand what you mean. Can you cover the Colossians 2:26, Mark 7, and 1 Corinthians 10 about the Sabbath laws and dietary? Sidestep? Let's do that here. First, let me see what Andrea is saying here. Andrea, you said, he's completely changed my heart. I've lost everyone, brother. Andrea, you're not alone. You're not alone. We are all in the same boat along with you. That's why we meet here, because we're all we got. There is no brick and mortar for us to go to where we can go every Shabbat or every high day and say, welcome, Mishpaka family. You know, to where we can love on each other and support each other and exhort each other and uplift one another. This is the only place we can do that until it's taken away from us. But no, this is why the Messiah said, and he knew that we were going to be in this kind of predicament. I shall not leave you as orphans. I shall come to you. The Comforter, he shall come, and he shall dwell in you. For I shall send him in my name from the Father, and he shall lead you and guide you into all truth. So we have this promise, Andrea, that he shall not leave us. Okay, so let's go into Colossians 2:26. Let's do that one first. In fact, let me write these down real quick before I forget, because I know I will. I know my mind. Mark 7 and Corinthians 10:26. And 2:26, 7:7. Okay, let's start off with Colossians 2:26. This is why we have each other. This is why we don't cut down each other in here. This is why when people come out of Christianity, you need a place to come where you can continue to be fed by Yahuwah's word. Not Brother Jimmy's words, not my words, but by the words that are written in this book. We're going to rightly divide this word of truth because we haven't been taught that in Christianity, They don't want us to be able to feed ourselves. They tell you to feed ourselves. They say, you know what? Go and see if what I'm telling you is the truth. Go back home and read it. They want you to see it the way they see it. So what they do is they plant that seed. So they already got you disarmed because you're already looking up to them as your leader, as your teacher. And then when you go and study, you're going to see what they see because they've already gave you the interpretation from their mind of how you're supposed to see it. And so then when you go and read it, you're going to see what they're saying. Instead of allowing the Creator by his Spirit to open up your understanding to this truth. This is why whatever I share with you here, I say you got to go back and look at it. It should be confirmation for you. You should be seeing what I'm seeing when you're reading. And if you don't see what I see, let us talk about it. Let's come back here and let's discuss it. But it's a one-way street. It's a one-way communication in those churches. You can't raise your hand in the middle of service and say, excuse me, Pastor, but I read that passage that you told us to read last week, and I got something different. No, it don't work like that. First of all, you're not going to front the pastor out in front of the whole congregation. That is a no-no in their book. Even though the scripture in 1 Corinthians chapter 11 says, this is the way you're supposed to have order in the assembly. If one is speaking and another who's off to the side has been given a word, the first one is to be quiet and everyone is supposed to listen to the second one. And they're to judge by what comes out of that person's mouth that is speaking off to the side to see if what they're saying is true or not. But that's not the way the assembly is being ran. No, they're running it like an emperor. They're running it like a CEO of a company. They're running it as everyone else needs to listen to them, and you need to shut up and don't say a dang thing. Just line up and be good old sheep. Just be a baa and don't say nothing else. Colossians 2:26. There is no Colossians 2:26. Oh, 2:16. Okay, thank you. I was about to say there is no 2:26. Let no one therefore judge you in eating or in drinking or in respect of a festival or a new month, which today is Rosh Chodesh, new month, or Shabbat. So right here, what we're being told is how we are to conduct these festival days. They're not telling you, Christians, for those of you who are Christian, that you're not supposed to keep a Sabbath, or you can choose whatever Sabbath day you want, or that you can choose any festival or holiday that you want, like Easter. No, this is talking about what you are doing as has been instructed in the Torah. First of all, where is it talking about when it says judge you in eating or drinking? Well, there's those of you who might be vegetarians and you don't eat solid meat. We're not supposed to judge those who only eat vegetables, and nor are those who only eat vegetables are supposed to judge us who eat solid meat. But there is still an order to what we're allowed to eat and what is not allowed to eat. There's a law. As you all know, pigs is not food. You can call it food, but pig is not to be digested into the human body. Yahuwah says so. We're not supposed to eat vultures. We're not supposed to eat hawks and buzzards and all these other nasty birds. But you can do so if you like, but they are not considered food. And so it's the same thing with the drinking. There are those that don't drink red wine. But we're not supposed to damn those who do drink red wine because you want to drink grape juice. You drink grape juice. Be fine with it. Now, for those of you that are drinking red wine, like I intake red wine, fermented wine, but I should not get drunk. This is why Shaul was telling Timothy, these are the things that you can use to show who can be eligible to be a bishop or a leader of a congregation, or those who are going to be deacon. They can't be given too much wine. Not that they can't drink wine. You can't drink much of it to where you get drunk. Even our Messiah, the very first miracle he did was turn water into wine. It wasn't grape juice. It was fermented wine at the wedding party. Some people like to overlook that. But it's very clear what the Messiah did. But we're not supposed to judge each other according to those things. So it's the same thing here about the festival. What festival are we talking about? Leviticus chapter 23. You had Pesach. So somebody, like some of you would say to me, and you guys know this very well, what do we do on the Pesach? What do we do on the Passover? I say, brother or sister, read the passage, understand it. This is how we keep it. Now, don't let anyone judge you on how you're doing it, telling you, oh no, you have to do this. First, you got to drink the wine first before you take up the matzah cracker, or you got to take the matzah cracker first before you drink the wine, or you got to make sure you have your lamb as well. Don't let no one judge you on how you're keeping it. You're learning about it. You're coming into the understanding of those things that was not with you. It's foreign to you. So you're coming to understand these things. And this is what Shaul was telling the people in Colossae, here in the book of Colossians. They were learning the way. And so it's the same thing about the new month and the Sabbath. You have people who are like, oh, you can't even turn on a light switch on the Sabbath day, because that's doing so-called work. Or tearing up a piece of toilet paper. You got to have those pieces of toilet paper already broken up and put off to the side. That's not in the word. But there's people who do that. That's how they're keeping Sabbath. If that's how that person feels to do the Sabbath, I'm not going to tell them they can't, but I'll let them know. If they ask me, is it in the word? I'll let them know, no, it's not. All these things, as it says in the next verse, these are all shadows of things to come. This is what we do because we're part of the body of the Messiah. We're learning. And so that's what this passage is saying here in Colossians chapter 2, verse 16 and 17. Let's go on to Mark 7:7. So again, before we leave this passage here in Colossians, there are a lot of people who like to say, see, we don't have to keep the Sabbath. That's not what it was saying there. It's talking about how you keep the Sabbath. It's not saying that you don't keep the Sabbath. You're to keep the Sabbath, but how you keep the Sabbath. You learn what it says in the word. Like in Isaiah chapter 58. On Sabbath, this is what you're supposed to do. In fact, let's go there before we go to Mark 7:7. Isaiah 58. Notice what it says here in verse 13. 58 verse 13 in Isaiah, Yashiyahu. If you do turn back your foot from the Sabbath, from doing your pleasure on my set apart day. Notice it's his set apart day. Not doing your pleasures, meaning not doing what you want to do on a Shabbat day. Not watching football on TV. That's what you want to do. Not going out and saying, let's go to the amusement park because I'm off today and it's the Sabbath. No, that's what you want to do. Oh, let's go fishing because today, I'm off and it's the Sabbath. This is a day of rest. You're wanting to go fishing because that's what you want to do. And shall call the Sabbath a delight. You should call the Shabbat a day of delight unto Yahuwah, a set apart day of Yahuwah, esteemed, lifted up. And you shall esteem it, you shall lift it up more than the other days. Not doing your own ways, not finding your own pleasure, not speaking your own words, even your own words. No joking words, no speaking out the way you would normally speak on any other day. No, that day, the Sabbath day, that's the day that you're supposed to uplift Yahuwah. You're supposed to mind what you say. Your mind is supposed to be on him constantly. That's his day. Then you shall delight yourself in Yahuwah, and I shall cause you to ride on the heights of the earth and feed you with the inheritance of Jacob, your father. For the mouth of Yahuwah has spoken. But you see, we haven't been taught that. And so if we put the two and two together, what Shaul says there in Colossians chapter 2, verses 16 and 17, and we read here in Isaiah chapter 58, verses 13 to, 13 and 14, then we understand that let no one judge you in accordance to how you're keeping what you're understanding here. But it's plain and simple, it's clear as day what you can and can't do. Don't do what you want to do on his day. Don't speak what you want to speak on his day. You're supposed to delight in that day in him. And how you keep it on that day, that's up to you. If you want to keep it where you stay in reverence to him and you sing and you praise him and you eat, no one can tell you, well, you have to do this first and then you do this and then you do this and this is how you keep the Sabbath. Don't let no one judge you on how you are performing the Sabbath as long as you're doing these things. There is rules to the Shabbat. But how you go about those rules, that's between you and Yah. Yah is teaching you. His Spirit is going to teach you what is right. And you'll understand it very clearly. Don't add to his word and don't take away from his word. Very simple. Mark chapter 7, verse 7. And in vain do they worship me, teaching as teachings the commandments of men. Exactly. Notice what verse 8 says. Forsaking the commandments of Elohim, you hold fast to the traditions of men. What are these traditions? Like what we're talking about tomorrow. Case in point. You're holding on to the doctrines of men, but you're not keeping the commandments of Elohim. The Messiah, right here, this is what he said. You are to keep the commandments of Elohim, but yet you want to keep the traditions of men, and you say that the tradition or the commandments of Elohim have been done away with. And so you're following the commandments of men, which is Sunday is now the Sabbath. You're following the commandments of men, whereas Easter is a holy day, a holiday, and you're not keeping any of his feast days, any of his appointed days in Leviticus chapter 23. You've changed his name. You're keeping his name as something else when he says that you shall not take his name and make it into nothing. So you change that and say, oh no, he's saying that you can't take his name in vain. It's not what he said. That's what your translators translated and transcribed for you in your book. But if you look at it from the Hebrew, he's saying that you are not to make his name and make it into nothing. And that's exactly what they did by using the ineffable doctrine that you cannot speak his name. You got to put a substitute on his name because so-called his name is too holy to pronounce or too holy to even say off of your dirty lips. So how do we say, save me, Yahuwah? When he says all those who call upon the name of Yahuwah shall be saved. How can you say it if you take on what your doctrines of men, the commandments of men have taught you? Where you can't say the name, you got to call him Lord. You got to use the title God. Don't say Yahusha, say Jesus. Don't call him the Messiah, call him Christ, because that is the translation of Messiah. No, it's not. But since we're dumb and stupid and we don't want to look into these matters, we just say, okay, you're right, Pastor. I won't say it. I'll just call him Lord. (18 and 19). And he said to them, are you also without understanding? Do you not receive or perceive that whatever enters a man from outside is unable to defile him, because it is not, because it does not enter his heart, but his stomach, and is eliminated, thus purging all the foods? Let's continue, sidestep. And he said, what comes out of a man, that defiles a man. And from within, out of the heart of men proceeds evil reasonings, adulteries, whorings, murders, theft, greedy desires, wickednesses, deceit, indecency, an evil eye, blasphemy, pride, foolishness. All these wicked matters come from within and defile a man. This isn't talking about that you can eat whatever you want to eat. That's the way Christianity spins it. And says, oh, it's not what you put into your mouth. You can eat crab. You can eat all those lobsters, the cockroaches of the sea. The Messiah wouldn't tell you to break one of his commandments and tell you to eat lobsters and crabs. This had to do with them not washing their hands. It was a custom of the Talmud teachings, the oracle teachings of the rabbis, that says that you cannot eat anything without the washing of hands. And so they're talking about the tradition of the elders. This is why he had to say this to them. You are teaching things that has been handed down. So here, again, if you put it all together, the Pharisees and the scribes asked him, why do your taught ones not walk according to the tradition of the elders? This is what he's talking about. Not that you can eat anything, but eat bread with unwashed hands. Notice that they weren't eating lobsters. They weren't eating these cockroaches of the sea called shrimp. They were eating breads without washing their hands, which was according to the customs of the elders. And so he, the Messiah, said to them, well did Yashayahu, which is Isaiah, prophesy concerning you hypocrites. As it has been written, this people respect me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. And in vain do they worship me, teaching as the teachings of the commandments of men, forsaking the commandments of Elohim to hold fast to the traditions of men. That was the oral teachings, the Talmud. You see, when a person doesn't understand the Hebraic culture and the Hebraic customs, what was taught by those of the days of old. And of course, sidestep, I know you know I'm not talking to you about this. I appreciate you bringing up these passages, because there are people that are in here that think that this is what some of these passages mean, just like the vision of Peter on top of the house in Acts chapter 10, and said, look, all these things came down on this sheet, and the Creator said, rise up and kill it and eat it, Peter. And there was all these things that he said he never allowed to come to his lips. You know, they use that as a reason to eat whatever they want to eat. They want to eat the oink oink. They want to eat the crab. They want to eat the crab legs. They want to eat the lobster. They want to eat the shrimp. They want to eat the crawdads. They want to eat everything under the sun that the Creator says don't eat, but they're going to eat it anyway because they're just ones that just like to disobey, rebellious at heart. And so it's the same thing here. Your dirty hands is not what defiles you, because you see, the Talmudic teaching is that you had to be clean on the outside. It's kind of like how the Muslims are to this day with the way they practice their rituals before they pray. They go to the bathroom and they would empty out anything that's in their intestines if they have any, and if they have to pee, anything that's in their bladder, they remove it. All the waste, they remove it. Then they wash their hands and they just dab water on the bottom of their feet, and they do a little ritual with their face, acting as if they're washing it, all an act, all ceremonial. And then they get on their magic carpet and they do their prayer 5 times a day. It's the same kind of teachings, the same kind of stuff that these rabbis were doing, these Pharisees and Sadducees were doing, and saying, look, your disciples aren't washing their hands. According to the traditions of the elders, they're supposed to wash their hands before they eat. So let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 26. You're very welcome, sidestep. 1 Corinthians 10:26. For the earth belongs to Yahuwah and all that fills it. Now this is another passage that people like to twist. They say, well, everything. That means all the animals on this earth, you can eat whatever you want to eat, because it's all His and the fullness thereof, in other translations. All he's saying is that all has been created by Him. They all have a purpose. There's a reason why He created the swine, the pig. It was to clean. It was to clean those things, like the ant. The ant was to go and clean things, to get rid of feces and to get rid of cadavers and all this stuff. Everything that Yahuwah has created has a purpose. So the whole earth belongs to Him and the fullness thereof, everything that's within it. But if you want to twist scripture to accommodate what you want to put into your mouth, that you want to call food, you're going against the grain of what the Creator says is considered food. Just because it has 4 legs or multiple legs or 2 legs doesn't mean you can eat it. Is human, are we food? We're not food to anything. But there's people who are cannibals that will. But we're not food. We're not considered food. Like I heard a man say before, if you think you can eat a poisonous frog, you go right on ahead, but that'll be the last frog you'll ever eat, because you're going to die after you eat that frog. That poison in that frog is going to kill you. it will do you in. Yes, Psalms 24, 1 through 3. Let's go there. Talim, Psalm, verse 1 of 24. The Arats belongs to Yahuwah and all that fills it, the world and those who dwell in it. For he has founded it upon the seas, and upon the waters he does establish it. Who does go up into the mountain of Elohim, or who goes up into the kingdom of Yah, the reign of Yahuwah? And who does stand in his set apart place, in his hakal, in his temple? Hallelujah, Yahuwah. We do not allow people, especially preachers and teachers, and you go and tell them, and I guarantee there's so many Christians right now, because again, we've all been there. Many of us that are in here, we used to be ex-Christians. We used to believe, just like many of you Christians that are in here, that are listening to my voice right now, that you can eat anything you want. But you can't. It's just like following all these different holidays. You're not supposed to do it. Jeremiah chapter 10 explicitly talks about the Christmas tree and how you're not to do this as the heathens do. And yet you see Christians doing this and say that they believe in the Messiah, which goes back to what we was just reading in Mark chapter 7. In vain do they worship me. They worship me with their mouth, but their heart is far from me. You say you know him, but you're not doing what he's telling you to do. Your heart is not with him. Your mouth is saying that you know him, but not your heart. Because if you was worshiping him from your heart, you wouldn't do those things that is displeasing to your Messiah. Easter displeases him. Christmas displeases him. Halloween displeases him. All those holidays that you know is nowhere in scripture, those things displease him. I don't care if it's from your own culture because you come from Laos, or you come from Cambodia, or if you come from China, and whatever holidays that they may have over there, all of those things are of the pagans, of the heathens. You don't do those things. When you have been blood bought by the Messiah and he has made you a king and a priest, then you're supposed to do those things that he has called you to do as his king and as his priest. And if you're one of his priests, then you better know his appointed times, just like the priests of old had to know the appointed times. 1 Timothy 4. Let's go there. 1 Timothy 4, 3 and 4. Oh, yes. This is another one they like to use to say you can eat whatever you want to eat. Okay, let's go. Let's break this down. Let's back up first. Let's start from verse 1 and we'll get to verse 4. In fact, you can't even read it to verse 4. You got to go a little further than that. But let's read. But the Ruach, that is the Spirit, distinctly says that in the latter times, or in the last days, some shall fall away. There is your apostasia, from the belief, that is from the obedience, the faith. Paying attention to misleading spirits, the Ruachot, and teachings of demons. So it's letting you know this is the doctrine of demons. This is the learned behavior of demons. Speaking lies and hypocrisy, having been branded on their own conscience, meaning that it is seared into your mind. Like you can't get rid of it. No one can tell you otherwise because Yahuwah has allowed you to be given over to a reprobate mind. Forbidding to marry, saying to abstain from foods. Notice the word foods, which Elohim created to be received with thanksgiving by those who believe and know the truth. Let's back up. First of all, forbidding to marry. There are those like in the Catholic Church that says, oh no, if you're going to be a bishop, you're going to be a cardinal, you're going to be the Pope, you can't be married. Where is that in scripture? Where does he say you can't be married? Is this the reason why we see so much pedo, in the Catholic Church? Because they're refraining them from doing these things, and yet they're burning in their desire to be with a woman, and they can't, so they take advantage of a little boy? The altar boys and the choir boys? Probably so. But notice what it says here about abstaining from foods. The word food gives you the clue right there. First of all, you got to know and define what food is. Again, Yahuwah, Elohim, he did not create pigs to be received with thanksgiving. You cannot say, "Thank you, Abba, for this pig," and then consume it. You can have all the pork chops you want. You can have all the little baby back ribs you want. You can have all the shrimp that you want. You can have all the shrimp cocktails you want. You can have all the king crab legs you want. You can have all those things that you know that the Creator says is not food, and you can thank him for it. And he's going to let you know that's not food. You won't find that anywhere in the law, in the Torah. So what you see here, Shaul, aka Paul, is saying to Timothy, he's saying that there's going to come a time when people are going to say that you have to abstain from foods which Elohim created to be received with thanksgiving. First of all, the foods that we're talking about here, and again, I just shared this earlier, that there are those who say because they're vegetarians, you shouldn't eat red meat. You shouldn't eat that bovine cow. There's people that believe that. Got to be careful. Same thing we was reading in Colossians chapter 2, verse 16 and 17. Let no one judge you in eating and in drinking. But what you're eating, what is considered food, if it has been created by the Creator to be received with thanksgiving by those who believe and know the truth. How do you know what the truth is? You got to know what his word is. The word tells you what is truth. The word tells you what is food, and that it can be received with thanksgiving. Because every creature of Elohim is right, and none is to be rejected if it is received with thanksgiving. Again, what is considered food? For it has been set apart by the word. There it is. What word? What word are we talking about? The Tanakh, the laws and the prophets. You see, it doesn't give you the excuse to eat whatever you want. But that's what Christianity teaches. It's teaching you to break the law. It is teaching you to be lawless. And all it is that the Creator is telling you is, look, I created your body. I know what should be going in your body and what shouldn't be entering into that body. After all, your body is my temple. I dwell in you. If you understand that from a spiritual application, then you must understand from a physical application, you cannot put a pig on the altar, because that is the way that Yahuwah symbolically represents that he is accepting the food from you. That's what you put on the altar. Are you saying that the Creator is going to accept your offering of a swine on his altar? Yahuwah forbid. But that's what you're saying that you're able to do by consuming swine into your body, which is his temple. That would be no different than somebody who wants to do something to their body that you know you're not supposed to do, like smoke nicotine. You're bringing in strange fire into the temple, into the body, into the lungs. He didn't create your lungs to inhale smoke. But you will give yourself an excuse why you can do it. Well, it doesn't say anywhere in Scripture that I can't. Look at his temple. Can they just put anything on the altar? Can they put anything on the altar where you were to bring in the frankincense and the myrrh and the oil and just place it upon there? No, you can't. You have to be careful what you bring before him. It says that anyone who destroys or contaminates the body, the temple of Elohim, Elohim shall destroy them, and your body is his. That lines it up for me. Let us not twist scripture. And so it says in verse 5, for it is set apart by the word of Elohim and prayer. It's very clear, cut and dry. We're not to do those things. Hold on 1 second. Let me send off this quick text message. The Creator said that he was going to bring about in the last days. He was going to do this to test us, to see if we would listen to him or we would follow the lie. And unfortunately, many are following the lie, and only a few are going to find the narrow path that leads to everlasting life. He says, few shall find the truth. That is the unfortunate truth, but it is. And I hope and pray that every last one of you that are in here are those that are seeking that narrow gateway, that narrow passageway, that narrow road that leads to eternal life, because only a few are going to find it. Ghost Winky, you said, how do we pray? Is there a right way to pray? Well, I believe that it is exactly the same way that the Messiah taught us. We can go to Matthew chapter 6. This is one of the ways when you pray, this is how you ought to pray. So he gave us an outline, not saying that you say these words over and over again as if this is the only way to pray, because we know that's not the case. Chapter 6, verse 9 of Matthew. This then is the way you should pray. Our Abba, who is in the heavens, who is in the Shamayim, let your name be set apart. Let your name be Kadash. Let your reign come, your kingdom come. Let your desire or your will be done on Arats, on the earth, as it is in the Shama, in the heaven. Give us today, give us this Yom, our daily bread, Lakam. And forgive us our debts or our transgressions, our sins, as we forgive those who sinned against us or transgressed against us. And do not lead us into trial, but deliver us from the wicked one, because yours is the reign or the kingdom and the power and the esteem forever. So be it. This, nothing wrong with reading this. The Creator gave us this. And yet I believe these are bullet points that he's telling us. When you when you pray to him, bring these matters up. First, you acknowledge him and his name and why he is worthy of the praise. And then you talk of his will, the prophecy of what is to happen, what you want, what you know to come, what you're looking forward to. The expectation that is in all true believers is that his kingdom come and his will be done on earth as it is in the Shama. And then you also ask him as you raise up in the morning, when you palal to him, when you pray to him, give me this day as I open up your word, feed me your word, talk to me, feed me my spiritual nourishment. And then you talk about him forgiving you for what you've done to him as you forgive others of what they've done, which is I was speaking about this yesterday, about true forgiveness. And then we ask Yahuwah to keep us in his hedge of protection. Do not allow the enemy to have his way with us. Do not allow him to sift us as wheat, as he was asking for Kapha, for Peter to do the same. Remember, the Messiah says, Peter, Satan asked for you to sift you as wheat. Abba, do not allow the enemy to sift us as wheat. Keep him far from us, O Yah. Add that into your palal, into your prayer. And then you end it with speaking of what is to come. Again, and all power and authority and honor and esteem belongs to him and him alone. And so that's the way we should palal. We should pray. But are there other ways to pray? Of course there is. Sometimes you pray because you're hurting. Speak to him. Communicate with him. That's what the word palal is. It means to communicate. You communicate with your creator. This is why this is what you don't want to do. And when you pray, do not keep on babbling like the heathens, like the nations, like the pagans do, for they think that they shall be heard for their many words. Have you ever been in some of these church services and they go on and on and on and on, or they'll say it over and over again? They'll say the same word constantly, as if they're stuck on some kind of skipping record. Don't do that. Oh yeah, Varna, the Hail Marys, you do not pray to no one except your Father in heaven. The Son never said, pray to me. He says, this is how you pray. And what did he say right there? Our Father. He didn't say to the Son. The Son taught us how to palal. He says, whatever you do, you pray in my name. You ask of the Father, and he shall give it to you. You haven't asked anything in my name yet, and the Father shall give it unto you. But you do not ever pray to any saint. You don't pray to no Mary. You don't pray to no one but the Father alone, and only to him do you pray. Okay? That is a very dangerous teaching of the Catholic Church. Very dangerous. Yes, Yohanan 14:14. Let's go there. Notice what it says here. If you ask whatever in my name, I shall do it. And if you go back here, notice this here. Truly, truly, I say to you, he who believes in me, the works that he shall do also, and greater works than these he shall do, because I go to my Father. And whatever you ask in my name, that I shall do, in order that the Father might be esteemed in the Son. If you ask whatever in my name, I shall do it. If you love me, you shall guard my commandments. And I shall ask the Father, and he shall give you another helper to stay with you forever, the Spirit of truth, whom the world is unable to receive, because it does not see him or know him. But you know him, for he stays with you and shall be in you. Oh, Varna, you trying to get me to go into something that is very serious about the Trinity, the falseness of the Trinity. Many of us here know that Yahuwah is Yahusha. This is why what Nazareth had me read in John 14:14. You see the same in one individual. And yet many times the Son says, this is how you ought to pray to the Father. But we know in Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6, the Son, the child, his name is also one of the titles of his name. His character would be Everlasting Father. Same being, one person. And yet the Son was teaching us by example. When you palal, you pray to the Father because it's him. He stripped himself of all of his power and authority, which even the Apostle Shaul, the Apostle Paul, understood. And he was saying this in Philippians chapter 3, I believe it is. Or is it 2? 2. For let this mind be in you, which was also in the Messiah Yahusha, who being in the form of Elohim, did not regard equality with Elohim a matter to be grasped, meaning that to be understood. This is why there's so many people pulling hairs trying to figure out, well, wait a minute. When the Son was praying in the Garden of Gethsemane, asking if this cup can be removed from him. He's praying to the Father, not my will, but your will be done. Who was he talking to? He was talking to himself? Yeah. But it's a matter that's hard to grasp. It's hard to understand. Take him at his word when he says he's one. But he emptied himself. Emptied himself of what? His authority, his power, his mighty one ways. He took on the form of a servant. He came to be in the likeness of men. Having been found in the fashion or in the way of this temporal body as a man, he humbled himself and became obedient, like you're supposed to be obedient, like I'm supposed to be obedient. We're supposed to obey unto death, death even of the stake. Yours to say the pagan cross. He is the one. This is why we're told when people get so confused and say, well, you can't say that the Son is the Father and the Father is the Son. Well, wait a minute. If the Son says he is the Father, how can you say he's not the Father? If the book of Isaiah says that the Son is called the everlasting Father, who are you to say that he's not the everlasting Father? There's only one everlasting Father. Everlasting, meaning has no beginning, no end, no genealogy. Kind of sounds similar to Melchizedek, doesn't it? Because he is Melchizedek. He is the Malach Zadok, the teacher of righteousness, the king of righteousness. It is he. There's only one, manifesting himself in all different ways, in multitudes of forms, and you and I cannot grasp it. We can't understand it. That's what makes him the mystery that he is. You cannot understand an infinite being when you are a finite being. To even try to understand that in itself is almost blasphemous to even try to comprehend, because you can't comprehend he who is infinite. No one is like him. No one. And so, like we see this in the book of John. Think about what he's saying here. Chapter 1. No one has ever seen Elohim. Think about that for a minute. No one ever. The Son is saying no one has ever seen him, seen the Creator. No one has ever seen Elohim. If no one has ever seen him, then who was the one that he saw, that Adam saw, in the coolness of the day that he was hiding from when he bit of that fruit? Who was that being? Who was the being that Abraham was speaking to when he was standing in the gap for his nephew Lot, when that person said that he is getting ready to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah? Who was that being? Who was the being that Jacob was wrestling with in the thicket? And he says that he called the place Pinal, which means the face. He saw the face of Al. He saw the face of the Mighty One. Who was that? Who was the one that Masha saw when he says, I am going to cover your eyes and I'm going to walk before you and I shall show you my backside? If no one has ever seen Elohim, then who did he see? Who did Masha, Moses, see? Come on now, put it together for me. Exactly. It was the Son. You can go all throughout the Old Testament. All the prophets, all those who were chosen, every one of them that saw a form of the Creator, who they saw was the brought forth Son, who came from the bosom of the Father. He declared it. No one has ever seen Elohim. You can't see Elohim because Elohim is spirit. Same book. Let's go there. Chapter 4. This is what he told the woman at the well. Right there. Verse 24. Elohim is spirit. And those who worship him need to worship him in spirit and truth. It's the only way. And so this is why it says this in chapter 5, the same thing. He says it again. And the Father who sent me, he bore witness of me. You have neither heard his voice at any time. You never heard his voice, nor have you ever seen his form at any time. You've never seen him. And so if we go forward to John chapter 14, let's go back to that chapter again. Let's start at verse 6 of 14. Yahusha said, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Why does he say through him? Because he is the conduit. He's the only way that you'll ever see the Father. And so this is why he says, if you had known me, you would have known my Father too. From now on, you know him, you know the Father, and you have seen the Father. You've seen him. So then Philip asked the crazy question, right? Philip asked the crazy question. Philip said to him, Master, show us the Father, so that it is enough for us. And Yahusha said to him, have I been with you so long, and you have not known me, Philip? He who has seen me has seen the Father. And how do you say, show us the Father? So, hold up. Varna, my sister, how do you expect to see the Father when I just told you earlier, right? I'm not saying you're saying this to me. I'm just using this as a play on what I'm saying here. Varna, you're saying, show us the understanding of the Trinity. Explain the false Trinity. Here it is, the Messiah, the Son, is saying, look, I already told you, no one has ever seen Elohim. You've never seen his form. In fact, you've never even heard his voice. You've never heard his voice. You've never seen his form. No one has ever seen the Father. But if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. So how do you expect me to show you the Father when you're looking at him? That's what the Son is saying here. And you have people that are going out here, even on TikTok, even some people that I follow, and they're saying, oh, I can't believe you guys are over here teaching this blasphemy that the Son is the Father and that the Father is the Son. Oh, I know, Varna. I know. That's why I'm just saying this as play on. I'm just playing on. Just play along with me. That's why I just said Varna. I'm not saying that you're saying these things. You're the one who had me starting to talk about this, so that's why I brought your name up, that's all. But I'm not saying that you believe that. And so, again, and some of these people, trust me, like my brother Ronald, Truth Unedited, Yahuwah hasn't revealed this to him. I remember when Ronald started Truth Unedited many years ago, and he was still calling him Jesus. I've seen the growth in this brother. I've seen Yahuwah grow in his walk, in this amunah, in this faith. Yahuwah's not done with him yet. His understanding right now was that the Father and the Son are separate beings. Okay? That goes contrary to everything that it speaks of in Scripture. But Yahuwah has to manifest himself. He has to reveal that to all of us. I don't speak bad about my brother Ronald. He's done a great service, and I know Yahuwah is using him tremendously to open up the eyes of many Christian brothers and sisters out there. This process that we're all going through doesn't happen overnight. It's just not like soon as you come to believe that you have all the doctrines down. It doesn't work like that. He takes us through these things and he shows us little by little. And when we're ready, he'll show us a little bit more of himself. And then we go down and we're going to have some falsities of our doctrines. And then when he's ready, he shows a little bit more of himself. This is what he does. That's right, Kylie, follower of the way. Doubting Thomas, as I was sharing the other night, he says, I'm not going to believe that he came back from the grave unless I put my finger in those hands where he was pierced and I put my hand in his side. And when the Mashiach showed himself to Thomas, the one that people like to call Doubting Thomas, the Messiah, come here, give me your hand. Put your finger in my hands and put your hand in my side. And he was just like, flabbergasted. What? My Elohim. My Elohim. We take these things little by little. We learn little at a time. But know that we are to follow the example of the Messiah. Only Yahuwah can literally strip himself, put himself in a body, come down as a mere mortal, and say, look, I'm here to do my Father's will. And yet the whole time he's outside that body, being he who he is, he's the one. He's the one. What is your question, Hebrews View and New World News? What is your question? Aliyah, that is beautiful. Thank you, Aki Ali. I will stand up, Ak. Where's my other flip-flop here? Let's see what her question is. Hebrew Views, what is your question? Yes, Irie, I am. Thank you. I'm standing up right now, letting some of this blood flow. Thank you, Jorah. Hi, Kylie, my young sister in the Amunah. Stretch, you say, so when Yahuwah returns, he will return as Yahusha. That's right. That's right, because you'll never see the Father. You can't see Father. He's spirit. Kim, we uploaded to the link tree our Cody Nazareth. She does that. You can get it from our link tree. It's on the internet. Thank you, Aki Manuel. I just got your text message here. Let me see. Will we see Abba Yah in heaven? No, Riketa, you can never see Abba. You will never see Abba. The only way you see Abba is through the Son. Hebrew Views, I thought you had a question. Are you going to bring up the question or did I miss it? Yes, he did. Yes, Stretch, he showed himself to Abraham. All praises is to the Most High Yahuwah Varna, for he's the one who's taking us through this journey. He's the one that reveals all these things. So to answer, I forget who it was that said, so Yahuwah will be coming back as Yahusha. Yes, he's the one who's coming again. Notice it says here, Revelation chapter 1, verse 7. See, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye shall see him. See him. Notice that. Every eye shall see him. If every eye shall see him, and he says that no one has ever seen the Father at any time, this got to be the Son. Even they who pierced him, now it's telling you who he is. Who got pierced? It was the physical body known as the Son. And all the tribes of the earth shall mourn because of him. Not some, but all the earth shall mourn because of him. And then he goes on and says, look, I am the Aleph and the Tav, beginning and end, says Yahuwah, who is and who was and who is to come. That's the second coming, the Almighty. Yes, thank you, Kylie. I will remember to eat and drink. So to answer your question, yes, it is the Son, Yahusha. Just as he left, remember when they were looking for him, when he went up in Acts chapter 1, and the messengers, the angels said, you men of Galilee, why are you gazing up into the heavens? Let's read that. Let's go to Acts. Let's look at that. Let me bring this here. Verse 10. And as they were gazing into the heaven, as he went up, see, two men stood by them dressed in white, who said, Men of Galilee, why do you stand looking up into the heaven? The same Yahusha who was taken up from you into Shama, into heaven, shall come in the same way as you saw him go into the heaven. You see? That will be the second coming. He will be the one who will once again manifest. He shall descend from the heavens, just like what we just read in Revelation chapter 1. And all eyes shall see him. This is the same question that the Talmudim, that the disciples asked in Matthew chapter 24. What did they say? Verse 3. And as he sat on the Mount of Olives, as the Messiah sat on the Mount of Olives, the taught ones, the Talmudim, came to him separately, saying, Say to us, when shall this be? Notice the next part of this. And what is the sign of your coming? The sign of your coming and of the end of the age. And so remember what he says here. Verse 23, if anyone then says to you, look, here is the Messiah, or there, do not believe. For false messiahs and false prophets shall arise, and they shall show you great signs and wonders. Notice that. They shall show you great signs and wonders. They're going to show you miracles, so as to lead astray, if possible, if, the big word, if possible, even the chosen ones, or the very elect in some of your translations. See, I have forewarned you. I've told you ahead of time. So if they say to you, look, he is in the desert, do not go out. Or look, he is in the inner rooms, do not believe. For as the lightning comes from the east and shines to the west, so also shall the coming of the Son of Adam be. That's how he's coming. Just like when lightning strikes. You look outside and you see a lightning storm. You ever seen a lightning storm where just the light is just on one side of the earth or the one side of the sky? Nope. Even though you might see the actual bolt of lightning on one side, but it's shining the whole sky. Everywhere is lit up because of that one lightning bolt. It's going to be the same way when he comes. the same way when he comes. Hallelujah. Anyone else? Anyone has anything that they want to share? Lisa, what about the Spirit? The coming of the son of Adam. The word Adam is where we get the word man. In English, we use the word man. But everywhere where you see the word man in the original Hebrew writings, you would see the word Adam. So instead of saying the son of man, it says the son of Adam in this translation. Are women permitted to teach? Yes, Riquetta, yes, women are permitted to teach. They are not to be pastors, though. Little Kylie, so funny. What is spirit? Okay, Nina. Spirit is just like the wind. That's what the Messiah said. It's just like the wind. You don't know where it's going, and you don't know where it's coming from. In fact, let's go there. John chapter 3, verse 8. The wind blows where it wishes, and you hear the sound of it, but you do not know where it comes from and where it goes. So is everyone who has been born of the spirit of the Ruach. The Ruach, the word Ruach, is like saying breath or wind. That's what a spirit is. It's like breath or wind. It's an intangible substance, yet is ever present. You see, the Ruach, Yahuwah's Ruach, not ours. Ours has a finite geographical location. It's dwelling in this body, right? But the Ruach is different. His spirit indwells everything that is everything. It's everywhere. Let me show you here. I've shared this before. Let's go to 2 Chronicles. 2 Chronicles chapter, let me get the 2 Chronicles first. 2 Chronicles, I can't remember, I think one's chapter 6, is it? I think it's chapter 6. Yes, chapter 6. Hebrews view, you say, I'm looking for the passage when Yahuwah said to use the sun for finding the new year. I'm looking for the passage when Yahuwah said to use the sun for finding the new year. Well, we know that to be in the book of Enoch and also in the book of Jubilees. I'll show you that here in a minute. But let me show you what it says here about the Ruach, about the spirit, Nina. 2 Chronicles chapter 6, verse 18. For it is true, Elohim dwells with men on the arats, on the earth. See, the heavens, the Shamayim, and the Shamayim, or the heavens of the heavens, are unable to contain you. How much less this house which I have built. Notice how it's pluralized in all of this that says the heavens and the heavens of the heavens are unable to contain you. You see that? There is no place that his spirit is not. He is everywhere. The spirit, the Ruach of Yahuwah, is unlimited. It's unlimited. In the book of Psalms in Talim, one of you might have to help me find it. Akodi Nazareth, maybe you know, you're kind of quick with the keyboard. Where does it say that even if I go up to the heights of the heavens, you are there. If I go down to the deepest depths of Sheol, you are there also. There's no place where your spirit is not. Where is that? Explain women are to be quiet. Deborah and Esther were women leaders. Riketta, I will here in a second. Yes, Nick pretty much answered that for you if you see that there, Riketta. Is that in Psalms 118? That might be where it is. Let's see. I got Psalms 89 as well. Let's see. 118. Let me look at 118 first. No, it's not 118. 139. Let's go to 139. 139. Yep. There it is. Thank you, Aki. Thank you, Aki Manuel. Yep, I see all of y'all are finding it. Thank you, Natzareth. I appreciate you. Notice what it says here about the Ruach. Verse 7. This is, I have it underlined. I always forget this passage for some reason. It's not ingrained into my brain yet. Ingrained in the membrane, right? Okay, Psalms 139. Starting at verse 7. Where would I go from your Ruach? Notice that. Notice what it says here. Where would I go from your Ruach? Or where would I flee from your face? If I go up into the Shamayim, into the heavens, you are there. His spirit is there. If I make my bed in Sheol, see, you are there. So think about that. You think of the highest of the heights of the heavens to the lowest depths of Sheol. His spirit is there. Where would I go from your spirit is what the question is. Where can I hide from you? Pretty much is what King Dawood is saying. Where can I go? Where can I flee where your spirit is not dwelling there? This is another reason that the Christian doctrine of the so-called pre-tribulation rapture, where they say he who now contains or restrains until he is taken out of the way, then the man of sin shall be revealed. And the Christian circles like to teach that that is the spirit that is dwelling in the hearts of the believers shall be taken from the earth. Not according to this scripture, it's not. Not according to this scripture, his spirit never leaves. There's no place. He's not going to remove his spirit from the earth. That is impossible. It is totally impossible. Oh, JJ, you say you want me to read that whole chapter? Let me read it. Chapter 139. Oh, Yahuwah, you have searched me and know me. You know my sitting down and my rising up. You understand my thought from afar. You sift my path and my lying down and know well all my ways. For there is not a word on my tongue, but see, O Yahuwah, you know it all. You have closed me in, and behind and before, and laid your hand upon me. Knowledge too wondrous for me. It is high. I am unable to reach it. Where would I go from your Ruach? Or where would I flee from your face? If I go up into the Shamayim, you are there. If I make my bed in Sheol, see, you are there. I take the wings of the morning. I dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea. There too your hand would lead me, and your right hand hold me. If I say darkness shall cover me, the night would be light to me. Even darkness is not dark for you, but night shines as the day. As is darkness, so is light. For you possessed my kidneys. You have covered me in my mother's womb. I give thanks to you, for I am awesomely and wondrously made. Wondrous are your works, and my being, my soul knows it well. My bones were not concealed from you. When I was shaped in a hidden place, knit together in the depths of the earth, your eyes saw my unformed body. And in your book, all of them were written, the days they were formed, while none was among them. And how precious are your thoughts to me, O Mighty! How great has been the sum of them. If I should count them, they would be more than the sand. When I wake up, I am still with you. Oh, that you would kill or unalive the wrong, O Alua. Depart from me, therefore, men of bloodshed. They speak against you wickedly. Bring your enemies to nothing. O Yahuwah, do I not hate them who hate you? And do I not loathe those who rise up against you? With a complete hatred I hate them. They have become my enemies. Search me, O Mighty, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts, and see if an idolatrous way is in me, and lead me in the way everlasting, or to say, in the way of everlasting. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So as far as Riketta, you were saying about women and them being silent and how they are to teach, or if they're able to teach, and why are they told to be silent when they're in an assembly? There was a problem amongst those in the Corinth assembly. When Shaul wrote this to the people that were in Corinth, how some of their women were acting up. I believe it was in Corinth. Isn't that where it is that we find this in 1 Corinthians? Okay, I do not permit a woman to teach. No, that was in Timothy, wasn't it? Okay, chapter 2. 1 Timothy chapter 2. Likewise, that women dress themselves becomingly, with decency and sensibleness, not with braided hair or gold or pearls or costly garments, but with righteous works, which is becoming for a woman undertaking worship of Elohim. Let a woman learn in silence in all subjection, but I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man, rather to be in silence. And then he says, why? Because Adam was formed first, then Kahua, that is Eve. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman, having been deceived, fell into transgression. But she shall be saved in childbearing if they continue in belief, in obedience, and love, and set apartness with sensibleness. Now, it doesn't mean that a woman has to have children to be saved. We know that not to be the case. Here, Shaul was giving his apprentice Timothy, his young student, some rules that was going to help him in leading an assembly. And so it's not that a woman cannot teach. We know that women are to teach other women how to be chaste, how to be homemakers, and how they are to teach younger women how to love their husbands and to teach their children in the way they should go. Do you know that the first teacher of all of us is our mother? That's the way it's supposed to be. The mother is supposed to teach the children. And once the men, the young boys, become of age, that's where it splits. The boys would go to the dad, and the dad would teach them his ways. And the young daughters, they would stick around with the mom, so they would know how to cook and how to clean and how to take care of the castle, right, if you will. But today, because of the feminist movement and to destroy the home, and to destroy the home unit, the family unit, now both parents are working and the children are left to the dogs. And unfortunately, And this goes both ways. And I want you guys, and again, I don't want any of you sisters to take this the wrong way, because of course we live in a totally different time now. It's really messed up a lot of things, but I want you to look at it this way. I did a study on this many years ago, where if it would have been the way that Yahuwah wanted it to be, that the men were out there working, not to have a career. You see, the world has changed what it means to have a position in this society. Okay? They've made it to where people are wanting to be something in this world, hence a career. And that if you don't have a career, then you're not meeting your expectation of your purpose. And so the women felt like they were being left out. It's like all the men are getting the accolades while the woman is over here at home, just popping out babies, and she's at home just cooking and slaving for her husband while he's out there getting all the accolades, and everybody knows his name, and he's out there, making moves in the world, right? Making the woman feels like as if she is less than. But she is not less than. She's a very vital and crucial part of the family unit that has been taken from the woman. And not only taken from the women, it's taken from the man, her husband, and from the children. Because now we have where both want careers, both want to have something that they can, boast about. Oh, what do you do? Oh, I'm a lawyer. Oh, what do you? I'm a policeman. Oh, I'm a lawyer. Oh, I'm a doctor. It's no longer to have this family unit, what Yahuwah has created. Satan has given us this worldly system where everyone feels like they have to have their purpose in the world. And I get it. I get it. All of you guys get that. You guys know what I'm talking about. But it has come at the sacrificing of the next generation. The kids are going to a daycare where they're being taught everything but the right way. Or the kids are in the public school system or even the private system. They're being taught that the world is round. They're being taught that the 10 Commandments don't need to follow. You can be, you can change your gender. You can do this. You can do that. You can be whatever you want to be except for what Yahuwah has created you to be. Do you know there would be less crime if the men can be what men were created to be so that they can go out there and work? Now, granted, there are certain jobs that a woman needs to do. Like, I personally believe there should be no OBGYN dude doing that, looking at a woman's thing. That should be a woman's job. Okay? There is no place for a man in that line of work. That should be a woman doing that. No man, I don't care if he's celibate, I don't care if he is married, it doesn't matter. There is no excuse for a man looking at a woman private part other than his wife. We wouldn't have these problems if we did it according to scripture. We wouldn't have these people, a whole bunch of our sons, going out, breaking and entering into other people's homes, or we have people that are strung out on drugs, or we got a whole bunch of homeless people, most of them men, because they can't find a good enough of a job because women have taken up the workforce. There should be no women police officers. There should be no women in the military fighting in the front line. Not that they can't be in the military, but they shouldn't be in the front lines. I think all women should be nurses if there's going to be a job for a woman. That's just me. That's just my understanding. There is places for women to work. There is places for men to work, but they should not be switching those roles. So now you have women who are trying to be men, and you have men who are trying to be women. It don't work. It never worked. Exactly, Sean. Nice to see you here, by the way, Aki. Been a minute. And everyone who's judges, Sean, let's take it to the next level, Sean. All those who are supposed to be judges, they're supposed to judge according to the book, according to the word, not the Black Law Dictionary, not according to corporate America, not according to the straw man, not according to all this that we see that's going on now. Yes, happy first day. Rosh Kadash to you, Ak. And so there are places that Yahuwah has given us the understanding. This is the way it's supposed to be. Yes, Aliyah, you can date outside of your race. What you see in scripture, where Yahuwah says to the children of Yasharal, you are not to take from amongst the heathens for your sons a wife, or vice versa. It wasn't because of the color of their skin. It wasn't because of them, being in a certain area or location in the world. It had to be with their mindset and who they followed. They didn't know Yahuwah. I'll give you an example. Hagar. Was she an Israelite? Aliyah, was she an Israelite? Exactly. Why was it permitted for Abraham to take his wife's maidservant, lay with her, and bring about Yashma'al, Ishmael? That's right, y'all saved. She was a Mitzrayite. She was an Egyptian. But her understanding, if you go back in Genesis and you read, she was a follower of Yahuwah. When she prayed, when Sarah told Abraham, I do not want my son being raised up with Yashma'al. You are to send him away with his mother. And it broke Abraham's heart. And Yahuwah told Abraham, listen to your wife Sarah. Send Yashma'al and Hagar away. Don't worry, I will take care of them. And what happened when they left Abraham's house? And Abraham, it must have broke his heart, man, to put food and water into the hand of his son and his mother and say, go, you have to leave. You can't stay here. They walked away. Don't know where they're going. They're going into the wilderness, out in the desert. And they was out there for some days, if not some weeks. And Hagar heard Yashma'al crying and hurting because of starvation, and he was thirsty. And Hagar left him in one spot, and she went to another area because she couldn't bear hearing the voice of her son aching in pain of hunger. And what did she do? She didn't cry out to some other deity. She cried out to Yahuwah. And what happened? Yahuwah revealed himself, didn't he, to her? Another place where Yahuwah showed himself to a mere mortal. And he showed himself to Hagar. And he took care of her and her son. And so, yes, we can marry outside of our ethnicity as long, here's the key here, as long, Aliyah, as they believe as you believe. You do not get into a relationship with somebody who's an atheist. I'll even go as far as to say a Christian, because if you follow someone who's a Christian, there's brothers and sisters here right now that can tell you, don't make that mistake. Because some of our brothers and sisters' eyes right now, they see the truth, and their Christian wife or their Christian husband don't see it. And now they're literally in the verge of getting divorced. And some of them, thanks to Yahuwah, has softened the hearts of their spouse. And now they're looking into this and saying, just give me some time, honey. Give me some time, baby. Let Yahuwah open my eyes to what you have come to understand. But that's how serious this walk is. This is why the Messiah says that I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. He says that the enemies of a man would be of his own household, and that's for women too. Because when you come to know this truth, because you don't want to do Christmas anymore, you don't want to do Thanksgiving anymore, and your family wants to do these holidays, and you say, I'm not doing those things because it's against my belief. Guess what happens? Oh, your wife or your husband's going to be mad at you. And the next thing you know, you guys are literally at each other's throats yelling at one another. This is exactly what the Messiah was talking about. His word is going to cause a division. That's right. Varna, I'll say this much. I've been in this truth since 2009. And of course, I didn't know all the things that I know today, and I'm still learning. But my eyes was open. It started to open. The scales came off of my heart. And it was another man while I was in prison. I was in the federal penitentiary. Long story short, he asked me the question when I was doing a inmate Bible study in the chapel. And at the end of my so-called Bible study, I opened it up for comments and questions. And this one brother who had just been transferred from another prison asked me if we keep the law. And I answered like a good old Christian. Come on, man. We're not going back into the law. We've been freed from the law. What are you talking about, brother? We don't, the law has been done away with. I belittled him in front of other convicts, other inmates, and that's a no-no in prison. Do you know this brother just took it smiling? And after the service, he came up to me and he says, I got something I want you to read, brother. You got to promise me you'll read it. I said, all right, I'll read it. I didn't even know what Yahuwah was getting ready to do with me. The next day, this brother hands me this book right here. The one that I was reading from earlier. This one. This one right here. Let me show you the front page of it. See if I can get this thing to go all the way up. It's called Fossilized Customs, this book right here. This is the book he gave me in my hand. Now, I don't agree with everything that's in this book. But this book opened my eyes to keeping the Sabbath. This book opened my eyes to keeping the law. This book started me on this journey where I am now talking to all of you. There was people planting seeds throughout my life while I was in Christianity, not even knowing it. You know how the word says, one plants a seed, another one waters, but it's Yah who gives the increase. That's exactly what happened with me. Hold on, I'm gonna bring you guys out here. I gotta see if my garden is not working properly. Oh yeah. What's going on here? Oh, look at all that water. What is going on? Let me go turn this off. There's something going on with my system. Close that off. Say hi to everyone, Raphael. Say hi. What you doing, Onyx? You want to say hi to Raphael too? Say hi to Raphael, Onyx. Say hi to Raphael. Oh, Sheebs. Come on, inside. Okay. Let me move this out the way before I step on it. Let me get this. But yeah, that's how I came into the truth, Verna, back in 2009. And it was right around the time of the fall festivals during the Feast of Sukkot. Oh yeah, Aki Al, he's over there getting him some heat. You know, them cold-blooded reptiles. Yes, he is. Eve, how do you say that? Eve duplicable. I don't know. I know I messed your name up. Mishpaka equals marked. No, Mishpaka equals family in Hebrew. How old is the turtle? Oh, he's got to be. Raphael's probably. Well, he's older than my pit, than Onyx, so he's got to be about 7, 8 years old, maybe. We had him since he was little baby. Please explain. Well, we don't call it hell. It's actually called the lake of fire. It is an eternal place. It is the place where those who shall not have eternal life dwell. It is where the non-believers, the disobedient, the lawless, all of them will be going there. A place of outer darkness where there is wailing and gnashing of teeth. Yes, it is a very physical location. It's a physical place. When you read the book of Revelation, chapter 20, in fact, chapter 19, right before chapter 20, it talks about the anti-Messiah, how he was snatched up, he was seized, and with him the false prophet who worked signs in his presence, by which he led astray those who received the mark of the beast and those who worshipped his image. The two were thrown alive into the lake of fire burning with sulfur. You see that's physical, don't you? And then it talks about how at the end of the 1,000 years, verse 10, chapter 20, verse 10, and the devil who led them astray was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur, where the beast and the false prophet are. And they shall be tortured day and night forever and ever. Anyone who tells you that the lake of fire is not an eternal place, don't believe them. It's an eternal location. And so it says the same thing here. Verse 12, chapter 20, and I saw the dead, small and great, standing before the throne. Books were open, and another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged from what is written in the books, according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead who were in it, and death and Sheol, that is the grave, gave up the dead who were in them. And they were judged, each one according to their works. I hope that hits home for some of you. Faith without works is dead. So there's some works that we're going to be judged by. And death and Sheol were thrown into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And if anyone was not found written in the book of life, he or she was thrown into the lake of fire. It's a physical place. The Messiah, he taught about the lake of fire. What does it say here? Chapter 5. And if your right eye, verse 29, causes you to stumble, pluck it out and throw it away from you. For it is better for you that one of your members perish than for your entire body to be thrown into Gehinnom, that's the lake of fire. And if your right hand causes you to stumble, cut it off and throw it away from you. For it is better for you that one of your members perish than for your entire body to be thrown into Gehenna, again, the lake of fire. It's a physical location. Very serious. That is a very serious location to be. Sidestep, you say, wait, so only the dead will be judged? If we repent daily, will we be judged as well? So here's the thing. Not all works, Louis, is obedience. You know, there's some evil works, and we know that's not obedience, right? That's being disobedient. They're going to be judged by their works. Their works is not the same works that we're talking about, where we talk about faith without works is dead. Obedience is to the law, but there are works, evil works that shall be done, that they shall be judged by those works that they've done that has been written in their books. But going back to those that are the ones who will be judged, we shall all be judged. The difference is, if you appear before the second resurrection, you don't want to be a part of the second resurrection. Now, not everyone who is part of the second resurrection is going into the lake of fire. But you don't want to be in the second resurrection. You have a choice right now, with breath in your lungs, to be part of the first resurrection. Everyone who is part of the first resurrection, the lake of fire has no power over you. You don't have to worry about the second. You don't have to worry about the second death. The second death is the lake of fire, and it's not what the word death means. When we think of the word death, we think of just being done. You're just kaput. You know, you're burned up. You don't exist. But that is contrary to the understanding of the word death. The word death is not to be in the presence of Yahuwah, where he will give us life and life more abundantly. That's what he came to give us, was life, and that more abundantly, life more abundantly. And so everyone who is part of the first resurrection, we don't have to worry about the second death. But as far as being judged, oh yeah, we'll be judged. Let me show you the last trumpet, aka the seventh trumpet, what it says there. Chapter 11. And the seventh messenger sounded, that is the seventh angel sounded, that is the seventh trumpet, aka the last trumpet. And there came to be loud voices in the heaven saying, the kingdom or the reign of this world has become the reign or the kingdom of our master and of his Messiah, and he shall reign forever and ever. And the 24 elders sitting before Elohim on their thrones fell on their faces and worshipped Elohim, saying, we give you thanks, O Yahuwah Al Shaddai, that is the Almighty, the one who is and who was and who is coming, that is the second coming. Because you have taken your great power and reigned, and the nations were enraged, and your wrath has come, and the time of the dead to be judged. There's the word judged, and to give the reward to your servants, the prophets. This is when we're being judged. And to the set apart ones, that is to the saints. This is when we're judged. And to those who fear your name, small and great, to destroy those who destroy the earth. So this is what we call the first resurrection. Let's show you when that first resurrection happens. Let's go to chapter 20. Chapter 20 says, this is immediately after the tribulation of those days. Verse 4, chapter 20. And I saw thrones, and they who sat on them, and judgment was given to them. You see? We had our judgment. Now judgment is given to us. Now we get to judge the world. We get to judge the angels. Okay? And the lives of those who had been beheaded. Who are those that get beheaded? Those are the believers. Because of the witness, the testimony they bore to Yahusha, the Messiah, and because of the word of Elohim, that is the Old Testament, and who did not worship the beast nor his image, and did not receive his mark upon their foreheads or upon their hands, and they lived and reigned with the Messiah for 1,000 years. That's the seventh day. A day is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is a day. This is the seventh millennium. And the rest of the dead, notice that, and the rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended. This is the first resurrection. Baruch and set apart is the one having part of the first resurrection. The second death possesses no authority or power over these, but they shall be priests of Elohim and the Messiah, and shall reign with him 1,000 years. So this one here, when the dead were brought up from the grave, it says, and the dead who were in it, death and Sheol gave up the dead who were in them. This is the second resurrection. And they were judged, each one according to his or her works, meaning what they did, be it righteousness or be it unrighteousness. This is the works that is talking about here. That's why I brought that up, Louis, about those who were saying that we don't have to keep the law, because they like to say, oh, yours is a works-based salvation. Well, James says faith without works is dead. You can't have salvation and not have works along with your faith. But this here is talking about those who may be doing works that is going to bring condemnation to them, or those who are doing works that's going to bring them righteousness to them, and they will have everlasting life. So if their names are not found written in the book of life, they're going to be thrown into this lake of fire. So this is why I'm saying everyone who takes part in this first resurrection, they don't have to worry. They all got eternal life. But those who are part of the second resurrection, some are going to have eternal life and some are going to have eternal damnation. And this is what it talks about in the book of Daniel, chapter 12. Let's go there. Let's go to Daniel, chapter 12. What does it say there? Just read it from the beginning. 12:1. And now at that time, Michael, that is the archangel Michael, shall stand up, the great head or the great prince, who is standing over the sons of your people, that is of Yasharal. And there shall be a time of distress, that's the great tribulation, such as never was since there was a nation until that time. This is the same thing that the Messiah said in Matthew 24:21. Let's hold our spot there and we'll come back. So you can see that it's talking about the same moment in time. 24:21. For then there shall be great distress. Your translation may say great tribulation. For such has not been since the beginning of the world until this time, no, nor ever shall be. This is talking about the great tribulation. Same thing here. And there shall be great time of distress, great time of tribulation, such as never was since there was a nation until that time. And at that time, your people shall be delivered. That is at the end of this time, at the end of the tribulation of those days, everyone who was found written in the book. What book? The Lamb's book of life. And many of those who sleep in the dust, this is the first resurrection of the earth, will wake up, some to everlasting life, that's the first resurrection, and some to reproaches and everlasting abhorrence, that is the second resurrection. And those who have insight shall shine like the brightness of the expanse, like the heavens, and those who lead many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. And so we see, for those of us who believe and who hold on to this faith and know what the truth is, we know on that day that we shall become immortal. We shall no longer have to worry about corruption. And this is what we read in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, what they like to call the pre-tribulation rapture. There is no such thing as pre-tribulation rapture. And so it says this here. Oh, thank you, JJ. I am eating the food that is the food of all foods, the bread of life. But thank you. I will eat here in a minute. Know what it says here. Verse 51, chapter 15 of 1 Corinthians. See, I speak a secret, a mystery to you. We shall not all sleep, that is, not all die, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye. We shall change in a twinkling of an eye at the last trumpet. We just read the last trumpet. The last trumpet was the seventh trumpet in Revelation chapter 11. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible. Notice the word, incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible, this body that we have right now, has to put on incorruption. And this mortal body that we have right now, put on immortality. And this corruptible has put on incorruption, and this mortal has put on immortality. Then shall come to be the word that has been written. Death is swallowed up in overcoming. Yours may say victory. O death, where is your sting? O Sheol, O grave, where is your overcoming? This is why we look forward to this day. We look forward to the day when we will be putting on incorruption. And it's getting close, family. Mishpaka. Our day is near. We got to go through some darkness. We got to go through some pain. We got to go through some heartache. But in the end, just like when a woman gives birth, after all of that pain, all those contractions, once the baby comes out of that root canal, or the birth canal, excuse me, not the root canal, the birth canal, it'll be all worth it. Yes, as it is written. Yep, the pain and destruction will end very soon. But we got to go through some things. We got to go through it. Aki, were you able to find anything on Genesis 3:22 over us by chance? So let's go to Genesis chapter 3:22. And I believe that is the passage where it's talking about that Adam has become like one of us. Is that the passage there? Yes, that's the passage. And Yahuwah Elohim, the Mighty One, said, see, Adam has become like one of us, to know righteousness and evil. And now lest he put out his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. This us here is the angels. But let me look something up here before I show you through other scriptures or other scripture. Hold on one second here. Oh, I just closed it. Let me look this up. 3:22. See, here's another one of these where the word us is not shown in the original Hebrew. Let me show you here. Oops. So Genesis 3:22. And Yahuwah Elohim said, behold, Adam, become one of, there is no us here, one of, and so has become as one of, and it doesn't say us. So by inference, they use the word us. No, righteousness evil. Now lest fourth hand take also tree, and this would be the tree of knowledge, or no, tree of life, excuse me, and eat, live forever. Yes, Diane, same thing. But we know from, let me see, where is my, hold on one second here. Let's go here for a second. I want to bring this up. Give me a second as I move all of these piles of books. Let's go to the Apocrypha. And let's go to Jubilees. Let's see. Where, oh where? Give me a second. On this account is prescribed. Okay, let's go down here. Let's read this part. This is in Jubilees chapter 3. And the woman saw the tree that it was agreeable and pleasant to the eye, and that its fruit was righteous for food, or pleasant for food. And she took thereof and ate. And when she had first covered her shame, notice that she first covered her shame with fig leaves, she gave thereof to Adam, and he ate. And his eyes were open, and he saw that he was naked. And he took fig leaves and sewed them together, and made an apron for himself, and covered his shame. And Elohim cursed the serpent, and was very angry with it forever. And he was angry with the woman because she hearkened or listened to the voice of the serpent, and did eat. And he said to her, I shall greatly multiply your sorrow and your pains. In the sorrow you shall bring out children, and your return shall be unto your husband, and he will rule over you. And Adam said, and to Adam he said, because you have hearkened or listened unto the voice of your wife, and have eaten of the tree of which I commanded you that you should not eat thereof, cursed be the ground for your sake. Thorns and thistles shall bring out to you, and you shall eat your bread in the sweat of your face, until you return to the arats, or the earth, from where you were taken. From earth you are, and unto earth you shall return. Now, before we read verse 26, I want you guys to notice something here. It seems in the original plan, this was different. And he said to her, to Kahua, that is to Eve, I shall greatly multiply your sorrow. So she wasn't supposed to give birth with pain. Okay, so he says, and your pain and sorrow you shall bring out children. This was the other thing I believe wasn't part of the original plan. Your return shall be unto your husband, and he shall rule over you. I believe when he made Adam and Kahua, the man was not to dominate over the woman. But because of this, she has now been put in subjection under the man. Do you see this? He will rule over you. Why would he have to say he will rule over you if that was the beginning? This was part of the curse that the woman would be under or subjected to her husband. And this is why we know when the kingdom comes, there will not be a woman under a man. There will not be a man and a woman in that kind of order. We will all be one. There is neither male nor female in the Messiah. Yes, it's a curse. So this is the reason why the woman is now under a man. Okay, let us continue. Verse 26. And he made for them coats of skin and clothed them and sent them out of the Garden of Eden. And on that day on which Adam went out from the garden, he offered as a sweet savor an offering of frankincense and galbanum and tasset, I don't know if that's the way you say it. I still don't know how to say that. Staste. Okay, whatever. And spices in the morning with the rising of the sun from the day when he covered his shame. And on that day was closed the mouth of all beasts and of the cattle and of the birds and of whatever walketh. So right here is letting you know that all the animals spoke with Adam and whatever moves, and with Eve, of course. And so that they could no longer speak. The animals could no longer speak. This is why it was not a weird thing for Yahuwah, aka Eve, to see the serpent talking. Okay? Because Satan had possessed the serpent to speak through the serpent. And so it wasn't by surprise that Yahuwah was like, wait a minute, this thing is talking to me. What is this serpent doing talking to me? Because all the animals spoke. For they had all spoken one with another with one lip, that is, with one language and with one speech. And he sent out of the garden all flesh that was in the Garden of Eden, and all flesh was scattered according to its kind, according to its type, unto the places which had been created for them. And to Adam alone did he give the wherewithal to cover his shame of all the beasts and the cattle. On this account it is prescribed on the heavenly tablets as touching all those who know the judgment of the law, that they should cover their shame and should not uncover themselves as the Gentiles uncover themselves. And on the new month of the 4th month, which means on the first day of the 4th month, Adam and his wife went out from the Garden of Eden, and they dwelt in the land of Alda, in the land of their creation. So they weren't created in the garden, they were created in a land called Alda. And Adam called the name of his wife Yahuwah, not Eve. And they had no son until the first Jubilee, and after this he knew her. Now he tilled the land as he had been instructed in the Garden of Eden. So for 50 years, they didn't have no child. Now, this is when Cain was born, but I thought I saw somewhere, and it might not have been in Jubilees. Now I gotta recollect. There's a place where I read that it specifically said that it was the angels that was meant in Genesis chapter 3, verse 22, when he says that Adam has become like one of us. Because you have to remember, the angel kind, the Malachim, they were tested first. This is where Satan and the third of the angels had already rebelled. This was before this creation, before Adam creation. And so the angels that came before Adam was created, they were already tested. They went through their test already. This is why we find that the earth was in darkness on the first day of creation, because the rebellion had already happened, the first rebellion with Satan and a third of the angels. And so the 2/3 of the angels, they knew the difference between obedience and disobedience, which would be right and wrong, which is what we read about righteousness and evil. And so Yah was saying to the angels, Adam now knows what you guys know and what I know, which is what it means to be obedient and what it means to not be obedient. Stretched TikTok. The passage that you're talking about, where it's talking about Seth was the third son. Yes, Cain wasn't mentioned in that genealogy, but Cain comes from Adam. just like we see here in Jubilees. No, because we all have a corrupted seed. We're all from the same corruption. As you recall, through one man, sin entered the earth. And so it's through one man, who we know as the Messiah, all shall attain to salvation through the one seed, the second Adam. We are all part of the corrupted seed. This is why we need the Messiah. There is a lot of false teachings out there. For those of you who believe that Cain is not the son of Adam, that is called the serpent seed. That's the serpent seed doctrine. I spoke about that before. That is a false teaching. Big Ren, you say Noah's wife was related to who, if you know? Noah's wife. That's a great question. That I do not know off the top of my head. Would you care to enlighten us? Riquetta, Cain took one of his sisters with him. Right here. And Cain took Awan, his sister, to be his wife, and she bore him Canuck at the close of the 4th Jubilee. And in the 1st year of the 1st week of the 5th Jubilee, houses were built on the earth. Oh, you wanted to know yourself, Big Ren. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know offhand Noah's wife and what her background is. I don't know if we're ever told. Repent before it's too late. Are Gentiles just the lost sheep? No, a Gentile is considered one who doesn't believe. Now, physically speaking, yes, a Gentile is one who's not Israel. But a Gentile is not considered the lost sheep of Israel. You read in the writings of Abraham, she is Cain Tubal's sister. And that probably could be the case, yeah. That could probably be the case. I mean, if that's what it's saying there in the writings of Abraham. I haven't read that one. See, Angel, again, it's right here. Jubilees chapter 4, verse 9. Cain took Awan, his sister. It's Adam and Eve's daughter, Awan, to be his wife. Were there people before Adam and Eve? No, there was no people before Adam and Eve. What we do find before Adam and Eve was the angels. The angels were before Adam and Eve. And the angels used to live here on this earth. This is where we find all of these megalithic, what they call lost civilizations, all these cities and these pyramids and stuff. I'm like trying to figure out who built it. They were the ones who built these things. I think I have that writing of Abraham, but yeah, you can share it with me, Yasun. Send it to my email. I appreciate that, Aki Louise. Someone asked about the blaspheming of the set-apart spirit. Yes, so the blaspheming of the set-apart spirit is one who speaks or disrespects the Ruach. For we know that Yahuwah is Ruach. He is spirit. It will not be forgiven you in this lifetime or the next. To disrespect is the free gift that he has given you. He will not pardon that person because there's no way for you to come back. For you blaspheming the Spirit, you have to be born again. That's what it means to be born from above, to be born of the Spirit. Riquetta, the fallen angels, some of them did teach that. But the first writer and one who was able to read was Enoch. No one knew how to read and write before Enoch. He was the first. But later on, these fallen ones, the Nephilim, taught men things that they weren't supposed to know here on the earth. They taught them all kinds of stuff, like, for one, like a lot of you women know how to put on all the stuff, like the exaggeration of the eyes with mascara and all that stuff. Cosmetics. Yeah, that came from these angels. To know what to do with these plants came from the angels. To mix metal came from these angels. To make weapons came from the angels. They taught us a lot of things. They even taught us, believe it or not, technology. All the technology that we have right now, that came from them. This digital world. Am I sharing the food that I'm eating? Yahuwah doesn't want us to abuse these things. We might be in the world, but we're not of the world. Hey, swank. Nope. It is Ferrero Rocher. That's right. The Black Mirror. Adriana, the fallen ones, the fallen angels, they are different than the righteous angels, but they were all created at the same time. None of them was born. They were all created. This is why they have no excuse. When they were created to live in the sight of Yahuwah. There's no repentance for them. You either obey or you don't obey. Riquetta, they are what you call demons. That's their children. You can read about it in the book of Enoch, in the book of Jubilees. You can read about it in the book of the Giants, were they not destroyed in the flood of Noah? They were only their physical bodies were destroyed, but they became disembodied spirits, and they are now known as the evil spirits or demons. That's right, TLC. No, Raketa. Demons and angels are two different things. The demons are the children of the fallen angels, the ones that mated with the daughters of Adam. Genesis chapter 6. Well, not all of the fallen angels, Diane, not all the fallen angels, but the 200 that did what they did, yes. They are reserved in chains for the day of judgment. But you have the other fallen angels like Satan, aka Lucifer, and the other third of the angels that followed him. So out of the third of the angels, only 200 of them came down and did what they did by mating with the daughters of mankind, of Adam's kind. Yes, exactly, Natzareth. They are familiar spirits. They know our generations of those that came before us. This is what I'm eating, Kylie. Yes. And then I'm washing it down with some diluted cayenne pepper with some coffee, diluted coffee and cayenne pepper. Ooh, that's a little spicy. You know, when you get older, Kylie, you'll understand why we have to do things like this. Yes, that's my little. That's what I do. Swank, swank. You know how you do your concoction. This is my concoction. Black coffee with a teaspoon of cayenne pepper. Ooh, that almost got me to choke up there. Nice to see you here, Shoshana. Rosh Kadash to you. It is, huh? See, now you know what I'm talking about. Yes, it is, Big Grand. It does improve the blood flow. It improves the blood flow. Yeah, my cayenne pepper is spicy. But it does the job, I tell you what. It has my tummy burning. I'm getting used to it though, little by little. You take it every night? Oh, wow. It's 2 a.m. in South Africa. I can't sleep. I'm loving the teaching. Oh, is that where you're from, Raketa? Well, we're so happy to have you here with us. Yeah, I'm not trying to do too much of it, Gilbert. I just do 1 teaspoon a day. stuff is serious, though. Yeah, I will not overdo it. Oh, D-Man, you're also from SA, but now in UK. Okay. You were from SA, you live in UK. Okay. You're right. You're right, Akodi Shelby. What you doing, Sheba? You better stop that. It is not time to eat. You better wait, big dog. That's why you're so big now. You eat too much. Yes, exactly, Natzareth. We will be on YouTube tomorrow. Tomorrow is YT. That's where we'll be keeping our Shabbats, on YT. All right, Mary, woohoo! Please send us video. We want to see it, okay? We want to see you immersed. And it's our Aki Luis. Aki Luis, you're the one who's doing that, right? Oh, we're gonna be on YouTube tomorrow. Oh, okay, yes. So yes, let us see it. Oh, tomorrow it'll be same time as I come on here on TikTok. 1 o'clock Pacific, 2 o'clock Mountain, 3 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Eastern. It is always beautiful to have another person, another believer that's walking according to Yahuwah, getting immersed in the name of Yahusha. Is it going to be live? Are you guys going to be doing it live, or are you just going to send us a video? Luis, I know the feeling. Is what the same, Yuana? Yeah, if you do it live, I'm going to record it from my phone. Yes, it is, Ricotta. It is hard. In fact, I'm still the only two that I have 4 shofars. The only 2 that I cannot get a sound out of is the one that my Aki Swank gave me. I still can't get no sound out of those things. The long one I can do, the longhorn I'm able to do, and the other ram's horn I'm able to do. But the 2 that you gave me, Swank, I still can't get a sound out of them. I don't know. I don't know if it's just because my embouchure muscles aren't working right. But yep, I'm going to do the same thing, Manuel. I'm going to keep practicing. Yes, what's going on, Kylie? I have a small one. The 2 small, in fact, the 2 ones that is the smallest, those are the hardest ones for me. Did I read your other comment? I must not have. Let me see. Let me go back. Comment. Well, how far back do I go for your comment there? I don't see your comment. Maybe it didn't come through. Oh, you love herbs. Is that what you're saying? You love herbs? Is that what you were talking about, Akodi? Akodi, Kylie? Yeah, the smaller the mouthpiece, the harder buzz your lips tighter. Yeah. You guys are going to make me go over here and start practicing. You guys are going to hear me practice in your hearing. In fact, let me go get it. Do you guys meet on these lives every day? No, Riquetta. Let's see, you said maybe cut the tip a 1/16 or an 1/8 of an inch. I might have to. Oh, send it back to me then, Kylie, because I didn't see it. Yeah, see, so I can get. Let me bring my shofars over here. Let me bring my shofars. Oh, slow down, dog. You guys are brilliant. You thought I was going somewhere? Okay. Let me move my let me move this. All right. So this is the one that my Cody Tracy got me. This beautiful long one here. Okay, this one by an antelope. Then I got this one from my Aki Schwank. This one here. This is another beautiful one. Let me bring this up a little higher, see if I can get you guys to see those a little better. And then this is the other one that I got from my Aki Schwank. This is a nice one. And then this is my original one that my Asha, my wife, got me. This is the one that I usually use for the immersions. So I'm gonna build this one first. See, I got that one. That's always easy. It's like, it's perfect. I can do that one, no problem. So now I'm gonna try this one. That sounds like a whistle. Yeah, that one ain't working. So I got to still practice that one. Now here's the other one. This one's beautiful. I like this one. This is like really nice. He said, show my face. Okay, swing, swing. You want to see all my blood vessels popping out? Wow. I sort of kind of got a sound out of that one. And then here's the big one. The granddaddy. I can get this every once in a while. See, I can kind of get that one. There we go. Your dog is barking. Yeah, so this one I can get some sound, but I'm telling you, these two right here, I don't know what it is. I can't get no sound out of this but a squeal. It sounds like a pig getting grabbed by the you know where. But yeah, so those are the sounds. And I thank you guys for these. This is so beautiful. Thank you so much. Let me go put these back. Huh, doggies? Yeah, you guys know when that goes, it means there's something serious. They are gnome rams. Yes, Kylie, because I don't see it. Glad I'm not the one who sound like this when practicing. Yes. Yep, I have some olive oil. In fact, I clean them too with the spray that it comes with, which smells really nice. Is that the sound we're going to hear when Yahusha comes back? You know what, Mavis? I don't know, but I tell you what, I think when we do hear it, it's going to be like a sound that we've never heard before. I really do. I think it's going to be a sound that the world is going to know this is something different. Something is going down. Something is different. Is there a technique like whatever that is? Yakadi is by circular breathing. Oh, Vanny Fisher, I don't know. That's kind of weird. I just know that when I do blow into it, when I get it, I know it. It reverberates off of my lips, and it's like I just know it. Okay, Kylie, I'll check it out. Will you pull off for all of us in the Eastern time zone? Yes, let me go ahead and do that now, Ak, because I know it's starting to get late over there. Really enjoy you guys coming here today and the questions, the comments, coming together and sharing this time together. Let us pull off, especially for those who are on the East Coast, because it is getting late on that side. I know some of you, it's time for you guys to spend some time with your significant other or to relax or whatever it is. Again, I'd like to thank all of you. Let us pull all. Heavenly Abba, we come before you in the mighty name of Yahusha. We thank you, O Abba, for your word this day. We thank you, O Yah, for those who are able to come and to hear your words and not mine. We thank you for the words that you've given us so that we may learn, that we may be able to rightly divide the word of truth. Abba, we pray for our friends and our family, those who are still stuck in Christianity, and those who are celebrating a lot of the days that has been given to them as it was given to us. Help us to stay humble. Help us to stay meek, just as your son when he walked here on this earth almost 2,000 years ago. That we may be his ambassadors on this earth, on this Aratz, to share this truth with those that are around us and amongst us, that they too can have everlasting life through the belief of your Son and to following your commandments. We know that none of us is righteous, no, not one. We know that we all have issues and problems that we have to deal with within ourselves, O Yah. And it is through your help, through the Ruach HaKadosh, as you expose these things in our heart, help us to remove them. We ask that you keep the evil one far from us, O Yah. May your will be done and not our own. May you help us to do your will, whatever that may be, for each and every individual here. Abba, prepare us, your people. For there is none like you, O Yah. You are Al Shaddai. You are all we have. And so we ask that you go before us. Be our rear guard. Help us to meditate on your words, O Yah. Visit us in dreams and in visions as we rest during the night. Speak to us as only you can, O Abba. And we thank you for all that you do. We continue to palal for all those, O Yah, who call upon your name and seek your face, O Abba. wherever they may live on this earth. And Baruch those, O Abba, who are being persecuted for your name's sake. Baruch those, O Yah, who are being laughed and trodden upon because of what we believe in. I ask, O Abba, that you would bring shalom to each person's household. For we know that your word did come to bring division. But we ask, O Abba, that you would open up the hearts and the minds of those that are of our family and our friends, our co-workers, our spouses, so that they too may partake in this everlasting life. We thank you and we love you. We ask all these things in the mighty name of your Son, Yahushua HaMashiach. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and hallelujah. So be it. All right, Mishpaka. Want to thank you all for being here this Yom on this day, on this Rosh Chodesh, the first day of the second month, according to our Abba's calendar. May he allow us to have many more days together until that time comes when we have to go through this greatest time of testing. May he strengthen all of us, preparing his people for that day to come, in the day when we will all live together before his sight, knowing one another and being able to praise his name together. What a day that's going to be. I look forward to that day. I look forward to that day. Yes, yes, yes. You are very welcome, Rico. Yahuwah gets all the Tudah. Yes, indeed. There was something here. Where is it? I can't remember where I put it. You're very welcome, Marikita. Mavis, have you got a hold of me through DM as far as getting one of the beads? If you haven't, please do so. You're very welcome, Cokes. Yes, D-Man. All praises and esteem to the Most High Yahuwah. Tudah belongs to him and him alone. His words. Yes. Aki Jackie C, did you get, Cody Jackie C, did you get your beads yet? I meant to ask you and I forgot to ask you. You did text me. Okay. I'll look for it. Yes, Raketa, we do send them out there. You did? That's great, Kylie. I'm glad that you got yours. Oh, okay. You haven't opened it yet. Okay, Jackie C. I'm glad that it got to you. Yes, Purpling. I think yours is on its way. If not, I know it's going to be probably getting shipped here on the day of MON. Well, there'll be music today. You need a class? Oh, just anytime we're on here, we're going to be doing it. But yes, can always give you a class on how to do it there, Jackie C. I don't know. We might, I guess, since today is Rosh Kadash, I'm going to get ready to start cooking here in a minute. So I'm not getting off yet. I will be cooking and for Rosh Kadash for me and my Asha. We're gonna enjoy this Yom. Have a little drink with our steak before Yahuwah, enjoying this month, this new month. Yes, I do, Jackie. I'll send that one to you. I'll send it to you. But if you have any issues, you know how to get a hold of me directly. Yes, I'm gonna be grilling. What meats can we eat? I just wrote down all unclean. Now I need to know what I can eat. Yes, faithful. So if we go to now, I'm really getting more and more turned off by chicken. We had a conversation on this a few months ago, right? Cody Nazareth. We were talking about the chickens. Leviticus chapter 11 is where we find the dietary laws. Yeah, I'm really getting, I told my Asha, in fact, just this morning, it's kind of funny we're talking about this. I told my Asha, my wife, I was like, babe, our days with chicken is coming to an end. Yep, that's what we're finding out. That's what we're finding out. Yeah, so apparently turkeys are clean. Yep, I remember that John Truth video. That's what I think kind of got us started on that. And then our Cody Nazareth was enlightening us on some of the things about the chicken. And yeah, it's so unfortunate. That sure is a tasty bird, if I should say so myself. Okay, so here you can find in Leviticus chapter 11, also in Deuteronomy chapter 14. What's wrong with chicken? Oh, you don't want to go there, girl. That thing is it's a nasty bird. I mean, it's tasty, don't get me wrong, just like a whole bunch of things that are not food for us. It's very tasty, like pork, okay? Like crab legs. I used to tear me up some crab legs. King crab legs, the Alaskan king crab, the blue crab. I used to tear me up some crabs. I never liked lobster. It is too, I don't know, it just tastes, can I say seaweed? It tastes so like an ocean to me. It's just nasty. It smells just like the ocean when I taste it. No frog legs. I've really never been a shrimp lover. I think it's because of the texture of the lumpiness of it. But something about the stringiness of the crab legs, man, I used to dip that thing into some butter and I used to throw that thing back. Oh, the prawns, So speaking here, so you can eat, speaking about the meats, you can eat deer, you can eat moose, you can eat buffalo, you can eat cow, you can eat any of the venison, like, you know, that looks like a deer, you know what I mean? You can eat those, okay? Yes, Manuel, most seafood is nasty. I mean, well, is unclean meat. You can eat lamb, you can eat goat, you can eat What else out there? You can eat hippopotamus. I'm just joking. Don't you eat a hippopotamus. Yes, lamb is expensive, but it is some tasty. Yes, you can eat quail. You can eat pigeon. You might not want to eat pigeon, but you can eat pigeon. No crocodiles, no alligators. Yep, make sure. And here's the thing, Nick. Not all fish that have scales and fins can we eat. So there's a bottom feeder called a carp. You ever heard of a carp? Yep, no ham or bacon. That's all from the pig. That's from the oink oink. Yes, Nick. So carps are not clean fish. They eat everything. They're just like catfish. They eat everything. Yes, I like the beef bacon strips. Oh, Raketa, you better give it up, girl. You best to give it up if you know what's best for you. When you stop eating, I don't know, by a show of ones, have any of you, since you stopped eating pork, when you smell pork being cooked, do you smell the foul smell of it? I mean, it literally smells like crap. Do any of you get that same smell when you smell somebody cooking pork around you? Yahuwah chosen, you get it, right? Oh, look at all these yeses. Yes, me too. It is nauseous. No joke. It's so weird because I've never smelt it before. You said all meats is stinky to you. Who said that? Margie? You must be vegetarian. If you are, there's nothing wrong with that. Mary, you're the same way. You're like all meat stink to you. Yeah, I tell you that pig is. Whew, I didn't know that it was like that. You have to eat kosher meat. Miriam, you are not liking meat at all lately. You know, it is very weird. Okay, Kylie, let me pull up your email. I am very weird about wild meat. They're very gamey. But if it's done properly, I can eat it. When it's not done properly, man, I can taste it. It is like very wild. Very wild. Okay, let me look this up. Yeah, I know some of you are probably, but you know, this is what we were talking about earlier today. There are going to be those who say we're not to eat certain things, but if it's been made by Yah for food and it has been halaled over for Thanksgiving, you're able to eat it. Now, I know not everybody may agree with that. But again, we're talking about that, what is considered food. Kylie, I hope that would be me, that I'm her favorite person. Yes, Cokes. I can taste, you know, it's so true. Like they say, we are what we eat. And it's the same thing for animals. They are what they eat. No, Baldrick, I would never eat KFC. And, you know, of course, that's chicken. Not to mention that they're probably using other meat besides chicken nowadays. have noticed that if it's in there, it makes me sick. Plus, I asked Yah to allow to. Yes, Deuce. Nice to see you here. Burger King Whoppers are horse meat? Wow. You see, that's why it's so dangerous eating anything that's already grounded. You just don't know what you're getting. You know? You just don't know what you're getting to eat. Oh, McDonald's. I don't even mess with McDonald's. I really don't mess with any fast food restaurant, really. The only meat that I really eat when it comes to burgers, unless it's one of these homemade places where they actually grind their own beef and they put it together, is In-N-Out Burger. Anyone eat from In-N-Out Burger? Anisha, what was the invite? Five Guys? Yeah, we got Five Guys out here. I haven't tried Five Guys, but I do like In-N-Out. Yes, it is a West Coast thing. I think they have it in Texas now too. Are eggs unclean? Yeah, well, they come from a chicken, unless you get the quail eggs. You know, that is gonna have to be by your own discretion. Is it clean? I know a lot of these Muslim stores, they're very serious about it. I know here in Vegas we have Somalian grocery stores too. Like those that are from Ethiopia, they have their own grocery stores out here, and they're very serious about their dietary laws. They're like more like I think they are even closer to the kosher side than the kosher folks. She told you that you're her favorite? Oh man, that's great. I'm not mad at that, Kylie. The halals, yeah, and the halals, I don't know if I would say I'm shocked that they eat shrimp. I mean, it's just like a lot of the Ish people, they're supposed to be kosher, but they're eating pork and they're eating all kinds of stuff that they're not supposed to be eating. Oh yeah, I don't mess with none of that stuff. I don't eat no toaster strudels. I used to a long time ago when I didn't know any better. Teresa, the problem with chicken is that the chicken, again, I'm looking into it, so I can't be adamant about it, okay? And this is why I'm saying the more I'm learning about chickens, the more I am getting a distaste for them, is that they come from one of the unclean birds. They are not natural in the wild. Like, you've never seen a chicken anywhere in the world running wild. Like, there's no such thing as a wild chicken. They have all been raised in or at a farm. They are a crossbreed, from what I'm hearing, with a vulture, which is an unclean bird. And they're mixed with, I can't remember what the other bird was. I think it's somewhere in Africa. It looks a lot like a rooster. And they're mixed together, and that's where we get the chicken. But you don't see chickens like you see turkeys. Like you can find a wild turkey, You can find a wild turkey in the woods. Even here in the States, you'll find them. Oh, it's a fowl. Yes, a fowl. And so they took a fowl and a vulture or a buzzard. And you know, vultures and buzzard, they're just the same thing, just different name. They eat carcasses. They eat dead things. And we're not supposed to eat things that eat dead stuff. Yes, like all poultry, chicken. Pigeon you can eat. But they've taken the two of those and they've made it into what we know today as a chicken. And also the, what is that other one? So like pigs, right? Like the pigs that we see, that the pigs, they're not wild boars. Like an original pig is a wild boar. Still a pig. It's still a swine. You're not supposed to eat it. But the ones that they have are hairless. These are man-made animals. The red jungle fowl. Okay, yeah. Is that the one from Africa? Nazareth, is that the one that they mixed it with the buzzard and the vulture? The red jungle fowl? Yep, they can make these meats in a lab now. That's very right. Yes, okay. That's what I thought it was, Nazareth. Thank you for that. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it forever in Yah. The turkey, if it's a wild turkey, you can eat a wild turkey. I think some of these turkeys that are raised in some of these farms, they're doing the same thing with them as they're doing with chickens. You got to be careful. But a turkey in its original state, you can have it. You can eat a turkey. The Mexican fowl. And the turkey vulture. Yeah, turkey vulture is different than the turkey. Riquetta, you know, again, that's something that you're going to have to, you know, go to Yahuwah about as far as the real meat. Now, I personally like to see the cut of the meat. Like, I like to see bone. If I don't see the bone of a cow in the meat, I usually kind of get scared. And when I say scared, I'm fidgety. You know, like, could this be human meat? Because we know what human bones look like. You can slice a human bone and like a T-bone, we don't have no T-bone structures anywhere in our body. So that's the kind of meat. I like to see the cut of the meat. If I don't see no bone on it, I'm a little skittish. The American eagle. That meat's $20 a pound. I'll go broke. Yeah, I'm telling you. And it's getting there too, Aki. Meat is getting more and more expensive. It was supposed to be the turkey. I wouldn't doubt it, Irie. I know the bird that they have now, what they call the eagle, is supposed to be a phoenix. Soylent Green. Look it up. We don't have this many cows. Eggs are $10 here. Yep, all their symbols. Yep. Beef with cheese is fine. What you're finding is a lot of this Ish people, they want to say that you can't mix dairy with beef. They're taking what is written in the Torah where it says you are not to cook or boil the kid in its mother's milk. Okay, the milk is where we get a lot of the cheese products, but they're mixing the two because all Yahuwah was saying is that you're not supposed to take the goat and boil it in its mother's milk. You're not supposed to do that. Yeah, it is. It's dangerous. You stopped eating meat 4 months ago? Wow, Yah's daughter. How are you feeling since you stopped eating meat altogether? How do you feel? Yeah, me too. I'm trying to do the same. I'm trying to get to the point where I eat more fish. You feel a lot lighter and happier. Nice. I know they say it's easier on your kidneys and on your liver and on your digestive system by not having your body trying to break down so much protein. Is that right, Nazareth? Isn't that crazy? It's got to be a lot of it's the stuff that they're spraying over everything, you know. What, Onyx? Did we pray? If so, can we pray again, Brother Jimmy? Yes, we did pray earlier. Yes, we can pray again. We can pull off. Is there anything in particular that you want to pull all about, Irie? Yeah, I think many times we do too much heavy eating. Yes, anyone? We're getting ready to pull all. If you have a request, let me know. Can you add the plot about my family's eyes being open? Yes. Gathering the scattered. Okay. For health. Okay. Family. Health and family. She made MZ Mill. Can I please read Adam and Kahua again? Yes, we can read some more of that here. Let me do the Palal first. Okay, so I see pretty much it's for our family's eyes to be opened, the gathering of the scattered, for health, and for our family's eyes and friends, I already said that, for them to be opened. Okay, let's pull all. Heavenly Abba, we come before you in the mighty name of Yahusha. Abba, we thank you. We thank you for opening our eyes first and foremost, oh Abba. We don't know why you chose us. We don't know why you have us on your mind. We don't know why, oh Yah, you opened our eyes and not our families. But Abba, we come together as your people, agreeing together, for you say where 2 or 3 are gathered in your name, you are not only in our midst, but that you would also answer our palal. Abba, we hold you to your word. We hold you to your word, O Yah. Open up the eyes of our family, however you need to do that, O Abba. Whatever it takes, O Yah, for you know what it is. Please open up the eyes of our family. Abba, we know that there is no one that is not able to be touched by you. We know that if you touch a person's heart, that they can see you, O Yah. Some of us need more than others, O Abba. Like Toma, doubting Thomas. He had to physically see you with his own very eyes to know that it was you who was resurrected. Yah, some of our family members need more. They need more proof. Show them you. May they see you. May you bring it to their remembrance. All the things that we have shared with them and all the things that we have tried to get them to see, O Yah, as we move out of the way, Abba, do your work in their life. Abba, we pray for those that are scattered all over the world. Those who know you and those who still don't know you. We palal for you to gather us from the 4 winds of the earth. We look forward to the day when you crack the sky. Forever. And to Yitzhak and to Yaakov. Abba, we look forward to that day when you call us into your presence, when you will dwell amongst your people, and we will be able to see you with our own physical eyes, and to be able to hug you and see you and know you, O Yah, no longer being a veil between us and you, but that we may all be able to worship before your feet. So we pray, we palal for our scattered brothers and sisters all over the world who look for that day as we do, O Yah. Help us, O Abba, to continue on this path, not giving up, but enduring to the end, and not to let go of what you put in us, O Yah. We also palal for the health of not only ourselves, but the health of others. Help us to be more selfless and to palal for those, O Yah, knowing that that's what we want for ourselves, that we palal for them. May you heal the mishpachah, for these are your bodies, O Abba. You say that you no longer dwell in the hands that are made by, in the temples that are made by the hands of man. Abba, we ask that you would heal these bodies that you have created for us to dwell in. This again we ask in the name of Yahusha, and you say that you will do it. And so we believe We believe that you will do this. Let us not doubt, O Yah. Help us with our unbelief. Strengthen our amunah. Help us, O Abba. Help us where we are weak. We give you all the praise, honor, and esteem. For it's only to you, O Yah, that we give all the praise from the fruit of our lips, exalting the name that has been given to all of us under the Shama, the most exalted name that has been given to us, O Yah, that you have given it and put it in our minds to call upon the name of Yahusha. You are so wonderful, so marvelous, so splendorous, O Abba, that none of us are truly worthy. We are not worthy to be called your people. We are not worthy to become kings and priests of your lineage. We are not worthy, O Yah, to have our names written in the Lamb's Book of Life. And yet we thank you. We thank you, O Abba, for you did not have to do this. You could have kept our eyes closed to you. You could have kept yourself veiled from us. But yet you called us into your marvelous light out of this perverted and wicked generation. And so we give you thanks. We give you all the honor. We give you all the praise. We give you all the esteem. For you are truly the Almighty Yahuwah. These things we pull in Yahusha's mighty name. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And hallelujah. So be it. Yes, so be it. Set apart is his name. I was just seeing this as I was opening my eyes here in Leviticus chapter 11. Notice what it says here. Verse 44. For I am Yahuwah, your mighty one, your Elohim, and you shall set yourselves apart. You shall set yourselves apart, and you shall be set apart, for I am set apart. And do not defile yourselves with any swarming creature, the one creeping on the earth. For I am Yahuwah, who is bringing you up out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of Egypt, to be your Elohim, and you shall be set apart, for I am set apart. He says it again. This is the Torah. This is the law of the beasts and of the birds and every living being, the creeping creature in the waters, and of every being that swarms on the earth, to make a distinction between the unclean and the clean, between the living creature that is eaten and the living creature that is not eaten. Hallelujah. Our Abba's words are so powerful. Powerful. Yes, we're about to read the book of Adam and Eve again here. AJ, a few weeks ago, you read a request from the book of Adam and Eve, your opinion. The book of Adam and Eve is a great read. Very sad. Very sad. We're going to read some right now. Let me get some of these books out of my way here so I can bring this big old book called Yah Scriptures over here. Give me a second, because it's at the bottom of this pile I got my Strong's Concordance over it. I got my complete 100 book Apocrypha over it. And now I can get to the scriptures. Now let me put these back. All right. You just got your beads? Yay! All right. I know you've been waiting for them for a minute. Apologize, and all of you out there who are still waiting for your beads. They will get to you. I thank you for your patience. My Asha is only one woman, and she's doing it when she is not so exhausted. You know, she does work as well, and she has things that she has in her life that she has to take care of. In fact, my mother-in-law is coming back this week. So that does put a little strain on us because my mother-in-law, her mother, is not in the greatest of health. She has diabetes and she just won't stop eating sugar because she takes her diabetic medication, and she gets to sometimes eating more than she should of things that she shouldn't eat. But, you know, as they say, we revert back to our childlike state, and we have to watch her. Okay. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Here we go. Yeah, scripture resource, yes. Revelation. Okay, I think the last time we read, we did a little bit out of 14, so I think I'm going to pick up from chapter 14. I want you guys to read this with me again. I want you guys to see this because it speaks about how Yahuwah himself would come down and save his people. This is the first book of Adam and Yahuwah. Okay. And it reads, Then Adam said to Elohim, O Yahuwah, that is in the Paleo, take my being and let me not see this gloom anymore, or remove me to some place where there is no darkness. But Yahuwah Elohim said to Adam, I say to you, indeed, this darkness will pass from you every day. I have determined for you until the fulfillment of my agreement, when I will save you and bring you back again into the garden and into the house of light you long for, in which there is no darkness. I will bring you to it in the reign of the Shamayim. Again, Elohim said to Adam, all this misery that you have been made to take on yourself because of your transgression will not free you from the hand of Shaitan, and it shall not save you, but I will. When my son, my Ban, shall come down from the Shamayim and shall become flesh of your descendants, and take on himself the infirmity from which you suffer, then the darkness that covered you in this cave shall cover him in the grave, when he is the flesh of your descendants. And he who is without years shall be subject to the reckoning of the years, of times, of month, and of days, and he shall be reckoned as one of the sons of men in order to save you. And Elohim ceased to commune with Adam. Yvette, we are reading from the first book of Adam and Yahuwah. 15. Then Adam and Yahuwah cried and were sorrowful because of Elohim's word to them, that they should not return to the garden until the fulfillment of the days decreed on them, but mostly because Elohim had told them that his Ben, his son, should suffer for their deliverance, for their salvation. After this, Adam and Yahuwah continued to stand in the cave, praying and crying until the morning dawned on them. And when they saw the light return to them, they refrained from being afraid and strengthened their hearts. And Adam came out of the cave. And when he came to the mouth of it and stood and turned his face towards the east and saw the sunrise in glowing rays and felt the heat thereof on his body, he was afraid. He was afraid of it, and thought in his heart that this flame came forth to plague him. He then cried and beat his chest, and he fell on the ground on his face and made his appeal, saying, O Yahuwah, plague me not, neither consume me, nor yet take away my life from the earth. For he thought that the sun was Elohim. Because while he was in the garden and heard the voice of Elohim and the sound he made in the garden and feared him, Adam never saw the brilliant light of the sun, neither did its flame heat touch his body. Therefore he was afraid of the sun when flaming rays reached him. He thought Elohim meant to plague him with it all the days he had decreed for him. For Adam also said in his thoughts that Elohim did not plague them with darkness, but he had caused this sun to rise and to plague them with burning heat. But while he was still thinking like this in his heart, the word of Elohim came to him and said, Adam, get up on your feet. This sun is not Elohim, but it has been created to give light by day that I spoke to you about in the cave, saying, the dawn would come and there would be light by day, but I am Elohim who comforted you in the night. And Elohim ceased to commune with Adam. Then Adam and Yahuwah came out of the mouth of the cave and went towards the garden. But as they went near the western gate, from which Satan came when he deceived Adam and Yahuwah, so Satan came from the western gate. Interesting. Let me read that again. But as they went near the western gate, from which Satan came when he deceived Adam and Yahuwah, they found the serpent that became Satan coming out of the gate, and it was sorrowfully licking the dust, and the wiggling on its breast on the ground because of the curse that fell on it from Elohim. Before the curse, the serpent was the most exalted of all beasts. Now it was changed and become slippery and the meanest of them all. And it crept on its breast and went on its belly. Before it was the fairest of all beasts. It had been changed and became the most ugly of them all. Instead of feeding on the best food, now it turned to eat the dust. Instead of living as before, in the best places, now it lived in the dust. Hold on one second, you guys. Let me move this over a little bit. I need more room so I can finagle this big old book. Okay, here we go. That's better. It had been most beautiful of all beasts, and all stood speechless at its beauty. Hold on one second, you guys. Onyx, what did you do with that other one? Did you take it somewhere? I know you'd be like, oh, I felt it. Okay. Sorry about that, you guys. I had to stand up for a minute. It had been most beautiful of all beasts, and all stood speechless at its beauty. It was now harbored of all of them, or harbored of them all, And again, whereas it lived in a beautiful home to which all the other animals came from everywhere, and where it drank, they drank also of the same. Now, after it had become venomous by reason of Elohim's curse, all beasts fled from its home. And is that 2 pages? It is 2 pages. And would not drink of the water it drank, but fled from it. When the accursed serpent saw Adam and Yahuwah, it swelled its head and stood on its tail, and with eyes blood red, it acted like it would kill them or unalive them. So this right here kind of gives us the description that it was like a cobra. It swelled its head. It made straight for Kahua and ran after her while Adam stood by and yelled because he had no stick in his hand with which to hit the serpent and did not know how to put it to death. But with a heart burning for Kahua, Adam approached the serpent and held it by the tail. When it turned towards him and said to him, "O Adam, because of you and Kahua I am slippery and go on my belly," then with its great strength it threw down Adam and Kahua and squeezed them and tried to unalive them. But Elohim sent a messenger who threw the serpent away from them and raised them up. Then the word of Elohim came to the serpent and said to it, "The first time I made you slick and made you to go on your belly, but I did not deprive you of speech. This time, however, you will be mute, and you and your race will speak no more, because the first time my creatures were ruined because of you, and this time you tried to unalive them." Then the serpent was struck mute, and it was no longer able to speak. And a wind blew down from the Shamayim by the command of Elohim, and carried away the serpent from Adam and Kahua and threw it on the seashore, where it landed in India. It landed in India, boy. That boy, Yahuwah flung that snake some miles. This is probably why we see in India a whole bunch of cobras are over there. You ever notice that? Isn't that kind of ironic? That's where you find cobras. You see a lot of the enchanters of snake are from India. And they're like, they play those flutes and stuff, and next thing you see is a snake going, you know that thing. Anyways, yeah. Yes, there is some cobras in Africa too, no joke. But Adam and Kahua cried before Elohim, and Adam said to him, "O Yahuwah, when I was in the cave, I said this to you, Yahuwah, the breast of the field, or the beast of the field." I don't know why I saw breast. "The beast of the field would rise and devour me and cut off my life from the earth." Then Adam, because of what had happened to him, beat his chest and fell on the ground like a corpse. Then the word of Elohim came to him, who raised him, and said to him, "O Adam, not one of these beasts will be able to hurt you, because I have made the beasts and other moving things come to you in the cave. I did not let the serpent come with them, because it might have risen against you and made you tremble, and the fear of it should fall into your hearts. I knew that the accursed one is wicked. Therefore, I will not let it come near you with the other beasts. But now strengthen your heart and fear not. I am with you to the end of the days I have determined for you." Then Adam cried and said, "O Elohim, take us away to some other place where the serpent cannot come near us again and rise against us. For I fear that it might find your handmaid Kahua alone and unalive her, for its eyes are hideous and evil." But Elohim said to Adam and to Kahua, "Don't be afraid, for from now on, I will not let it come near you. I have driven it away from you and from this mountain. I will not leave in it the ability to hurt you. I will not leave in it the ability to hurt you." Then Adam and Kahua worshipped before Elohim and gave him thanks and praised him for having delivered them from unaliving. Then Adam and Kahua went in search of the garden, and the heat beat like a flame on their faces, and they sweated from the heat, and they cried before Yahuwah. But the place where they cried was close to a high mountaintop that faced the western gate of the garden. Then Adam threw himself down from the top of that mountain. His face was torn and his flesh was ripped, and he lost much of his blood and was close to death. We remember reading this. Meanwhile, Kahua remained standing on the mountain, crying over him, lying as he was, And she said, I do not wish to live after him, for all that he did to himself was because of me. Then she threw herself after him, and was torn and ripped by stones, and remained lying as dead. But the merciful Elohim, who looks over his creatures, looked at Adam and Kehuah as they lay dead, and sent his word to them, and raised them up, and said to Adam, O Adam, all this misery which you have brought on yourself will have no effect on my ruling, neither will it alter the agreement of the 5,500 years. Then Adam said to Elohim, I dry up in the heat, I am faint from walking, and I do not want to be in this world, and I do not know when you will let me rest and take me out of it. Then Yahuwah Elohim the Mighty One said to him, O Adam, it cannot be now, not until you have ended your days. Then I shall bring you out of this miserable land. And Adam said to Elohim, While I was in the garden, I knew neither heat nor fatigue, neither transience nor trembling, nor fear. But now, since I came to this land, all this affliction has come over me. Then Elohim the Mighty One said to Adam, So long as you were keeping my commandment, my light and my grace or my favor rested on you. But when you transgressed my commandment, sorrow and misery came to you in this land. You see that, family? Transgression. Verse 5. And Adam cried and said, O Yahuwah, do not cut me off for this, neither punish me with heavy plagues, nor yet repay me according to my sin. For we of our own will transgressed your commandment, and ignored your Torah, and tried to become Elohim like you when Shaitan the enemy deceived us. Then Elohim said again to Adam, Because you have endured fear. Let me get this here. Because you have endured fear and trembling in this land of fatigue and suffering, treading and walking about, going on this mountain and dying from it, I will take all this on myself in order to save you. Notice I underlined that. I will take all this on myself in order to save you. Here too in the book of Adam and Kehuah, he's showing himself to be one, same person. Then Adam cried more and said, O Elohim, have mercy on me, and do not take on yourself that which I will do. You see that? Do not take on yourself that which I will do. But Elohim withdrew his word from Adam and Kehuah. Then Adam and Kehuah stood on their feet, and Adam said to Kehuah, Strengthen yourself, and I also will strengthen myself. And she strengthened herself as Adam told her. Then Adam and Kehuah took stones and placed them in the shape of an altar. And they took leaves from the trees outside the garden, with which they wiped from the face of the rock of the blood they had spilled. But that which had dropped on the sand they took together with the dust with which it was mixed, and offered it on the altar as an offering to Elohim. Then Adam and Kehuah stood under the altar and cried, praying to Elohim, Forgive us of our offense and our sin, and look at us with your eye of mercy. For when we were in the garden, our praises and our hymns went up before you without ceasing. But when we came into this strange land, pure praise was no longer ours, nor righteous prayer, nor understanding hearts, nor sweet thoughts, nor wise judgment, nor long discernment, nor right feelings. Neither was our bright nature left within us, but our body is changed from the likeness in which it was at first when we were created. Yet now, look at our blood, which is offered on these stones, and accept it at our hands, as if it were the praise we used to sing to you at first when we were in the garden. And Adam began to make more requests of Elohim. Then the merciful Elohim, who is righteous and a lover of Adam's kind, looked at Adam and Kehuah, and at their blood which they had held up as an offering to him without an order from him for so doing. But he ordered at them but he wondered at them and accepted their offering. And Elohim sent from his presence a bright fire that consumed their offering. He smelled the sweet savor of their offering and showed them mercy. Then the word of Elohim came to Adam and said to him, O Adam, as you have shed your blood, so will my son shed his own blood when he becomes flesh of your descendants. And as you died, O Adam, so also will he die. And as you built an altar, so also will I make for you an altar of the arats of the earth. And as you offered your blood on it, so also I will offer my son's blood on an altar on the earth. And as you appealed for forgiveness through that blood, so also will I make his blood forgiveness of sin and erase transgressions in it. And now, behold, I have accepted your offering, O Adam, but the days of the agreement in which I have bound you are not fulfilled. When they are fulfilled, then I will bring you back into the garden. Now, therefore, strengthen your heart, and when sorrow comes over you, make me an offering, and I will be favorable to you. But Elohim knew that Adam believed he would frequently unalive himself and make an offering to him of his blood. Therefore he said to him, Adam, don't ever unalive yourself like this again by throwing yourself down from that mountain. But Adam said to Elohim, the Mighty One, I was thinking to put an end to myself right now for having transgressed your commandments, and for my having come out of the beautiful garden, and for the bright light which you have taken from me, and for the praises which poured out from my mouth without ceasing, and for the light that covered me. Yet because of your righteousness, O Elohim, you did not get rid of me altogether, but you have been favorable to me every time I died, and you bring me to life. And thereby it will be made known that you are a merciful Elohim, the Mighty One, who does not want anyone to perish, and who would love it if no one should fall, and who does not condemn anyone cruelly, badly, or by total destruction. Then Adam remained silent. And the word of Elohim the Mighty One came to him, and barak him, and comforted him, and agreed with him that he would save him at the end of days determined for him. This then was the first offering Adam made to Elohim the Mighty One, and so it became his custom to do. Then Adam took Kahua, and they began to return to the cave of the treasures where they lived. But when they got closer to it and saw it from a distance, heavy sorrow fell on Adam and Kahua when they looked at it. Then Adam said to Kahua, when we were on the mountain, we were comforted by the word of Elohim that talked with us, and the light that came from the east shone over us. But now the word of Elohim is hidden from us, and the light that shined over us has changed so much that it has disappeared, and let darkness and sorrow cover us. And we are forced to enter this cave that is like a prison, in which darkness covers us, so that we are separated from each other. You cannot see me, and I cannot see you. And Adam had said these words, and they cried and spread their hands before Elohim because they were full of sorrow. And they prayed to Elohim to bring the sun for them, and they to them to shine on them, so that the darkness would not return to them, that they wouldn't have to go under this covering of the rock. They wanted to die rather than see the darkness. Then Elohim looked at Adam and Kahua, and at their great sorrow and all they had done with a fervent heart because of all the trouble they were in. When compared to their former state of well-being, all the misery that came over them did so in this strange land. Therefore Elohim was neither angry with them nor impatient, but he was patient and long-suffering toward them, as toward the children he had created. Then the word of Elohim came to Adam and said to him, Adam, regarding the sun, if I were to take it and bring it to you, days, hours, years, and months would all stop, and the agreement I have made with you would never be fulfilled. And you would be deserted and stuck in a perpetual plague, and you would never be saved. Let me read that part again. Notice it says here, if I were to take it, meaning the sun, and bring it to you, days, hours, years, and months would all stop, and the agreement I have made with you would never be fulfilled. So what I'm seeing here, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, but what it seems to be is that the sun, because it is a marker of time, it gives us the time. Same thing that we read in the book of Jubilees, the same thing that we read in the book of Enoch, that it is the sun that dictates our days, our hours, our years. You guys seeing this? And months would all stop, and the agreement I have made with you would never be fulfilled. That's what he's saying, because remember, they want the sun. They don't want to see darkness. That's why it says here, Adam, regarding the sun, if I were to take it and bring it to you, so it's like it's always on you, it just stays there, it's not moving, it's just over you. Like you just said, Natzareth, exactly. The days, the hours, and years, and months would literally stop. It would cease. There is no reckoning of time. There's no counting of time. So the sun has to move for these 5,500 years that he told Adam that has to transpire. Interesting. This is chapter 26. Got another one. Found another one. Oh, yes. Okay, let's continue. Verse 10. And you would be deserted and stuck in a perpetual plague, and you would never be saved. Yes, rather bear up long and calm your soul, your being, while you live night and day until the fulfillment of the days and the time of my agreement has come. Then I shall come and save you, Adam. And I do not wish for you to be afflicted. And when I looked at all the righteous things that you lived in before, and why you came out of them, then I am willing to show you mercy. But I cannot alter the agreement that has gone out of my mouth. Otherwise, I would have brought you back into the garden. However, when the agreement is fulfilled, then I will show you and your descendants mercy, and bring you into a land of gladness where there is neither sorrow nor suffering, but abiding joy and gladness, and light that never fails. Thank you for that. And praises that never cease, and a beautiful garden that shall never pass away. And Elohim said again to Adam, be patient and enter the cave, because of the darkness of which you were afraid shall only be 12 hours long. When it's over, light will come up. Then when Adam heard these words from Elohim, the Mighty One, he and Yahuwah worshipped before him, and their hearts were comforted. They returned into the cave after their custom, while tears flowed from their eyes. Sorrow and wailing came from their hearts, and they wished their soul would leave their body. And Adam and Yahuwah stood praying until the darkness of night covered them. And Adam was hidden from Yahuwah, and she from him, and they remained standing in prayer. Chapter 27. Hold on one second, let me get a drink. I had to take care of a few things. Crazy, that was what I see when I came back. I am standing up, Irie. I haven't sat down. I've been standing. Hold on one second. Let me give my doggies a doggy treat. Ain't that right, doggies? It is time for a... There you go, Shebash. All right, I'm back. Okay. Chapter 27. Satan, the hater of all that is right, saw how they continued in Palal, and how Elohim communed with them and comforted them, and how he had accepted their offering. Then Shaitan made a phantasm. Okay, that one perplexes me. What is a phantasm? Anyone want to care to look that word up? I remember the movie called Phantasm, but I don't know what a phantasm is. Okay, Akodi, Pamela, if you're here, I just got your text message. All right. Like a ghost, a spirit. Okay, gotcha. Then Shaitan made a ghost, made a spirit. He began by transforming his hosts. In his hands was a shining, glimmering fire, and they were in a huge light. Then he placed his throne near the mouth of the cave because he could not enter it due to their prayers. And he shone light into the cave until the cave glistened over Adam and Yahuwah, while his hosts began to sing praises. Shaitan did this so that when Adam saw the light, he would think to himself that it was a light of the Shamayim, and that Satan's hosts were messengers, and that Elohim had sent them to watch at the cave and gave him light in the darkness. Ah, gotcha. Okay. So a phantasm is an apparition, like you're saying, Deuce. Gotcha. So he was projecting himself into this, masquerading as an angel of light. Makes sense. Makes sense. Make it make sense. Okay, here we go. Let's continue. Satan planned that when Adam came out of the cave and saw that Adam and Yahuwah bowed to Satan, then he would overcome Adam and humble him before Elohim a second time. When therefore Adam and Yahuwah saw the light, thinking it was real, they strengthened their hearts. Then as they were trembling, Adam said to Yahuwah, "Look at that great light, and at those many songs of praise, and at that host standing outside who won't come into our cave. Why don't they tell us what they want or where they are from, or what the meaning of this light is, or what those praises are, or why they have been sent to this place and why they won't come in? If they were from Elohim, the Mighty One, they would come into the cave with us and would tell us why they were sent." Then Adam stood up and prayed to Elohim, the Mighty One, with a burning heart and said, "O Yahuwah, there in the world another Elohim besides you, who created messengers, who created angels and filled them with light and sent them to keep us? Who would come with them? But look, we see these hosts that stand at the mouth of the cave. They are in a great light and they sing loud praises. If they are of some other Elohim than you, tell me. And if they are sent by you, inform me of the reason for which you have sent them." No sooner had Adam said this than a messenger, an angel from Elohim, appeared to him in the cave, who said to him, "O Adam, fear not. This is Shaitan and his hosts. He wishes to deceive you as he deceived you at first. For the first time he was hidden in the serpent, but this time he has come to you in the likeness of a messenger of light, an angel of light, in order that when you worshipped him, he might enslave you in the very presence of Elohim." Wow, look at that. Now, are we learning something here? Because I'm picking this up. If they would have asked the first time, like they just asked here, so Adam is learning from his mistake. He's not allowing Satan to beguile him, to deceive him this time. He's like, I'm going to I got to find out who this is before I just accept what I'm seeing, this apparition. Because he doesn't see it as an apparition. He doesn't know, but he's questioning. He's like, why isn't this being coming inside the cave? So yes, he's finding out, this is what we should have did the first time. This is what we should have done, Kahua. Instead of just listening to the snake, or the serpent, I should say, and going by what he said, instead of taking what the serpent said and taking it back to Elohim and saying, Abba, is this serpent sent from you? Is this serpent the one that you have sent and is telling us to eat of this tree that you told us not to eat of? Is this okay? But they didn't do that. So now he's like, okay, let me go to the source. Let me find out if this is from Yahuwah or not. Yes. Beautiful. Okay, wishes to deceive you, to enslave you in the very presence of Elohim. Verse 13. Then the messenger, the angel, went from Adam and seized Satan at the opening of the cave and stripped him of the false image he had assumed and brought him in his own hideous form to Adam and Kahua, who were afraid of him when they saw him. And the messenger said to Adam, this hideous form has been his ever since Elohim made him fall from the Shamayim. He could not have come near you in it. Therefore, he transformed himself into a messenger of light. Wow. Listen to this. So if we ever see the actual form of his fallen state, speaking of Halal, aka Lucifer, he would be one ugly creature. He would be one ugly, nasty looking creature. He was so beautiful, the most beautiful being ever created. Now it seems like he's the most ugliest thing ever created. Okay, let me sit for a second. Yes, a reptile nonetheless, right? Reptiles, most reptiles are not pretty. I mean, you look at a Komodo dragon. Look how ugly that thing is. I mean, it's spitting out poison out of its mouth. Thank you for that, Peter. Yes, I like that, Faith. Fugly. Serpent race, exactly. Okay. Let's see here. I done lost my spot. I was over here laughing and looking at this. Okay, his hideous form has been, this has been his ever since Elohim made him to fall from the Shamayim. He could not have come near you in it. Therefore, he transformed himself into a messenger of light. And he's still doing that to this very day. In fact, this is what we read. Is it in 2 Corinthians chapter 12? Let's go there. I think it's 2 Corinthians chapter 12. Chapter 11, verse 14. Let me read this. Let me back up. This is 2 Corinthians chapter 11, and we're going to read from verse 12. And I shall go on doing as I do in order to cut off the occasion from those desiring an occasion, so that in that which they boast, they might be found also as we are. For such are false emissaries or false apostles, deceptive workers, masquerading as emissaries of the Messiah or apostles of the Messiah. And no wonder, for Shaitan himself masquerades as a messenger of light. It is not surprising then if Satan's servants also masquerade as servants of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works. Hallelujah. Okay, let's continue. All right. Verse 15. Then the messenger drove Satan and his host away from Adam and Yahuwah and said to them, Fear not, Elohim the Mighty One who created you will strengthen you. And the messenger left them. But Adam and Yahuwah remained standing in the cave, and no consolation came to them, as they were divided in their thoughts. Yeah, I'm sure they were. They were probably like, man, what was that? That was serious. And when it was morning, they prayed, and then they palal, and then they went out to seek the garden, for their hearts were seeking it, and they could get no consolation for having left it. 28. But when the crafty Satan saw that they were going to the garden, he gathered together his host and came in appearance on a cloud, intent on deceiving them. Boy, I tell you, this Satan character, he is something else with himself. But when Adam and Yahuwah saw him in a vision, they thought they were messengers of Elohim come to comfort them about having left the garden, or to bring them back again into it. And Adam spread his hands before Elohim the Mighty One and begged him to make him understand what they were. So again, we see Adam is not assuming what he thinks what he's seeing is messengers of light sent from Elohim. He is once again inclining to ask of the Creator, Yahuwah. Then Satan, the hater, I like the way it says that, of all that is right, said to Adam, "O Adam, I am a messenger of the great Elohim, and behold the hosts that surround me. Elohim has sent us to take you and bring you to the northern border of the garden, to the shore of the clear sea, and bathe you and Yahuwah in it, and raise you to your former joy, that you return to the garden once again." These words sank into the heart of Adam and Yahuwah. Yet Elohim withheld his word from Adam and did not make him understand at once, but waited to see his strength and whether he would be overcome as Yahuwah was when in the garden, or whether he would win this battle. Then Satan called to Adam and Yahuwah and said, "Behold, we go to the sea of water." And they began to go. Would this sea of water be the fountain of youth? Could this be where we get this myth of the fountain of youth? Interesting. Then Satan called to Adam and Yahuwah and said, "Behold, we go to the sea of water." And they began to go, and Adam and Yahuwah followed them at a little distance. But when they came to the mountain to the north of the garden, which was a very high mountain without any steps to the top of it, the devil came near to Adam and Yahuwah and made them go up to the top in reality and not in a vision, because he wished to throw them down and unalive them, and to wipe their names from the earth, or to wipe them off from the names of the earth, right? So that this earth should belong to him, that is to Satan and his hosts alone. That must be the other fallen ones, the Nephilim, the messengers. Boy, I tell you, Satan comes in all kinds of masquerading light. Hold on one second. I got to go empty my... Okay, back to where we were at. How many of you are enjoying this reading? Give me a 1 or a yes. All right. Okay. Let's do this. Alrighty. Chapter 29. Let me turn this down. Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. But when the merciful Elohim, the Mighty One, saw that Satan wished to kill or unalive Adam, with his many tricks and saw that Adam was meek and without guile. Elohim spoke to Shaitan in a loud voice and cursed him. Then he and his hosts fled, and Adam and Yahuwah remained standing on top of the mountain. From there, they saw below them the wide world, high above which they were. But they saw none of the host which time after time were by them. They cried both Adam and Yahuwah before Elohim the Mighty, and begged for forgiveness of him. Then the word from Elohim came to Adam and said to him, "You must know and understand concerning this Shaitan, that he seeks to deceive you and your descendants after you." And Adam cried before Yahuwah, the Mighty One, and begged and prayed and palal to him to give him something from the garden as a token to him wherein to be comforted. And Elohim the Mighty One considered Adam's thought and sent the messenger Michael, Michael the archangel, as far as the sea that reaches India, to take from there golden rods and bring them to Adam. This Elohim, the Mighty One, did in his wisdom in order that these golden rods, being with Adam in the cave, should shine forth with light and in the night around him, and put an end to his fear of the darkness. Then the messenger Michael went down by Elohim's order, took golden rods as Elohim the Mighty One had commanded him, and brought them to Elohim. After these things, Elohim the Mighty One commanded the messenger Gabriel, the other archangel, to go down to the garden and to say to the cherub who kept it, "Behold, Elohim the Mighty One has commanded me to come into the garden and to take from it sweet-smelling incense and give it to Adam." Then the messenger Gabriel went down by Elohim's order to the garden and told the cherub as Elohim had commanded him. The cherub then said, "This is acceptable." And Gabriel went in and took the incense. Then Elohim the Mighty One commanded his messenger Raphael, the other of the archangels, to go down to the garden and speak to the cherub about some myrrh to give to Adam. And the messenger Raphael went down and told the cherub of Elohim as Elohim the Mighty One had commanded him. And the cherub said, "This is acceptable." Then Raphael went in and took the myrrh. The golden rods were from the Indian Sea, where there are precious stones. The incense was from the eastern border of the garden, and the myrrh from the western border, and from where bitterness came over Adam. And the messengers brought these things to Elohim the Mighty One by the tree of Kai, or the tree of life, in the garden. Then Elohim the Mighty One said to the messengers, to the angels, "Dip them in the spring of water, then take them and sprinkle their water over Adam and Yahuwah, that they should be a little comforted in their sorrow, and give them to Adam and Yahuwah." And the messengers did as Elohim the Mighty One had commanded them. And they gave all those things to Adam and to Yahuwah on the top of the mountain on which Shaitan had placed them, and when he sought to make an end of them. And when Adam saw the golden rods, the incense and the myrrh, he rejoiced and cried, because he thought that the gold was a token of the rain from where he had come, and that the incense was a token from the bright light which had been taken from him, and that the myrrh was a token of the sorrow which he was in. Chapter 31. And after these things happened, Elohim the Mighty One said to Adam, "You asked me for something from the garden to be comforted with, and I have given you these 3 tokens as a consolation to you, as to you trusting in me and in my agreement with you. For my Ben, or my Ban, my son, will come and save you, and when he is in the flesh, sovereigns or kings shall bring him gold, incense, and myrrh." Interesting. Gold is the token for my reign. Incense is the token of my divinity. And myrrh is the token of my bonds suffering and of my bonds unaliving. But Adam put these by you in the cave, the gold so that it may shine light over you by night, and the incense so that you smell the sweet savor, and the myrrh to comfort you in your sorrow. When Adam heard these words from Elohim the Mighty One, he worshipped before him. He and Yahuwah worshipped him and gave him thanks because he had dealt mercifully with them. Then Elohim the Mighty One commanded the three messengers, Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael, each to bring what he had brought, and gave it to Adam. And they did so, one by one. Boy, that must have been an awesome sight to see. Can you imagine that? That would have been beautiful. Now we know that to be, as it says here, that the sovereigns or the kings from the east, in the story of when the Mashiach was here, and it says that the wise men from the east came and they gave him frankincense and myrrh and gold. Interesting. And Elohim commanded, now I've never heard of these two before, Suriel and Satiliel, to bear up Adam and Yahuwah and bring them down from the top of the high mountain, and to take them to the cave of treasures. There they laid the gold on the south side of the cave, the incense on the eastern side, and the myrrh on the western side. For the mouth of the cave was on the north side. Let's think about that for a minute. The mouth of the cave was on the north side. The gold was on the south side of the cave. The incense was on the eastern side of the cave. And the myrrh was on the western side of the cave. Interesting. And the messengers then comforted Adam and Yahuwah and departed. The gold was 70 rods. The incense was 12 pounds. And the myrrh was 3 pounds. These remained by Adam in the cave of treasures, in the house of treasures. Therefore was it called cave of concealment, and it was called the cave of treasures by reason of the bodies of righteous men that were in it. Elohim the Mighty One gave these three things to Adam on the third day after he had come out of the garden, as a sign of the 3 days Yahusha should remain. And it says that here. Let me show you. The 3 days Yahusha, that is the Messiah's name, should remain in the heart of the earth. And these three things, as they continued with Adam in the cave, gave him light by night, and by day they gave him a little relief from his sorrow. 3 days Yahusha should remain in the heart of the earth. We just spoke about this yesterday when we were sharing this with the Exgens about their so-called Good Friday. All praises to the Most High Yahuwah. Chapter 32. And Adam and Yahuwah remained in the cave of treasures until the 7th day. They neither ate of the fruit of the earth nor drank water. And on the 8th day, when it dawned, Adam said to Yahuwah, Yahuwah, we palal to the Mighty One Elohim to give us something from the garden, and he sent his messengers who brought us what we had desired. But now get up and let us go to the sea of water we saw at first, and let us stand in it, and palal to Elohim the Mighty One will again be favorable to us and take us back to the garden, or give us something, or that he will give us comfort in some other land than this one we are in. Then Adam and Yahuwah came out of the cave and went and stood on the border of the sea in which they had thrown themselves before. Hold on one second, you guys. Got people over here popping up wanting to co-host with me. And every time the people who do this, they're always Muslim. It is the craziest thing. Anyways, let's continue. Then Adam said to Yahuwah, come, go down into this place, and do not come out until the end of 30 days, when I shall come to you, and Palal to Elohim with burning heart and a sweet voice to forgive us. And I will go to another place and go down into it, and you do like you, and do like you, excuse me. Then Yahuwah went down into the water as Adam had commanded her. And Adam also went down into the water, and they stood palaling and besought Yahuwah to forgive them their offense and to restore them to their former state. And they stood like that praying or palaling until the end of the 35 days. 35 days. 33. But Shaitan, the hater of all that is righteous, sought them in the cave, but did not find them, although he searched diligently for them. But he found them standing in the water, palaling, and thought within himself, Adam and Yahuwah are standing like that in that water, palaling to Elohim the Mighty One to forgive them their transgression and to restore them to their former state and to take them from under my hand. But I will deceive them so that they shall come out of the water and not fulfill their vow. Then the hater of all that is right did not go to Adam, but he went to Yahuwah. Boy, he just will not leave that woman alone. And he took the form of a messenger of Elohim once again, praising and rejoicing, and he said to her, Shalom be to you. Be glad and rejoice. Elohim is favorable to you, and he sent me to Adam, and I have brought him the glad tidings of deliverance, and of his being filled with bright light as he was at first. And Adam, in his joy for his restoration, has sent me to you so that you would come with me in order that I might crown you with light like him. And he said to me, speak to Yahuwah. If she does not come with you, tell her of the sign when we were on the top of the mountain, how Elohim sent his messengers who took us and brought us to the cave of treasures and laid the gold on the southern side, incense on the eastern side, and myrrh on the western side. Now come to him. When Yahuwah heard these words from him, she rejoiced much, and thinking Shaitan's appearance was real, she came out of the sea. Dang it, Yahuwah. Dang it, girl. He went first and she followed him until they came to Adam. Then Satan hid himself from her and she saw him no more. She then came and stood before Adam, who was standing by the water, and she rejoiced in Elohim's forgiveness. And as she called to him, he turned around and found her there, and cried when he saw her, and beat his chest from the bitterness of his grief. He sank into the water, but Elohim looked at him and at his misery, and that he was about to breathe his last breath. And the word of Elohim, the Mighty One, came from the Shamayim and raised him out of the water, and said to him, go up the high bank to Yahuwah. And when he came up to Yahuwah, he said to her, who told you to come here? Then she told him the discourse of the messenger who had appeared to her and had given her a sign. But Adam grieved and explained to her that it was Satan. And he then took her, and they both returned to the cave. These things happened to them the second time. They went down to the water 7 days after their coming out of the garden. They fasted in the water 35 days. It was altogether 42 days since they had left the garden. On the morning of the 43rd day, they came out of the cave, sorrowful and crying. Their bodies were lean. They were parched from hunger and thirst, from fasting and praying, and from their heavy sorrow because of their transgression. And when they had come out of the cave, and they went up to the mountain to the west of the garden, there they stood. Palal asked Elohim the Mighty One to grant them forgiveness of their sins. And after their prayers, their plawing, Adam began to beg Elohim the Creator, saying, O Yahuwah, my Elohim the Mighty One, my Creator, you commanded the four elements to be gathered together, and they were gathered together by your order. Then you spread your hand and created me out of one element, that of the dust of the earth. You brought me into the garden at the third hour, that would be 9 a.m., on the sixth day, and informed me of it in the cave. Then at first I knew neither night nor day, because I had a bright nature, so that the light in which I lived ever left me to know night or day. Then again, O Yahuwah, in that third hour, again around 9 in the morning, in which you created me, you brought to me all beasts and lions and ostriches and fowls of the air and the things that move in the earth, which you had created at first hour before me on the sixth day. That would be around 6 a.m. And your will was that I should name them all, one by one, with a suitable name. But you gave me understanding and knowledge and a pure heart and a right mind from you, that I should name them after your own mind regarding the naming of them. O Elohim the Mighty One, you made them obedient to me, and ordered that not one of them break from my control according to your commandment and to the dominion which you had given me over them. But now they are all estranged from me. Then it was in that third hour of the sixth day in which you created me and commanded me concerning the tree, to which I was neither to go near nor to eat from, because you said to me in the garden, when you eat of it, from death you shall die. But if you had punished me, as you said, with death, I should have died that very moment. When you commanded me regarding the tree, that I was neither to approach it nor to eat of it, Yahuwah was not with me. You had not yet created her, neither had you yet taken her out of my side. So had she yet heard this order from you. Then at the end of the third hour, on that sixth day, O Yahuwah, you caused a sleep to come over me, and I slept and was overwhelmed in sleep. Then you took a rib out of my side, and you created her from my own likeness and image. Then I awoke. When I saw her and knew who she was, I said, this is bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. From now on, she shall be called Woman. It was of your righteous will, O Elohim the Mighty One, that you brought a sleep over me, and that you quickly drew Yahuwah out of my side until she was fully out, so that I did not see how she was made, neither could I witness. O Yahuwah, your greatness and your esteem are awful and great. And of your great will, O Yahuwah, you made us both with bodies of a bright nature, and you made the two of us one. You gave us your favor and filled us with the praise of the Ruach HaKodesh, that we should be neither hungry nor thirsty, nor know what sorrow is, nor know faintness of heart, neither suffering, fasting, nor weariness. But now, O Elohim, since we transgressed your commandment and broke your Torah, you have brought us out in this strange land and have caused suffering, faintness, hunger, and thirst to come over us. Now, therefore, O Elohim the Mighty, we palal to you. Give us something to eat from the garden to satisfy our hunger with it, and something wherewith to quench our thirst. For behold, many days, O Elohim, we have tasted nothing and drunk nothing, and our flesh has dried up, and our strength is wasted. Sleep is gone from our eyes from faintness and crying. Then, O Elohim, the Mighty One, we dare not gather anything from the fruit of trees, from fear of you. For when we transgressed the first time, you spared us and did not make us to be unalived. But now we thought in our hearts that if we eat of the fruit of the trees without Elohim's order, he will destroy us this time and will remove us from the earth. And if we drink of this water without Elohim's order, he will make an end of us and root us up at once. Now therefore, O Elohim the Mighty, I have come to this place with Yahuwah, and we beg you to give us some fruit from the garden so that we may be satisfied with it. For we desire the fruit that is on the earth and all else that we lack in it. Then Elohim looked again at Adam and his crying and groaning, and the word of Elohim came to him and said to him, Adam, when you were in my garden, you knew neither eating nor drinking, faintness nor suffering, leanness of flesh nor change, neither did sleep depart from your eyes. But since you transgressed and came into this strange land, all these trials have come over you. Then Elohim the Mighty One commanded the cherub who guarded the gate of the garden with a sword of fire in his hand to take some of the fruit of the fig tree and to give it to Adam. The cherub obeyed the commandment of Yahuwah, Elohim the Mighty One, and went into the garden and brought 2 figs on 2 twigs, each fig hanging to its leaf. They were from 2 of the trees among which Adam and Yahuwah hid themselves when Elohim the Mighty One went to walk in the garden. And the word of Elohim came to Adam and Yahuwah and said to them, Adam, Adam, where are you? And Adam answered, O Elohim, here I am. When I heard the sound of you and your voice, I hid myself because I am naked. Then the cherub took 2 figs and brought them to Adam and Yahuwah. But he threw the figs to them from a distance because they would not come near the cherub for their flesh that could not come near the fire. At first, messengers trembled at the presence of Adam and were afraid of him. But now Adam trembled before the messengers and was afraid of them. Then Adam came closer and took 1 fig, and Yahuwah also came in turn and took the other. And as they took them up in their hands, they looked at them and knew they were from the trees among which they had hidden themselves. Then Adam said to Yahuwah, do you not see these figs and their leaves with which we covered ourselves when we were stripped of our bright nature? But now we do not know what misery and suffering may come to us from eating them. Now therefore, Yahuwah, let us restrain ourselves and not eat them. Let us ask Elohim to give us the fruit of the tree of life. So Adam and Yahuwah restrained themselves and did not eat these figs. But Adam began to pray Palal to Elohim the Mighty One and to beg him to give him of the fruit of the tree of Kai, saying, O Elohim the Mighty, when we transgressed your commandment at the 6th hour of the 6th day, we were stripped of the bright nature we had and did not continue in the garden after our transgression more than 3 hours. But in the evening you made us come out of it. O Elohim, we transgressed against you 1 hour, and all these trials and sorrows have come over us until this day. And those days together with this 43rd day or days do not redeem that 1 hour in which we transgressed. O Elohim, look at us with an eye of pity, and do not avenge us according to our transgression of your commandment in your presence. O Elohim, give us the fruit of the tree of Kai, that we may eat of it, and live, and turn not to see sufferings or other troubles in this earth, for you are Elohim, the Mighty One. When we transgressed your commandment, you made us come out of the garden and sent a cherub to keep the tree of Kai, so that we should not eat thereof and live and know nothing of faintness after we transgressed. But now, O Yahuwah, behold, we have endured all these days and have borne sufferings. Make these 43 days an equivalent for the 1 hour in which we transgressed. After these things, the word of Elohim came to Adam and said to him, Adam, as to the fruit of the tree of Kai that you have asked for, I will not give it to you now, but only when the 5,500 years are fulfilled. At that time, I will give you from the fruit of the tree of Kai, and you will eat and live forever, both you and Yahuwah, and also your righteous descendants. But these 43 days cannot make amends for the hour in which you transgressed my commandment. Adam, I gave you the fruit of the fig tree in which you hid yourself for you to eat. So you and Yahuwah go and eat it. I will not deny your request. Okay. Neither will I disappoint your hope. Therefore, endure until the fulfillment of the agreement I made with you. And Elohim withdrew his word from Adam. Then Adam returned to Yahuwah and said to her, Get up, take a fig for yourself, and I will take the other, and let us go to our cave. Then Adam and Yahuwah each took a fig and went toward the cave. The time was about the setting of the sun, and their thoughts made them long to eat of the fruit. But Adam said to Yahuwah, I am afraid to eat of this fig. I do not know what may come over me from it. So Adam cried and stood praying before Elohim, saying, Satisfy my hunger without my having to eat this fig, because after I have eaten of it, what will it profit me? And what shall I desire and ask of you, O Elohim, when it is gone? And he said again, I am afraid to eat of it, for I do not know what will befall of me through it. Then the word of Elohim came to Adam and said to him, Adam, why didn't you have this trepidation, or this will to fast, or this care before now? And why didn't you have this fear before you transgressed? But when you came to live in this strange land, your animal body could not survive on earth without earthly food to strengthen it and to restore its powers. And Elohim withdrew his word from Adam. Then Adam took the fig and laid it on the golden rods. Yahuwah also took her fig and put it on the incense. And the weight of each fig was that of a watermelon. What? Some big old figs. For the fruit of the garden was much larger than the fruit of this land. But Adam and Yahuwah remained standing and fasting the entirety of that night until the morning dawned. When the sun rose, they were still palaling. But after they had finished palaling, Adam said to Yahuwah, Yahuwah, come, let us go to the border of the garden, looking south to the place from where the river flows and is parted into 4 heads. There we will pray to Elohim the Mighty One and ask him to give us some of the water of Kai to drink, the water of life. For Elohim has not fed us with the tree of Kai, in order that we may not live. Therefore we will ask him to give us some of the water of Kai, to quench our thirst with it, rather than with a drink of water from this land. When Yahuwah heard these words from Adam, she agreed, and they both got up and came to the southern border of the garden, at the edge of the river of the water, and short distance from the garden. And they stood and palal before Yahuwah and asked him to look at them, and for this one time to forgive them, to grant them their request. And after this palal for both of them, Adam began to pray or palal with his voice before Elohim and said, O Yahuwah, when I was in the garden and saw the water that flowed from under the tree of Kai, my heart did not desire, neither did my body require to drink of it. I did not know thirst, because I was living, and above that which I am now. So that in order to live, I did not require any food of Kai, nor did I need to drink the water of Kai. Now, O Elohim the Mighty, I am dead and my flesh is parched with thirst. Give me the water of Kai, that I may drink of it and live. O Elohim the Mighty One, through your mercy, save me from these plagues and trials and bring me into another land different from this. Let me live in your garden. Hallelujah. It has come for the time of the evening palal here on the West Coast. So we are going to palal before we continue to read. We are in chapter 42 of the book of Adam and Yahuwah, the first book. Let me just see here. I wanted to see something. Let's see. Wow, we still have much more to go. Didn't seem like there was that much to this book, but there is. Interesting. There is, what is this, 79 or is it 80 chapters? 79 chapters. Yep, 79 chapters, and we are on 42, so we're like halfway. Okay, let us pull all. Heavenly Abba, we come before you at this time of the prayer of Arab in the evening. Abba, we thank you for allowing us to read such a wonderful book, reading about Adam and Kuhua, our parents, the things that they must have had to deal with, oh Yah, the burden that was upon each one of their hearts, knowing what was going to be brought into this world because of their disobedience. Abba, we now living in our time, seeing our disobedience and what it causes, knowing that we was born into this world with a sin nature. Abba, we thank you for your bond. We thank you for your son. We thank you for your image, that you would come down in the likeness of flesh of your creation, to give of yourself, the shedding of the blood for the remission of sin, that no bull, lamb, or goat could do. For there would be not enough animals on this earth to wipe away every sin of all mankind. But the power of the blood of your Son was more than sufficient. And so we thank you for the power of the blood. We thank you, O Yah, that you allowed your Son to become a curse for us in our place, so that we, in that day, may once again be brought before you, to live before you as it was supposed to be from the very beginning. We look forward to that day where there is no end, as our first parents so long to see that day where there is no night, where they can once again be able to eat of the fruit and to drink of the water of life. The same water that was wanted to be given by the Mashiach to the Samaritan woman, as he said to her, if you only knew who was asking of you for water, you would have asked of him of the water that he gives freely, that you would never thirst again. Abba, I believe this is exactly what Adam and Kuhua was looking for. And we too, as your children, we also seek that same water of life that will spring forth out of us forever and ever. Abba, we ask that you do not look according to our ways, our weakness, our transgressions, but that you continue to have long suffering towards us, the patience that you have for us and continue to have for us, O Abba. Do not deal with us according to our ways, O Yah, for you know that we are mere mortals, and we are weak, beggarly people who need you, O Yah, for the saving of our soul. And so we thank you. We love you. We give you all the praise, honor, and esteem. In the mighty name of your Son, Yahushua HaMashiach. Hallelujah. Hua. So be it. All right.
Count for a free sub.
That ringing sound, it might be the compressor for the water, I'm assuming. Let me see. I'm going to turn it off and you tell me, Cody Nazareth, if that's what it is. I just turned it off. Was that what it was? I tell you, this microphone be picking up some serious sound. All right. Let's continue. Chapter 42. Hold on one second. Let me close this door. What on it? Back up. Daddy gonna do some more reading. Okay. All right, where were we? Chapter 42. Coach, you say you get so much from me reading this? Praise Yahuwah. Okay, chapter 42. Let's continue. Yeah, I read a little bit of the Natzareth book, the last book in this I think it's the last book if I remember correctly. Yes, it is the last one.
Paradoxical.
Scriptures. Yeah, scriptures. Yahuwah's daughter. I don't believe you might be able to find it in some of the apocryphas, depending on the collection of books that they use. Okay, chapter 42. Then the word of Elohim, the mighty one, came to Adam and said to him, Adam, you said, bring me into a land where there is rest. Another land than this will not bring you rest. It is the reign of the Shamayim alone where there is rest. It is the reign of the Shamayim alone where there is rest. But you cannot enter into it at present, but only after your judgment is passed and fulfilled. Then will I make you go up into the reign of the Shamayim, you and your righteous descendants. Notice it continues to say righteous, not the unrighteous, but the righteous descendants. And I will give you and them the rest you ask for now. And if you have said, give me of the water of Kai, the water of life, that I may drink and live, it cannot be this day. But on the day that my Ban, the sun, shall descend into Gehinnom, and break the gates of brass, and crush into pieces the reins of iron, then I will, through mercy, save your being and the beings of the righteous, and thus give them rest in my garden. That shall be when the end of the world is come. And the water of Kai, that is the water of life you seek, will not be granted you this day, but on the day that my Ban, my son, shall shed his blood on your head in the land of Golgotha. For blood of my Ban, that is my son, shall be the water of Kai, the water of life unto you. At that time, and not to you alone, but unto all those of your seed who shall believe in me, that it be unto them for rest forever. The Yahuwah, I think it's supposed to say, then Yahuwah said again to Adam, Adam, when you were in the garden, these trials did not come to you. Let me do this. Okay. these trials did not come to you. But since you transgressed my commandment, all these sufferings have covered you. Now also your flesh requires food and drink, so drink then of that water that flows by you on the face of the earth. Then Elohim the Mighty One withdrew his word from Adam. And Adam and Yahuwah worshiped Yahuwah and returned from the river of water to the cave. It was noon when they drew near to the cave. And they saw a large fire by it. Then Adam and Yahuwah were afraid and stood still. And Adam said to Yahuwah, "What is that fire by our cave? We have done nothing in it to cause this fire. We neither have bread to bake, nor broth to cook there. We have never known anything like this fire, and we do not know what to call it." Sounds like somebody's back at them again. Is it Satan? But ever since Elohim sent the cherub with a sword of fire that flashed in his hand and had lightning coming from it, we fell down and were like corpses from fear, and we have not seen the like. But now, Yahuwah, look, this is the same fire that was in the cherub's hand, which Elohim has sent to keep the cave in which we live. O Yahuwah, it is because Elohim is angry with us and will drive us from it. Yahuwah, we have transgressed his commandment again in that cave, so that he has sent this fire to burn around it and prevent us from going into it. If this is really the case, Yahuwah, where shall we live? And where shall we flee to be away from the face of Yahuwah? Since like it is with the garden, he will not let us live in it, and he has deprived us of the right things of it, or the pleasant things of it. But he has placed us in this cave, in which we have endured darkness, tests, and hardships, until at last we have found comfort in it. But now that he has brought us out into another land, who knows what will happen in it? And who knows but that the darkness of that land may be far greater than the darkness of this land? Who knows what may happen in that land by day or by night? And who knows whether it will be far or near, Yahuwah? Do you think it will please Elohim to put us far from the garden, Yahuwah? Where will Elohim put us to prevent us from beholding him, because we have transgressed his commandment and because we have made requests of him all the time? Yahuwah, if Elohim will bring us into a strange land other than this, in which we find consolation, it must be to put our souls to unaliving and blot out our name from the face of the Arats, from the earth. O Yahuwah, if we are further alienated from the garden and from Elohim, where shall we find him again, and ask him to give us gold and incense and myrrh and some fruit of the fig tree? Where shall we find him to comfort us a second time? Where shall we find him so that we may think of his regarding the agreement he has made on our behalf? Then Adam said nothing else more, and they kept looking, he and Yahuwah, towards the cave, and at the fire that flared up around it. But that fire was from Shaitan. There he is. For he had gathered trees and dry grasses and had carried and brought them to the cave, and had set fire to them in order to consume the cave and what was in it, so that Adam and Yahuwah should be left in sorrow, and he should cut off their trust in Elohim, the Mighty One, and make them deny him. But by the mercy of Elohim, he could not burn the cave, because Elohim sent his messenger to the cave to guard it from this fire until he went out. And this fire lasted from noon until the break of the next day. That was the 45th day. And Adam and Yahuwah stood looking at the fire, and were unable to come near to the cave from their fear of the fire. And Satan kept on bringing trees and throwing them into the fire until the flames of the fire rose up very high and covered the entire cave, thinking in his mind to consume the cave with the great fire, but the messenger of Yahuwah was guarding it. But he could not curse Satan, nor wound him by word, because he had no authority over him, neither did he attempt to do so with the words of his mouth. Therefore the messenger tolerated him without uttering a bad word against him, meaning Satan, until the word of Elohim came to Satan, saying, "Go away from here at once before you deceive my servants. From this time you seek to destroy them. For this time you seek to destroy them. Were it not for my mercy, I would have destroyed you and your host from off the earth, but I have had patience with you until the end of the world." Then Satan fled from before Yahuwah. But the fire went on burning around the cave like a coal fire the entire day. This was the 46th day that Adam and Yahuwah had spent since they came out of the garden. And when Adam and Yahuwah saw that the heat of the fire had began to cool down, they started to walk toward the cave to get into it as they usually did, but they could not because of the heat of the fire. Then they both began crying because the fire separated them from the cave, and the fire came towards them, burning, and they were afraid. Then Adam said to Yahuwah, "See, this fire, of which we have a portion within us, it formerly obeyed us, but it no longer does so now, for we have violated the boundaries of creation and changed our condition, and our nature has been altered. But the fire is not changed in its nature, nor altered from its creation. Therefore it now has power over us, and when we come near it, it scorches our flesh." Then Adam rose and prayed or palal to Elohim the Mighty One, saying, "This fire has separated us from the cave in which you have commanded us to live, and now we cannot go in it or into it." I gotta move this again here. Then Elohim heard Adam and sent him word that said, "Adam, see this fire? It is different from the flame and heat from the garden of delights and the righteous things in it. When you were under my control, all creatures yielded to you. But after you transgressed my commandment, they all rose up over you." Elohim said to him, "Adam, see how Satan has exalted you? He has deprived you of the Almighty and of the exalted state like me, and has not kept his word to you, but has ended up to become your enemy. He is the one who made this fire in which meant to burn you and Yahuwah. Adam, why has he not kept his agreement with you even one day, but has deprived you of the esteem that was on you when you obeyed his command? Adam, do you think that he loved you when you made this agreement with you? Do you think that he loved you and wished to raise you on high? No, Adam, he did not do anything out of love for you. He wished to force you to come out of light and into darkness, and from an exalted state to a degradation, and from esteem to this humble state, from joy to sorrow, and from rest to hunger and fainting." The Mighty One, Elohim, also said to Adam, "See, this fire kindled by Satan around your cave." You see the kindle that Satan has, the fire kindled by Satan around your cave? See this curious thing that surrounds you? Know that it will surround both of you and your descendants when you obey his command, and he will plague you with fire, and you will go down into Gehinnom after you are dead. That's not nice. Then you will experience the burning of his fire that will surround you and your descendants. You will not be delivered from it until my son's coming. Just as you cannot go into your cave right now because of the great fire around it, a way for you will not be made for you until my word comes on the day my agreement is fulfilled. There is no way for you at present to come from this life to rest until he who is my word comes. Then he will make a way for you, and you shall have rest. Then the mighty one Elohim called to the fire that burned around the cave with his word, that it split itself in half until Adam passed through it. Then the fire parted itself by Elohim's order, and a way was made for Adam, and Elohim withdrew his word from Adam. All right, we're going to read a couple more, and then I'm going to give my voice a break, my friends. My mishpachah. Right? Like parted the sea. I kind of noticed that too, Natzareth. Then Adam and Yahuwah began again to come into the cave, and when they came to the passage in the midst of the fire, Shaitan blew into the fire like a whirlwind and caused the burning coal fire to cover Adam and Yahuwah, so that their bodies were singed, and the coal fire burned their skin. And Adam and Yahuwah screamed from the burning of the fire and said, "O Yahuwah, save us. Do not leave us to be consumed and plagued by this burning fire. Do not require us as a payment for having transgressed your commandment." Then Elohim looked at their bodies on which Satan had caused fire to burn. Elohim sent his messenger that held back the burning fire, but the wounds remained on their bodies. Then Elohim said to Adam, "See Shaitan's love for you? He pretended to give you the Almighty in greatness, and now look, he burns you with fire and seeks to destroy you from off the earth. Then look at me, Adam. I created you, and how many times have I delivered you out of his hand? If not, wouldn't he have destroyed you?" Elohim the Mighty One spoke again, this time to Yahuwah, and said, "He promised you in the garden, saying, as soon as you eat of this tree, or eat from the tree, your eyes will be open, and you shall become like Elohim, knowing righteousness and evil. But look, he has burned your bodies with fire, and has made you taste the taste of fire, in exchange for the taste of the garden. He has made you see the burning of fire, and the evil of it, and the power it has over you. Your eyes have seen the righteous he does take, your eyes have seen the good he has taken from you, or the pleasant things that he has taken from you. And in truth, he has opened your eyes. You have seen the garden in which you were with me, and you have also seen the evil that has come over you from Shaitan. But as to the Almighty, he cannot give it to you, nor fulfill his promise to you. He was bitter against you and your descendants that will come after you." And Elohim the Mighty One withdrew his word from them. Then Adam and Yahuwah came into the cave, still trembling because of the fire that had scorched them. So Adam said to Yahuwah, "Look, in this world the fires burn our flesh. How will it be when we are dead and Satan shall punish our souls? Is not our deliverance far off unless Elohim comes in his mercy and fulfills his promise to us?" Then Adam and Yahuwah stepped into the cave, barakah themselves for coming into it once more, for they thought that they would never enter it when they saw the fire around it. But as the sun was setting, the fire was still burning and coming closer to Adam and Yahuwah in the cave, so that they could not sleep in it. After the sun set, they went out of the cave. This was the 47th day after they came out of the garden. Adam and Yahuwah then came under the top of the hill by the garden to sleep as they were accustomed. And they stood and prayed, and Elohim to forgive them their sins, and then fell asleep under the top of the mountain. But Shaitan, the hater of all that is righteous, thought to himself, Elohim has promised deliverance to Adam by the agreement, and promised that he would deliver him from all the hardships that have befallen him. But Elohim has not promised me by agreement, and will not deliver me out of my hardships. He has promised Adam that he should make him and his descendants live in the reign that I once lived in. I will unalive Adam. The earth shall be rid of him. The earth shall be left to me alone. When he is unalived, He will not have any descendants left to inherit the reign, and it will remain my own realm. Elohim will then be wanting me, and he will restore it to me and my host." After this, Shaitan called to his hosts, all of which came to him and said to him, "Our master, what will you do?" Then he said to them, "This Adam, whom Elohim the Mighty One created out of the dust, is the one who has taken our reign from us. Come, let us gather together and unalive him, hurl a rock at him and at Yahuwah, and crush them under it." When Shaitan's hosts heard these words, they came to the part of the mountain where Adam and Yahuwah were sleeping, or asleep. Then Shaitan and his hosts took a huge rock, broad and smooth, and without blemish. He thought to himself, if there should be a hole in the rock, when it fell on them, the hole in the rock might align over them so they would escape and not die. He then said to his hosts, "Take up this stone and drop it flat on them so that it does not roll off them to somewhere else. And when you have hurled it at them, get away from there quickly." And they did as he told them. But as the rock fell down from the mountain toward Adam and Yahuwah, Elohim commanded the rock to become a covering over them, so that it did not harm them. And so it was by Elohim's order. But when the rock fell, the whole earth quaked because of it and was shaken from the size of the rock. Well, that was a big old rock. That sounded like more like a huge boulder, a meteor, an asteroid. And as it quaked and shook, Adam and Yahuwah awoke from sleep and found themselves under a covering of a rock. But they did not know what had happened, because when they fell asleep, they were under the sky and not under a covering. And when they saw it, they were afraid. Then Adam said to Yahuwah, "How has the mountain bent itself, and the earth quaked and shaken on our account? And why has this rock spread itself over us like a tent? Does Elohim intend to plague us and shut us up in this prison, or will he close the earth over us? He is angry with us for our having come out of the cave without his permission, and for our having done so of our own accord without asking him when we left the cave and came to this place." Then Yahuwah said, "Adam, if indeed the earth shook for our sake and this rock formed a tent over us because of our transgression, we will be sorry, because our punishment will be long. But get up and palal to Elohim the Mighty One to let us know concerning this and what this rock is that is spread over us like a tent." Then Adam stood up and palal before Yahuwah to let him know what had brought about this difficult time. And Adam stood palaling like that until the morning. Then the word of Elohim came and said, "O Adam, who counseled you when you came out of the cave to come to this place?" And Adam said to Elohim the Mighty One, Yahuwah, "We came to this place because of the heat of the fire that came over us inside the cave." Then Yahuwah, Elohim the Mighty One, said to Adam, "Adam, you dread the heat of fire for one night, but how will it be when you live in Gehenna?" Or that is the lake of fire. "But Adam, do not be afraid, and do not believe that I have placed this covering rock over you to plague you. It came from Shaitan, who had promised you the Almighty and Majesty. It is he who threw down this rock to unalive you under it, and Yahuwah with you, and in this way to prevent you from living on the Arats, on the earth. But as that rock was falling down on you, I was merciful. I commanded it to form a tent over you, and the rock under you to lower itself. And this sign, O Adam, will happen to my bond, my son, at his coming on the earth. Satan will raise the people of the Yahudim to put my son to unaliving, and they will lay him in a rock and seal a large stone over him, and he shall remain within that rock 3 days and 3 nights. But on the third day he shall rise again, and it shall be deliverance, salvation to you, O Adam, and to your descendants, so that you will believe in me. But Adam, I will not bring you from under this rock until 3 days and 3 nights have passed. And Elohim withdrew his word from Adam. But Adam and Kehuah lived under the rock 3 days and 3 nights, as Elohim had told them. And Elohim did so to them because they had left their cave and had come to the same place without Elohim's permission. But after 3 days and 3 nights, Elohim created an opening in the covering of the rock and allowed them to get out from under it. Their flesh was dried up, their eyes and hearts were troubled from crying and sorrow. Then Adam and Kehuah went out and came into the caves of treasures. That they had been 3 days without food, and they came toward Adam and Kehuah as if to break them in pieces and devour them. Then Adam and Kehuah cried out and begged Elohim to deliver them from their paws. Am I missing something? Hold on 1 second. Oh yeah, I did. I jumped over. I was wondering why it didn't make sense. Okay, let me just make sure here. Then Adam and Kehuah went out and came into the cave of treasures and stood praying in it the entire day until evening. And this took place at the end of the 50th day, at the end of the 50 days after they had left the garden. Now, I must say something here. Hold on 1 second. Let me see what my Ashah has to say. Oh, I'm starting to see, as I'm reading this, that, for one, this book is in contradiction to the book of Jubilees about the creation of Kehuah and Adam. If you recall, in the book of Jubilees, it says that Adam was created the first week on the 6th day, and Kehuah was created the next week on the 6th day. Here it says that they were created on the same day. Also, I'm seeing here that I can see that there has been a tampering of the understanding that the day ends in the evening or begins another day. And this is the second time I've noticed this, because here it is saying, and this took place at the end of the 50 days after they had left the garden. And then here it says, and in the entire day until the evening. And then it goes on and says, and this took place at the end of the 50 days after they had left the garden. This again goes against the book of Genesis, chapter 1, as far as when a day begins. And I saw this earlier, but I wanted to look at this to see if that was just something that I may have been reading into it, but I'm seeing it again for the second time. So as much as this is a wonderful piece of story to read, and we can see that there are things that are added into it, like Golgotha and our Messiah's name. All of this stuff in the book of Adam shows that there is a Christian and Judaism influence, if you will. And so this is why when I say when we read things, we have to test all things. And so as much as this is a really nice story to read, I would not put hold or put any truth into it to say, well, it says in the first book of Adam and Eve that this is what happened. So don't take it as a book that lines up with scripture, because it's not, from what I'm seeing here. It's a wonderful piece of work. Very nice to read. So again, we'll continue on. I'm going to finish until the end of this chapter. But yeah, it is a nice literature to read. Okay, so let's continue. And when the day dawned, Adam said to Kehuah, come, Let us go and do some work for our bodies. So they went out of the cave and came to the northern border of the garden, and they looked for something to cover their bodies with. But they found nothing, and did not know how to do the work. But their bodies were stained, and they could not speak from cold and heat. Then Adam stood and asked Elohim to show him something with which to cover their bodies. Then came the word of Elohim and said to him, O Adam, take Kehuah and to come to the seashore where you fasted before. There you will find skins of sheep that were left after lions ate the carcasses. Take them and make garments for yourselves and clothe yourselves with them. All right, so we did 50 chapters of this. And again, I would probably equate this to the book of Jasher. The book of Jasher also, as we know, has some contradictions in it. Things that gives us pause to know that there's been some kind of tampering with it, or that we don't have the original book of Jasher, because we know that there is a book called Yashar. And if it is, that was the book, it has been changed. And so the same thing here with the first book of Adam and Kehuah. Like I said, I do see where it's not lining up with certain things, but it's a great read for those who are interested in reading something that is better than reading like the Book of Mormon or something like that. But I wouldn't put any stock, if you will, in this book. Only because I am, again, like I said earlier, seeing that it goes against some of the passages of the actual Old Testament. So I want to thank you guys as we have read the first book of Adam and Kehuah. And very interesting reading. Very, very, very interesting reading. I'm going to get ready for my Ashah, because we are going to celebrate Rosh Kadash. Yes. 6 hours and 45 minutes. Wow. And so again, and this is the way, Mishpach, if we learned anything today, as we study out these other apocryphas, this is why we have to test all things. We meet it at face value. We don't put our emotions into it. We don't put something as far as what we want to agree with. It's if it agrees with Yahuwah's word. Not everything that we find do we say, this is word. That's what causes confusion. We have to look into these matters. And when we see a compilation of books that have been put together, just because it says Yah scriptures on it, doesn't make everything that's between the bindings truthful. You have to do your due diligence. You have to be careful of what you take in. And so if there's anything that you found out today, as I'm finding out, just like right now, this was real time. I was reading that with you for the first time. I've never read the first book of Adam and Kehuah as I was reading it with you guys today. And I start noticing certain things. I have to bring it out to your attention as I'm getting the attention. And I hear the Ruach in me saying, notice this. Notice this. So, but there's other books in here. It doesn't make everything in Yah scriptures wrong, because we know that there's other books in here that are correct. So a lot of the stuff that we look into, please look into the matter before you accept it, test it, take it before Yahuwah. This is why we palal and ask that he open our eyes, that his Ruach may lead us and guide us into all truth, so that we may be able to use that discernment that he has given us, that Yah given ability. Because if there's anything that we just read about Satan, know that he comes masquerading as an angel of light. He is going to try to twist us. He is going to try to get us. He is going to try to confuse us. deceive us to say, look at this book. Look at this literature. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it got a beautiful storyline? One of the things that kind of got me at the very beginning when we first read this the last time was how many times Adam was unaliving himself. I'm like, wait, this is not, it's not making sense. It's not. But you got to give it the benefit of the doubt. Let's see. Let's continue to read. Let's see what it says. And when you start seeing certain influences that start popping up, you're like, I'm seeing the minds and the traditions of men popping into this thing. And so you see a lot of the Christian dogma into this book called Adam and Eve. And so you have to be careful when you read this type of literature. All right. Yes, exactly. I still love what you gave me, though. I love it. Thank you. See, Angel, you said, I thought you were reading just up stories or made up stories. Is that what you're saying? Yes. A beauty nonetheless. Yes. It does give us a way to be able to look into the matter and to check what has been given to us. Because I'm going to tell you, the Tanakh, this part, which even the Yah scriptures have, this part, this is the Torah and the prophets, along with the writings, also known as the Tanakh. This is our foundation. Everything must line up with this. I think one of these days we're going to come together and we're going to look into what makes the Tanakh so special. Why we know that it is inspired text. This is truly inspired, the Old Testament, the Tanakh. The New Testament is not inspired. The New Testament are epistles, also known as letters. They also have things in here as far as account, which is what we get the word basora. Okay, the account according to Matityahu, account according to Mark and Luke and Yohanan, and the letters of Paul, Shaul, and the letter of Jacob, James, and the letter of Yehuda, Jude. This is not inspired, but this has to line up with this. And so like the book of Revelation, the very last book, it is lined up by the prophets. Here, this is the foundation. And so same thing, what is written of our Mashiach in the four so-called synoptic gospels have to line up what's written between Genesis and Malachi. This is why the Messiah says he came in the volume of the book, for it was written of him, because he is this. He is Genesis to Malachi. But this here, the Old Testament, the Tanakh, is very special. It's got the signature of Yahuwah. Literally, it has his signature. We're going to do a study, and I want you guys, hopefully that you guys will be there. I'll make an announcement. It's going to be on YouTube. It won't be here on TikTok. When we do that, we're going to see how precise the Old Testament is. It is so sensitive that if one letter was taken out from Genesis to Malachi, it would not be complete. It would literally not be inspired. The Old Testament is that sensitive. And we would not have known that unless the Dead Sea Scroll parchments were found. The original, as far as we know, as far as the original Hebrew. It only works in Hebrew. It doesn't work in English. It doesn't work in Latin. It doesn't work in Greek. It doesn't work in any other language other than the Abrit in the Hebrew. And if one letter was removed, the scripture code will not. The scripture code will not. Willie, the Tanakh, every Bible has a Tanakh. That is called the Old Testament. The Tanakh is an abbreviation for Torah, Nabaim, and Katubim. And so we would look into this together. It's a study in itself. It's amazing. Let's put it this way. The Pentagon code breakers know that there is a code in the Old Testament and it only works in Hebrew. The Pentagon, you know what the Pentagon is. That is the headquarters of the Department of Defense. They know that there is a code in the Old Testament that only works in the Hebrew. There have been people that have written books, commentaries on what they call the Bible Code. It was really big in the early 2000s. This guy named Michael Drosnin, New York Times publisher, reporter. And we're going to read some of that. I want you guys to get a backstory on this. You can look it up too on YouTube, on the internet. But I want to bring it out so you guys can see why the Tanakh is so precise and that it is the foundation of everything. You see, Yasunda Nazir, you said, I also heard that there are names throughout that the Tanakh is quite literally the book of life. Yasun, isn't that amazing? If that is the case, I've read that as well, that all of our names are most likely that is the book of life, which is Genesis to Malachi. If that is the case, that means your name and my name are there. And if your name is not in there, you're done. You're done. But again, how do we know? How do we know, right? So they have these matrices, and we're going to get into all of this stuff. It's really deep. It really is. Here we have, you can read the surface level from Genesis to Malachi, and it's telling you the history. It's telling you the account. It's telling you these people, these places, these names, and even dates. And yet at the same time, through what they call equal distance lettering. And what I mean by equal distance lettering is that you skip, sometimes it could be a matrix found. And I'll give you an example. The first 5 books of the Bible, or the scriptures. Okay. Let me just give you a little a preview of what I'm talking about. Now again, this is in English, so it's not gonna read the same. You can't do it in this one. But imagine this whole text just reading out of the book of Genesis, Barashit. We remove all the punctuations and we spread it out like a big old crossword puzzle. So all the letters are even all throughout this big old page, and it's scrolled up into a computer program. And you tell the computer to skip every 50th letter, starting from whatever letter you want to start, and it'll skip every 50th letter, every 50th letter, every 50th letter. All of a sudden, it's going to give you the word Messiah, Mashiach. Okay? And you're like, wow, that's interesting. Now that's just in the book of Genesis, every 50th letter. Then we go to the book of Exodus and we say, you know what? Let's do the same thing. Let's skip every 50th letter in the book of Exodus, looking for the word Mashiach. The computer starts looking for it, and it finds it. Yep. Now, for it to happen once in the book of Genesis is astonishing, but now to happen again in the book of Exodus, skipping every 50th letter, that's amazing. Now let's skip Leviticus. Let's go to Numbers, right? Then we go to Numbers and we say the same thing. Let's skip every 50th letter, looking for the word Mashiach. And then all of a sudden, bam, it comes out. It says Mashiach, but this time it's backwards. It's like a mirrored image. So instead of it spelling it Mashiach from right to left, now it's spelling Mashiach from left to right, skipping every 50th letter. Now let's do that with Deuteronomy. Then we go to Deuteronomy, Dabarim, and we skip every 50th letter. And guess what? Once again, it's flipped, just like it was in the book of Leviticus. Or excuse me, just like it was in the book of Numbers. It's reading from left to right and not right to left. And then you do the same thing in the book of Leviticus. You skip every 50th letter in the book of Leviticus. And what does it tell you? Skipping every 50th letter? Yahusha. It tells you the name of the Messiah, skipping every 50th letter. I'm going to tell you, when I saw this, it blew me away. I'm going to share it with you guys. We're going to look at it now. I'm not the one who did this. There's other people who've done this that are way smarter than me, who know how to use a computer. I used to have the program. I don't have it anymore. This was many years ago. It was called the Code Finder. That's the name of the program. It was on a CD-ROM disc, just to tell you how far long ago this was. This was like 2000, I think it was, or 2001, something like that. But nonetheless, Grant Jeffries, a Canadian, Grant Jeffries, he did this research, and he came out with a book, and the book is called The Signature of God. That's what he named the book. And he's the one who did this, and he was like, I can't believe this. I can't believe my eyes. Do you know what the chances are to find something like that happening in the first 5 books in Torah, skipping every 50th letter? It was as if Genesis and Exodus was pointing to the Levitical book, the priesthood book, and Deuteronomy and Numbers was pointing to the Levitical book, the middle book, the third book. The first 2 and the 4th and 5th book were pointing towards the third book, Leviticus, in the middle. It was as if they were pointing to the name of the Creator, and his name is Yahusha, the Messiah. You can't tell me that Yahuwah doesn't exist. That's his signature on the Torah. That is not by accident. When I say that he is real, he is real. And this is why I always say, everything must be validated by the Old Testament, by the Tanakh. I don't care what it is we read. If it doesn't line up from Genesis to Malachi, don't believe it. There might be some nice words to read, literature to read, but it is not inspired text. It is not inspired by the move of the Ruach HaKodesh. It is not inspired by the Spirit of the living Elohim. So I want to thank you all, and we will get into that. I'm going to put that together, and it will be on YouTube when we do this. So it'll be on one of our Shabbats, and we'll enjoy that together. No, Nancy, it only works in Hebrew. It doesn't work in any other language. It doesn't work in any other language. It only works in the Hebrew. It doesn't work in the English, which is what the King James Version is. We were talking about that earlier. There's people that believe that King James Version is inspired text, and it's not. I mean, after all, it's got the word Easter in it. That's what I was talking about earlier today. Hebrew is the language of creation. There is power in the Abrit, pure language, the Kadash Lashon, the set apart language, the pure language. This is what we're all going to speak one day. He is going to give us the pure language once again. I mean, everything that we say, we're not going to be speaking this bastardized language called English anymore. I'm just thankful that we're able to call upon his name Yahuwah from the clean language, and to call upon the son's name Yahusha from the clean language, and the Ruach HaKadosh from the clean language. And we're learning things little by little, but the day is going to come where he is just going to give us everything, where we can speak the language of creation once again. So I want to thank you all for this time tonight. And we are going to call it, may Yahuwah Baruch you, may he keep you, and may he continue to allow his light, his countenance to shine upon each and every last one of you. Enjoy the rest of your Lail, your night. And we will come together tomorrow on YouTube, 1 o'clock Pacific, 2 o'clock Mountain, 3 o'clock Central, and 4 o'clock Eastern. My name is Brother Jimmy, aka Ambassadors of Yah. Until tomorrow. Angel, I don't know if that's going to be possible. Do you know my YouTube channel? If not, please find it on the link tree, but it's at Yah Ambassadors 7595. Yah Ambassadors 7595 on YouTube. If you can't find it, DM me. I'll be going through my DMs later tonight. I'll be trying to go through them, even though I do still have a lot that I need to catch up on in there. Thank you guys for all of your gifts. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the subscriptions. Until next time, Shalom, Mishpaka. Shalom.